everybody. I am, hold on. Let me hop on. I'm live. I'm going to start my stream now. Hey everybody. How is everybody doing? We're live. We are live. I am did I cut my hair? Yeah, my hair is a little shorter. I cut my hair a little bit. It's a little shorter. It's a little early. Happy Friday. Okay, so I got put on emo only for trying to encourage a civil discussion and settle chat down. Okay, basically, here's my general take on this situation. I'm not really that mad. I was never friends with any of these people. They were ambitious, smaller streamers who've been trying to become streamers for years. And I just try to help every leftist that I come across. You know what I mean? Like that's basically what I do. But I have shared personal information with streamers that I haven't shared with the internet because I, as someone who's been fighting fascists online for a long time, I am stalked and harassed. And so I oftentimes will be vulnerable with other streamers, which is not a great idea. It's not a great idea. And unfortunately, they're trying to use that private information to get leverage over us. And it's making things really awkward. It's making things really awkward. And I want you to know, chat, and I mean this, Gremlo is lying. I don't care. By the way, there is no breakup between me and Gremlo. We were never friends. Like, I was never friends with Gremlo. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there is no breakup because there was never anything in the first place. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's weird. Also, they're not in my social circle. They don't live in Los Angeles. They're not really like streamers that are going to boost my career. And I don't like them personally. They don't have anything interesting about them, and they're not nice people. So fundamentally, like, I'm not really interested. And so what we're going to be doing is we're gonna kind of settle this once and for all, and then I'm gonna say, hey, I don't fuck with these people, you know, and then we're gonna move on. Also, if I inadvertently misgendered someone or said guy or man or something like that, or like that was a total accident, I would just want to apologize. If there was any accidental misgendering, I believe I corrected myself. I may have said something about pedon. I may have said they instead of she. Because sometimes I'll use the term they in language. So I just want to apologize if I did anything like that. I don't intentionally misgender anyone. If I misgender, it's just because I'm old and I misspoke. Gremlo said Vio doesn't deserve respect and called her a liar. Wow. Oh, you use they and she. Yeah. Okay. I think they're running with that because they don't want to talk about what they've been doing. It's just an attempt to try to make it about like idpool Mike is white, even though these are white men doing it. And calling Vio hysterical, that, like, the misogyny is insane. He called Vio hysterical. And the thing is, she had a video documenting a lot of the harassment that she's been getting. And so now, it's deny. First, they denied anything happened. Now they're admitting it and saying it, well, that's because we're cool and we were breaking up with Mike. So now they're going on the attack. And now they're trying to flip victim and offender. It is exactly what I told you they were going to do, unfortunately. Does it matter if you apologize because their chat has agreed that you're transphobic? I mean, you're not transphobic if you accidentally misgender someone and then you correct yourself. It happens. I don't want you to think that I don't think that, and I don't think anyone normal thinks that. They're just trying to distract from the actual point. And by the way, like, again, Gremlo denied things, and then when they were called out specifically with proof, then he's like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. I said that, yes, but I changed my mind, but now I changed my mind back. What? And I don't care how many cosplays he puts on, he's never going to be the cool guy. Some of us are just not born to be the cool guy, and Gremlo is not born to be the cool guy, okay? Gremlo is the guy that should be hyper fixating on his favorite type of hot dog or something. Like, that's his lot in life. You're never going to be Gambit, bro. I was in Vio's stream yesterday. The crazy part was Rhyzohm's response to a chatter linking Vio stealing to you. Yeah, I know. It's really weird, man. And here's the thing. I don't like this. This is not something I'm doing for clout. It's damaging the clout. It's damaging the clout to break up with someone people have thought you're friendly with. It's not good for me. I didn't do this because I want clout. It'll never give you clout. And I'm not here to fixate on this forever. This is just, I had to speak out. I had to speak out against this group of people because they have it out for me. And it's not just me. They're the people who dug up the 11-month-old clip and got me banned, and they all boosted it. And only when a bunch of other larger streamers came out against me being a racist anti-Semite did they change their tune. But right after I got banned, Gremlo, Cinemarxism, Rhyzohm, they were eager to kind of label me as a racist and try to get me. And it was kind of like very shocking. Wow. Here, come and speak into the mic.
Hey guys. I don't know, just waking up to being called a fucking liar by Gremlo, even though he admitted that he didn't even listen to a single thing I said and he didn't bother. Problems are with Mike, but why would he listen to me?
Why does he have problems with me?
I don't know why you are even lumped in with me, dude. This is like I was talking about Rhyzohm. That was it. Like, this was between me and Rhyzohm and the people who are fucking defending his ass and whatever the fuck. But I'm apparently a liar. Asked for what? He was like, oh, you're saying that my mod is harassing your artists, etc. That's a lie. I was like, no, that's actually not a lie. I added his mod. I told him exactly what they did. He was like, no, actually, I don't believe you. Blah, 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 blah. I know I didn't see or hear a single thing you said, but blah, 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 blah. Insane. And then he tries to go, I swear, I bet that your proof of like my mod harassing your artists is actually them being like, well, I just feel so sad about this, which isn't the fucking case. They straight up fucking went and went like, yeah, I'm gonna deliberately bully my art or feed me. Who's my
Narwhal? Hey, Narwhal. Narwhal says, I think I'm leaving Twitch. Bye, guys. Here's the thing. This is not that big a deal. If you've been around my stream for a long time, you understand that there's going to be people who are clout obsessed, who just want to be famous. You know, you could tell the people that just want to be famous because they are trying so hard to get out of talking about politics. So they're trying to get into cosplays and voice acting. You know what I mean? Like, they use politics as a stepping stone and they don't really have any analysis. I didn't know what to do about this, you know? I don't know what to do about this. And I think a lot of the problem is that Gremlo and these guys are very shady and they like to lie a lot. And then they want you to prove it, right? And the reason why they're asking for proof, and just so you want to know this, chat, they're trying to find out who the leaker is. That's why Gremlo wasn't talking about it yesterday, because if it wasn't true, he would have been like, that never happened. We never did that. They were desperately trying to find the leaker of the people that told me that they have such ill will for me, which is fucking weird, bro. And Non-Gloria Fura says, Gremlo and Rhyzohm's community have been harassing Vio for a while now. I know. Now, I don't know if Gremlo was individually involved with it or he just tolerated it because it was fun to attack me. And furiously typing away, exactly. And listen, I'm not mad. Like, I'm not even really hurt. I'm more hurt because of Vio. And let's be honest, like, my relationship with Vio, if you're a Mike super fan, or you know me in person, you know about my relationship with Vio, right? But I keep it private, especially on places like, you know, on places that aren't my stream, because the haters and stalkers I have, they don't know about it. And someone I dated 6 years ago still gets harassed. So I have kept it secret. I've not shared a lot with you that I want to share with you, chat, because I'm keeping my family safe. But what Rhyzohm and Gremlo have done is they have linked their hatred of me and their bitterness and I guess jealousy. And I'm not saying this because I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Like, I didn't want to believe it. I was just like, okay, maybe they just don't fuck with me. That's cool. I don't mind. I have a lot of really fun friends, you know? I was hanging out with Caseytron and Joshua and you know, other people that I don't want to bring into the drama, right? I don't want to bring other people into the drama because that's not their business. And it's not that big a deal. You know, and I have always tried to be friendly to people because I'm ideologically left wing and it's in my values. I just like to help people who are left wing grow on Twitch. That was always been my goal. I was a founder badge of Liv Agar. I was a founder badge of Frogan. Like, I was there at the beginning of Keffels, even though it turned out that they weren't as trustworthy as I thought. Like, I am always looking for left wing content creators to boost, you know? And I'm sorry that it's messy. I'm sorry it's embarrassing. And I know I'm going to lose some followers. I'm okay with that. If you're more loyal to Gremlo, no matter what he does, then I probably don't want you to be here. That's okay. And I don't want to cause fights with people. Like, many people are going to jump in and defend Gremlo. You know, there's a lot, like, he's done a good job of kind of cultivate a very Vosh and Destiny-like circle of smaller streamers. Like, his methods are very similar to Vosh and Destiny, of like holding out little bits of clout to very small streamers so that they become kind of like sycophantic. And I noticed that kind of shit, and I don't like it. I don't think that you supporting someone should be dependent upon them being your sycophant. Just put the political commentary in the bag. Absolutely. And that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do, obviously. We need to not let Gremlo and Rhyzohm get away with taking the conversation from the harassment of VO, and they're trying to make it about you. No, this is about VO. Exactly. And the reason why, that's why they're going to like Mike misgendered stuff, right as, which I would never intentionally do. So if Peden or Tofu feel that I inadvertently misgendered them, I want to apologize. And if anybody in chat said something that seemed, you know, that no one actively misgenders people in my chat, that's a ban. That's a ban-worthy offense. Gremlo was literally saying you are someone who rides the coattails of bigger streamers and does nothing to help the community and sit all night all day. I'm so disappointed. I literally... I mean, do you guys, does that sound right? Also, I can't believe they are running ads without, like, I have to wear the politics tag because I only talk about politics and the harassment campaign that VO suffered, not them. You know, VO was on the Twitch panel. She's the one who got banned for 30 days. They never cared. They never mentioned her or said, how can we help? It's crazy. I liked Gremlo, but after what Rhyzohm did to VO, I'm guessing I'm second guessing my decision. I personally am not a fan. Gremlo ran ads when he got the first receipts. Jesus. If there's any misunderstanding or ignorance, why don't you guys talk in Discord to accelerate the exchange of info? What if he was ignorant of VO harassment? I don't know any of their takes. I think you guys want to like Gremlo and these people, but you should understand that they only really care about growth of their stream, and they see my viewers as like viewers that they are entitled to. That's why they're constantly talking about the pipeline and how white leftists are soaking up all the viewers. They're talking about me. They're subtweeting me. Like they just believe they're entitled to viewership. It's weird, man. He went from it did happen to he was sleeping at the time to okay, I was there, but who told you? Yeah, I know. He's been lying the entire time. And if you're a Gremlo stan, okay, that's fine. No, we want you to handle this business without starting a civil war. Sugar free. Here's the thing. When somebody is harassing you and your partner for months, and then Casey Tron tries to, and we're going to watch the video. I want to give you guys the receipts. I don't want it to just be you have to trust my word versus Gremlo's word. I'm going to show you what's going on. He says, showed how he feels. He immediately started using POC and queer people as a shield. People do the same shit to Hassan. Blows my mind. Two streamers that advocate to the largest audiences on the platform. I mean, I tried. I mean, it is what it is. And this doesn't have to do with Hassan. This doesn't have to do with other people. This is between me and like 4 people. Me and VO and like 4 people. It's not a big group of people that are super important. It's just very ambitious and kind of grifty individuals. Read my comments, please. And if you're like sad that who they are is coming out, I don't know what to say. This was going on for months. It was going on for months. I wasn't saying anything about it. Was I even subtweeting Gremlo? Did I even subtweet Gremlo? I didn't even do anything. I just let it go. Nobody wanted this to happen. Some people can't share the stage and think a win for others is a loss for them. Yeah, it is what it is. I have no idea who Rhyzohm is. Yeah, I know. Better that the truth came out than we continue to platform people who are not for teamwork. Yeah, well, no, I mean, the moment they thought they could get me permabanned, they went for it. And I'm not saying that I haven't made mistakes. I think the clip from 11 months ago, I misspoke and I should have corrected it at the time. And I didn't realize how I misspoke at the time. And breaking, you know, I just saw it on Stavros saying it to Adam Friedland on their podcast. And I didn't realize that so many people thought that it was racially charged, right? And as soon as I did, I apologized. But they were very eager to try to rush that out as evidence that I'm racist, right? And you can see they don't have that same smoke for Stavros. Like, none of them are going around saying Stavros is really problematic. I can't believe Hassan is still friends with him, blah, 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 blah. Because it's not about that. It's not about, you know, making spaces safe. I've always found it weird how you only ever heard positive things about Gremlo in this chat. In his chat, it's constant personal attacks about how shitty you are. And he never tells people to stop that shit. It even bans people defending you. Yes, I know. That's part of the reality. If you were banned by Gremlo for defending me, you should let me know. I wish more people had told me about this earlier. I wasn't even aware of this because I don't watch Gremlo. Why would I? Like, why the fuck would I watch Gremlo? That's crazy. He would ban people for saying Mike was right. Holy shit. Holy shit. Can you imagine if Gremlo was right about something? You wouldn't hear the end of it. Ultimately, although that's very, it's obviously just community hyping me. And if you're friendly with me, you would be like, yeah, hell yeah, you would just say, we are the smartest. You wouldn't like go, ugh, I can't believe Mike is being a white leftist who says he was right about the election he was right about. And this is like, again, whatever. None of this really matters to me. And I'm not heartbroken over Gremlo. I'm really not. I'm not heartbroken over Gremlo. But I do want you guys to know. So if you decide to keep watching Gremlo, and I don't know why you would, and I mean this seriously. Why would you watch Gremlo? What is his credentials? What does he know? What is his education? Years on this platform, I don't know. I was banned in Gremlo's chat after offering the most mild of pushback. I mean, people can push back in here all they want. It does get annoying when chatters spam outside the community. Who cares? Why? The only reason you think it's annoying is because streamers told you it's annoying. Like, streamers told you it's annoying because they thought Kamala Harris was gonna win, and they were shitting on me for months for saying the opposite. And I was never a Nazi. I was never a racist. I never held those out. Like, it's like 3 years ago, he was shit talking every single one of us. Grem is running ads. You're not allowed to run ads over political content, chat, by the way. You're not allowed to run ads unless you have a political tag. That's against the rules. It's against Twitch TOS. It's part of why I don't run ads. I don't want politics on Twitch to get in trouble because there's political content being run without the politics tag. You putting out this there in the open, that's why they're mad at me. That's why they're mad at me. They're mad at me because they were shit talking VO and harassing VO as a way of getting to me because they know VO is my partner. VO is my partner. And so they know that I keep that connection, or I did keep that connection secret. So it was a safe way to bully me without me having the ability of speaking out. Because the moment I did, which I am doing now, they're going to say, oh, Mike's only doing it because VO is his partner, thereby exposing her to harassment from Nazis. So they had this leverage over me where they could harass me through VO, but because I kept that relationship quiet, I wouldn't be able to use my platform to defend her. That's what their strategy was. And we're going to get into this more. We're going to look into it more. Don't worry. And it is also, I just want to say, and Mari, I just want to say, if anybody or if I misgendered Tofu, I just want to apologize. It was inadvertent, and anybody intentionally doing it would be banned. So I just, you know, if you could relay that to Tofu for me. And same thing with Peden. If anybody misgendered her, we you know, that's terrible. That's not allowed. And I didn't see anybody intentionally misgendering anyone. That's a bannable offense here. I think some chatters were using he because they didn't know these creators and they default to using male pronouns. Yeah, you shouldn't do that, chat. Don't default to using male pronouns. And personally, you know, my general feeling is like I know that this is going to cost me some followers. I understand that it's going to cost me some followers. I understand that some people are going to be frustrated. I know that there's some Gremlo followers or whatever. I'm only doing this because I can't keep quiet about the harassment of VO anymore. And I don't want these wreckers parasiting off of my efforts in my community while they have ill intent. And so now when they try to get me banned in the future, you'll know that it's because they've always wanted to get me banned. Like when they try to boost up every scandal, you'll know that we're not friends and you won't give it credibility anymore. You'll treat it the same way you treat Ethan Klein doing it or DGG doing it. And that's really ultimately the only thing that we can do is I've tried. It is what it is. Graham thinks he went to a No Kings rally in San Diego, that he's the king of praxis now. So did I. Who cares? I didn't make it a big thing. because San Diego's not my hometown. I took the tram up to one right out of TwitchCon. What's the question? Oh, there's a question here. Hold on, let me get one. There's one. Well, we need to not let Gremlo and Rhyzohm get away with taking this conversation for the harassment of VO. Oh, absolutely true. And that's what I'm trying not to do. If someone uses the wrong pronouns for me, I assume they didn't know and I politely inform them. 99% of the time, it's not intentional transphobia. Yeah, exactly. And I've been misgendered, like, because I have long hair. People have called me ma'am. Like, it's happened. Like, I want you to understand that misgendering is bad when it's intentional and when it's intended to, you know, disregard someone's gender identity. But the best thing to do when it happens is to apologize, try to remember, and get better going forward, right? Like, and that's what I want all of you to learn. And the reason why I want you to feel that way is because this is important for the acceptance of trans people. The importance of for the acceptance of trans people is that people feel like this stuff isn't that big of a deal to ask for. You know, a lot of the right wingers try to make it like, these lefty wokes are trying to police you, and you make any mistakes on gender, they're going to cancel you and get you fired. And like, I don't want that. I don't want that to be the way that trans people are treated because of people trying to use this as a way of getting interpersonal advantage between two white men. Like a white man yelling at another white man saying, like, you know what I mean? A white straight cis man yelling at another white straight cis man to try to get interpersonal advantage is really using the struggles of trans people in an inappropriate way. Gremlo, you are a fucking dick, man. Why can't you just speak like a man about what you have done to VO and the harassment that you have countenanced toward me as well? And I want you to know, chat, that whenever anybody criticizes Gremlo, he has a meltdown. If anybody criticizes Gremlo in Hassan's chat, he has a meltdown. But in his chat, you could call me any number of names, and it's totally fine. If you say Mike was right, you get banned. And like white dudes try to be more woke, you know? And here's the thing. A lot of these guys are former Nazis. A lot of these guys are former DGG. That's why they're so eager to like try to cancel me and put me on the defensive, because they don't want people to see their shit. They don't want people to see their shit, their real shit. Gremlo, what did you used to say to black people and Jewish people and queer people when you were a Nazi? What were you saying to them? When you used to be a Nazi, Gremlo, what did you used to say? I didn't know this about Gremlo. I try to give people grace, but I think it is a little bit rich for you to be a Nazi and then attack someone who was never a racist as if they were a racist. And like, I don't understand it. Like, now this is something that I don't know about myself. I just know that he claims he was a former right winger. Is that not right? Gremlo acted like he didn't know anything but typing furiously all stream before hopping in my stream, just cowardly, not coming forward. Yes, I know, because they were trying to do leaker control. They were like, who leaked it? Who leaked to Mike that we were shit talking him and saying we have the intent of getting him banned? Who leaked it? And now they're gonna be like, oh, Mike's being paranoid about a meeting. And it's like, I don't think their Airbnb was set up specifically for me. I just think that they got together and led by Brett, and Gremlo was sitting there giggling along because he wants my viewership. He thinks that if I get banned, you know, when I'm not live and Denims is not live and Gremlo gets close to 2K, you know, the dollar signs are flashing in front of his eyes, right? So he's like, what can I do to get rid of Denims and Mike? That's the way he thinks. That's the way he thinks. I think Jay Marianne has a question about why you think they want you banned. Oh, I can answer that. Because they say they do. Because they promote streamers who have stalked my family. Now, I'm not talking about... there's some streamers I haven't named, because they are dangerous and I don't want to give them any attention. And when you mention them by name, it will make them do it more. So I'm not saying that Rhyzohm has been stalking my family. I'm not saying that Gremlo has been stalking my family, but they both promote streamers who do. And that's just a fact. And we can get into, if they want to get into it more, I will. I don't think it'll look good for them. There are people that are trying to get me and other streamers that you know banned, and they're trying to get old drama and old like mistakes that we've apologized for brought up again and to go viral again. And Gremlo knows this and he promotes it. He's calling it the Sweet It Meeting stream. Yeah, I know. He's a small bean. I'm all about personal growth and people changing their ways, but he's got no room to be holier than thou. Exactly. That's always been my take. That's always been my take. And the other thing I want you to know, chat, is I don't think like Mike was right or Mike is right is not about me being 100% right all the time. That's not what it's about. It was about me trying to get recognition because I was the one saying that Kamala Harris's ignoring of the Gaza genocide and her tack to the right was going to cause her to lose, and that the polling was showing it. I was trying to change the course of politics by pushing back against the narrative that the online left and the people who care about the Gaza genocide are irrelevant and that it wasn't going to cost her anything. I was trying to do both analysis and politics. And the reason why we say Mike is right is because we want that analysis to win the next primary election. We want people like me to be winning primaries. Not me particular, just people who agree with me on politics. That's where it comes from. And everybody said I was wrong. And then when it happened, they didn't want to give me credit. So I think my audience picked up Mike was right because they were feeling that I wasn't getting the due credit that I deserved. Gremlo used to be a racist because of the way he grew up. He talks about it every once in a while. I was subbed to him when he was an average of 400 to 500 viewers. Gremlo talked about his past more when he had less subscribers. Yeah, I guess he wants to keep it secret now so he could call other people racist all the time. And I'm not trying to say I'm infallible and I get everything right all the time. I really am not trying to say that because I don't. I get things wrong. You know, there are times when I have made mistakes, but I want you to understand, like, this is the group of people that we're talking about. They were Destiny Orbiters very recently.
I knew you couldn't make you sick yesterday.
Hassan, do you remember me?
Oh yeah, what's up, man?
I debated you on the C word shit.
Yeah, I remember. How you doing?
I debated you on the C word shit. Basically, when Hassan got banned for Crackergate, Rhyzohm was one of the people saying that crackers should be a bannable offense, right? So, okay, who gives a shit? Why are you bringing up this 2022 stuff? Because these guys, they were all trashing me and Hassan 3 years ago. And a lot of them are like, wow, he's saying he's accusing people to be former DGG. He's lying. Okay, am I?
All right, man. You're enjoying the convention?
You're a teacher.
I'm a teacher and I'm a partner now.
Yeah, well, congratulations.
Yeah, I recognize you from streams too. What's up?
Oh, hi.
Nice to meet you, man.
I saw you in Amsterdam. I had the Fetterman shirt on. Remember?
By the way, so that's IRI, who's a big Destiny orbiter. There's Rhyzohm. They had the DGG Airbnb. They had the DGG Airbnb.
Yeah.
How's it going, bro?
Good. Enjoying the last day as much as we can.
I just started streaming.
Okay,
I'm gonna do an intro and stuff.
I'm gonna let you do your thing. Then.
Yeah. Nice to see you guys.
All right, bro.
Yeah, are you having fun?
Oh yeah, for sure.
This is your first discount.
Yeah, I'm just trying to network as much as possible and build some bridges, you know. Yeah. I'm hooking up with all the leftists, you know, trying to break out of the DGG Twitch bubble.
Yeah.
Trying to network with all the leftists and break out of the DGG bubble. Where's Chud Logic? Is that Chud? Oh, there he is. There's Chud Logic. Do you guys know? Now, maybe you guys don't know who these are, but these are notorious. And that's all relevant right there. These are notorious DGG streamers. And Rhyzohm was a big DGGer. Okay? And if you were a DGGer and you're friends with ex-DGGers, you hated me. In 2022, I'd been harassed by them for 3 years at this point. Right? And you know, I'm trying to break out of the DGG group and meet with the leftists. DGG is Destiny's website. It's like Destiny's cult, right? And he wasn't just a casual Destiny fan. He was integrated with all the biggest Destiny orbiters. Relevant, Chud Logic, IRI. And so these people, you know, you may leave DGG, but you do keep your anti-Mike hatred. You know what I mean? And so They've always never really been a fan of me. Okay, let's just put it that way. That being said, I didn't care. I was like, you know what? Good on you for leaving DGG. I don't hold a grudge because you used to be DGG. If you change your mind and you become a good person, I don't mind. There's plenty of people that I know who have left that sphere. I found Grem through your band week, and he was trying to be holier than thou over you and Hassan. You're not the Hassan room. Gremlo is, because Gremlo can't keep people when Hassan goes live. I mean, all of us have overlap with Hassan. Who gives a shit? And listen, like, he's doing this, and by the way, he had all these feelings about me and he was keeping them secret, but now he's rushing to call me and Vio all sorts of names. Doesn't it show you, like, am I doing that? I feel like the use of black community members as a weapon against you and Hassan. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. I want people to come forward with our concerns. But there are a lot of bad faith liberals and conservatives that are trying to use identity politics to distract from the projects that we're trying to do. And that's not okay. I've watched you for years now and pretty much daily, and I've never heard you mention these people even once. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You know? Greblo's ad segue is, don't subscribe to Hassan. He doesn't need your money. Subscribe to me. What the fuck? Ew. What the fuck? Mikey, you call people names every day like a 4-year-old. That should be easy to explain. Person who just followed me yesterday or 3 days ago. Oh, this is the weird schizo guy. Okay, we could ban him. The rhetoric they were spreading was that there had been a concerted effort by your community for years to get you to see your anti-Semitism. What? He would say a lot that would not sit right with me, even though Haas does make a lot of money. No, that's fucked up. No. I don't care if you're talking about me, Hassan, or anybody. Saying people should support another streamer, they should support you instead, is fucked up and entitled. And that's fucked up. Like, what the hell? So, you know, obviously it's really early. You know, the stream is... That's obviously a Hassan Rich joke. Nah, I think he's revealing a little bit further about the way he thinks with that kind of comment, right? To make your supporting you as opposed to supporting another creator, that's crazy. And most people could afford to pay more than $5 or more than one sub a month. So taking subs away from someone else, even as successful as Hassan, and making that part of your pitch, it's weird. Mike, you doing a 1.5, 1 versus 5, I see. I don't mind. I mean, the thing is, like, I've been the out group among the non-Hassan, like the non-big streamers for a while. Like, I'm friendly and I'm friends with all the biggest streamers. I am in an out group of many of the orbiters that are trying to get into those circles, you know, because that was a way of getting easy clout. Attacking me gets you Asmongold clout. Attacking me gets you Destiny clout. Attacking me gets you Vosh clout when he had it. I love how they're making this about Mike being angry about Vio being harassed instead of the harassment Vio has been receiving for months. They called Vio hysterical. I mean, and that's just classic misogyny. It's classic misogyny. And they also would attack me. They would also attack me for talking about Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein was harassing me, and he got Vio, my partner, banned for 30 days. This wasn't something that I wasn't a tourist. I was talking about my family's harassment, and I was defending the people like Denims, like Caseytron. Ask them what they think of me covering H3. Instead of somebody like, who the fuck is Gremlo, you interloper? No one fucks with you. Who fucks with you? Oh, wait, Vio is your partner? Yeah, I was keeping that secret, but they have blown the lid on that. Gremlo and Rhyzohm, they knew me in person. Last year, not this TwitchCon, but the prior TwitchCon, I invited them to my home, and they learned that Vio was my partner. And so... I mean, you guys kind of figured it out, but I had never confirmed it because I wanted to keep her safe. Because I don't know if you noticed, but I get harassed a lot by Nazis. It wasn't a secret necessarily, but it wasn't publicly something I talked about a lot, right? It was an open secret. That's the best way to put it. And they have just come out and said it openly without my consent, by the way. And they said it because they were attacking Vio, and they were trying to, like, you know, they were holding over that fact that it's an open secret over my head. And so... reminding myself that I'm an old that I spot a desperate damage control strategy where a simple it got out of hand apology should be feels like everyone should be able to see the pattern. By the way, I was open to it. You know, like I was open to it. I said yesterday, hey, if you guys reach out to me and apologize, we can mend these fences. I was the person who said that. I agree totally. Harassment can't be ignored, but it seems that one party is saying harassment and one is not. Once again, I'm not choosing sides because I personally don't know the details. And I say again, there should be squashed quickly. No, I mean... I'm going to show you guys the details. Don't worry. I'm going to show you guys the details. You know, it's just really early in the stream, you know? I don't want to like do it before everybody's awake, right? You know, I don't want to do that when everybody's awake. You're an awesome person. Sucks you got one of a grifter and 15 more pop out. It's not okay. Listen, a lot of this is the fact that I don't socialize with them and Gremlo spends a lot of his time trying to socialize with smaller streamers. It's a pattern I've noticed creators like Bosch and Destiny is where you as a bigger streamer kind of socialize with a bunch of smaller streamers and you make them dependent upon you for the growth of their community, kind of like building up their clout, and you create a kind of club, and you could start to push narratives to these smaller communities. And I think it's fucking weird. I think it's fucking weird. And by the way, when I got banned for that 11-month-old clip that they dug up, I knew that the clip was not a good clip. I knew it was out of context, and I knew it didn't reflect my views, but I still nonetheless have an obligation to make sure that I don't act in a defensive manner, and I apologize. Don't compare them to sex. I'm only talking about a strategy. I don't know if there's relationships there. I see this as a valuable political stream. Will it be forever? I don't know. I don't want people attacking this stream. Well, it's something I value, because what I value is a handful of things, and I don't want lesser than assholes to prevail over rarefied quarters of media that are meaningful to me. When their politics are broadly represented, it can be found everywhere. I mean, I appreciate that, and I'm not a drama streamer, guys. It's very similar to love bombing, what they do with smaller streamers. I mean, it is. I don't like it. I don't like it. I like to be supportive, but I like to hang back. I don't like to be all over a smaller streamer and like force them to integrate into my community. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking weird, and I think it's predatory. I've been watching for years. This is the first stream of this kind. Yes, of course it is, because I'm not like this.
Robinson, what is this breaking story coming out of Maine, sir?
Hi, Steve. Thanks for having me on. We actually reported this morning that Graham Plattner, the progressive darling who's been endorsed by Bernie Sanders and received universally positive, just gushing coverage, right up until Governor Janet Mills decided that she was going to run for the U.S. Senate seat for a chance to challenge Susan Collins. He's been active.
By the way, chat, not to defend Graham Plattner at all, but it's starting to emerge that people suspect that his Reddit posts were discovered by Palantir, and that people don't know how it got leaked. It's also classic narcissistic behavior to continue to escalate a confrontation in the hopes that their opponent will either capitulate or make them appear right by default, or become defensive so they can apply the hysterical label. Yeah, I mean, he called VO hysterical, which is fucking insane. Oh, also, chat, I know I've been talking about this for a while, but I'm going to be trying to start my stream earlier. I'm going to be trying to start my stream earlier permanently. I think that is like really the best bet, the best thing I could do. I'm gonna try. It's a really early for me, but I'm gonna try.
With a group called the Socialist Rifle Association. It's a play off of the NRA, but it's a group that's linked with Antifa, and also the group out in Salt Lake City, the trans paramilitary group that is connected with Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk's assassination. So that's how the Socialist Rifle Association first kind of popped into the national consciousness, at least for me. But we found that there was a main chapter and started digging into it. And then when this Graham Plattner story broke, we found Reddit comments that he'd posted, which are now deleted. But I think everyone now agrees that P. Hustle is, in fact, Graham Plattner. He hasn't denied making any of these comments. In some of the comments that CNN missed when they broke the first story, he says that he provides training, including defensive handgun training, to the Socialist Rifle Association. He's, of course, an ex-Marine, ex-Army Reserve, former private contractor in Afghanistan doing close security for the ambassador. So he knows his way around firearms, and his tutelage would be invaluable.
I'm just going to watch it later. We called you hysterical. Sorry, VO. Sorry you're going through this.
If you were a bunch of LGBTQ leftists who didn't know how to use firearms. And when we went looking at the social media accounts for the Socialist Rifle Association chapter of Maine, we found tons of pictures of multiple cases of paramilitary training out on the range, including pictures where an individual who looks just like Graham Plattner with red hair and a red beard is seen playing range officer for them. So it's clear that Graham is a little bit more of a far-left radical than he's led on in some of his campaign appearances. And this, combined with revelations that he has a literal Nazi tattoo on his chest that he never got rid of for 17 years, I think is making it a very, very bad week for Graham and a good week for Maine Governor Janet Mills.
Plattner is such an enigma, chat. He's such a fucking enigma. All right, we're gonna come back. We're gonna watch the video that VO made about Rhyzohm's harassment. And I I want you to know, like, the reason why, like, and as I said before, but I want to do regular politics for a while. But I want you to understand why I felt like I had to speak out against Gremlo and Rhyzohm in particular. Because their behavior and what I heard that they were doing at TwitchCon and the way they were targeting her in front of a bunch of like uninvolved people was very unhinged. And I was happy to leave it in the past, right? Like, I wasn't going to say anything. I was just going to be like, okay, they had their fight. It's a falling out. They don't like us. It is what it is. Move on. But then I found that they were trying to involve random people in person. And that's where I was like, all right, we've got to speak out publicly. We have to speak out publicly. And though instead of Gremlo saying, hey, this is Mike reading me the riot act. Yeah, it's Rhyzohm, Gremlo, and Cinemarxism. Yeah. They are the main people that I am totally avoiding. And anybody who wants to throw in with them is fine by me. It's completely fine by me. And the sexist way they have attacked Vio is insane. Saying that, you know, attacking her for her association with me, that was largely private. And you know, outing that she's my partner, which is something that is rarely acknowledged. It's an open secret with my community, but it's not something that we publicly say because I want to protect her from harassment. But now I'm forced to acknowledge it. Mike never redeemed himself after the ban. No apologies. I literally did an apology stream and post the video on my YouTube. He just is addicted to lying, huh? Lying is OP. Lying is OP. You could go watch it. It's on my channel. I got banned from Twitch. Here's why. It's right here. It's not good enough for them. They don't care. Of course, because it's all about clout from Gremlo. That's all he cares about. And it's one of those things. Remember, this is the stack stage, chatters. We're past deny. Yeah, it's deny. He got caught in a lie. Now it's attack. Mike is transphobic, and Mike never apologized for the clip that I used to get him banned. He called me racist for standing up for Mike. I'm a Mexican, and he's the whitest guy in the community. Jesus Christ. Also, it was really gross how they used Lolo's harassment of members of our community to say white men and then go after me for an 11-month-old clip. The slimy behavior of diverting the conversation away from misogyny and harassment of women and then use it to deflect it onto me because people are feeling a certain type of way about defending creators, because why wouldn't you? I mean, there is a disgusting predator among us. I don't want you to... When it was just a little tiff between you two, I didn't care. But now with Vio involved, yeah, I mean, you know for sure they're behind the clip? Yes. They were doing a Mike is racist stream, and they dug it up. Somebody in chat said, Mike said something. I screen recorded it 11 months ago, and they were like, post it, post it, post it. And then they brought it up, and then it got posted to DGG. They posted it on Twitter. And then it got boosted by Ethan Klein, Destiny, and Asmongold. And then when I got banned, they were like, don't care. Gremlo is saying you're cry bullying. How have I bullied anybody? How have I bullied anyone? XQC almost passes out laughing at Aiden Ross calling Hassan a terrorist and ban him / deport him. Jesus Christ. This is the stuff that we are facing. If you go on YouTube, do you know how many Nazi harassment videos there are about me? How many are there about Gremlo? I have been getting death threats. How many times has Asmongold sicked his community on Gremlo? Once? Maybe he got a reply one time? Like, it is weird to escalate this shit. I don't understand it. I wasn't trying to escalate it. I'm just trying to reveal. And the fact that he's got so viciously on the attack is crazy. And I made sure. And here's the thing. When they said they wanted to see me, none of these people had defended Hassan when he was under attack from H3 and DGG. Yeah, I know. He's mad that you aired your grievances yesterday when he was trying to cover the news. Like, he isn't even trying to say his side of the story. Yeah, because there isn't any side. He was saying Mike was right, is sycophantic, and that we're a cult. Bro, getting a bunch of small streamers to tail you so as you hold crumbs of clout over their head, that's sycophant. That's what a sycophant is. Chatter saying a meme in my community is not sycophancy. His chat is saying he tried to reach out yesterday when asked why not chat right now. He never did. I said DM me on Discord and he never did. I literally called for that. You were here. I said I was willing to forgive and let bygones be bygones. It's literally what I said yesterday. It is what it is. I was refusing to call him on stream. I was refusing to call him on stream because I didn't want to make content for the piggy. I think the best chance for a productive conversation is a call in right now. No, absolutely not. People back to the quarter begin to act more unhinged. Yeah. Rift Low is doing that. That is true. Please don't ban me for saying this, but leftist infighting wastes everybody's limited time and energy. There are more important things we could spend time on. I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. But he called Vio a hysterical liar, but he refused to watch her video explaining the way she's been harassed. You can't call Vio a hysterical liar and then refuse to watch the video of her being harassed. That's not infighting, guys. I have to respond to that. It's sexism. It's harassment. And deplatforming attempts and harassment attempts need to be taken seriously. Canadian Prime Minister Carney, we could focus on new partnerships, including with Asia. Also, chat, I want to say this, like, people that are against electoral politics, people who are against DSA, people who are against China, they're not leftists like me. Like, I just don't agree with them. You know, like, people that are ex-DGGers or supporters of DGG streamers, they're not on the left. They don't even call, like, do they call themselves socialists? I know Rhyzohm doesn't. Rhyzohm isn't a socialist. These guys are not ideologically leftist at all. They shroud themselves in leftist aesthetics and use identity politics. They're punching left. Gremlo never reflected or took critique for platforming 2 staters a while ago, not even politely nudging about a 1 state on the guest. And this makes him to the right of a friend of the show, but verifiable lib, Emma Vigeland. Yeah, exactly. Rhyzohm doesn't claim to be a socialist. That's what's blowing my mind. A woman and her partner are being harassed by cishet men, white cishet men, and cishet men are calling her hysterical. That's right-wing behavior. Yeah, he doesn't even care. Marxism is funny because he told me he never read Capital. He told me he never read Capital, and he tried to read Capital like 4 times, and it was very funny, but he never did. So it is funny to call himself Marxist. Why is it whenever women are harassed, people want to dismiss it as infighting or drama? Good question. I mean, fundamentally, look, guys, I don't want this to be true. I don't want this to be the facts. I personally don't think that you should. I personally think you should not watch Gremlo anymore. Like, I mean, honestly, that's my honest to God take. Because this is batshit crazy. He didn't have to do this. All he had to do was say, yes, there was a meeting. Yes, people were shit talking Mike. Yes, it was fucked up. Yes, people have been harassing Vio. I wasn't a part of it, but members of my community were. It was fucked up. You know what? I want Mike to know. I apologize. That's all he had to say. That's all he has to say. Like, I wasn't asking for him to bend the knee and say I'm the best streamer or whatever. It's just like, hey, I'm sorry that happened. And he didn't unmod Boiled Peanuts, who was harassing and threatening to harass Vio, not just in their chat, but everywhere Vio went, and their artist. As far as I know, Sean is not involved in this drama. This is white people shit. This is white people shit, as far as I know. I don't think this has anything to do with Sean, but maybe he will. I don't know. I don't think so. I think Sean is on his talk about his own stuff, and I think it's weird to bring Sean in. And I don't want to do that. It's not his. It has nothing to do with him, as far as I know. Gremlo is using Sean to defend himself. Oh my God. You're contradicting yourself yesterday. You said he was at the meeting. Now you say he wasn't involved, but his community was. No, he was. He was at the meeting. Sorry if I misspoke. Gremlo was at the meeting, agreeing along and supporting it. Just to clarify. And by the way, I don't have some like super big paranoid conspiracy theory, blah, 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 blah. These guys are out to get me. It's just like, these guys are hostile and they're doing shit in person to insult me behind my back and going after Vio and harassing Vio. And it's been months now, and I'm speaking out against it. And the way they responded to that was to go on the attack against me. Which reminds me, why don't we watch this video that Taylor Lorenz put out called The Price of Being a Woman Online? Because this is what Vio is going through. Vio is an NB, but she is femme-coded. So she gets basically called a woman. And this is what it's like to be a woman online. They are using her to attack me. They're calling her hysterical.
This behavior, but it's actually rewarded by the platform and socially by other men.
Last weekend, popular cosplay Twitch streamer Emmy Rue was
they've been calling her white passing. And Vio isn't white passing. Vio is Persian. She is an immigrant. They're also weaponizing her. Part of the reason why, chat, I haven't been, public about me and Vio's relationship is because Vio has immigration status.
And greet during TwitchCon.
And they called her white. They called her white. They said she was a white colonizer. She's an immigrant and she's Persian. 100% Persian. 100. Listen, Constant Reader says, I bet if Gremlo's wife was a streamer. I mean, I'm not here to talk about Gremlo's wife. I'm not 100%. Okay, sorry, you're Azerbaijani as well. I don't know we're going to do a whole blood thing, okay? I'm Persian and Azerbaijan. Yes, I know. Okay, sorry. I hope we get back to normal content. Oh, we are.
A man cut across several meet and greet lines and attempted to grab her for a kiss as she tried to push him away. Her security guard quickly intervened and pushed the man off, but the man exited the building and was never restrained. The incident was obviously a catastrophic failure when it comes to keeping women creators safe. The man should have never been allowed to walk away after what he did, and it's unclear why her security guard didn't restrain the man after pushing him off. It's also unclear why TwitchCon security or the police on the scene didn't step in and attempt to halt the man from leaving. The man was eventually caught hours after the incident, and Emiru is currently pressing charges. She said, quote, he was allowed to walk away from my meet and greet, and I didn't hear he was caught until hours after he attacked me. It felt like this only happened because of my manager pressing for it, not because TwitchCon staff present thought it was a big deal. All of this has raised tons of questions about security protocols at TwitchCon and what should be done going forward to make the convention more safe. Even before TwitchCon began this year, high-profile streamers including Cutie Cinderella, Valkyrie, and others declined to attend the event over safety concerns. After the Emiru incident, tons of big content creators
Gremlo is playing videos telling people not to listen to Hassan anymore. I can't believe how eye-opening the last 2 days have been about him. God damn, dude. That's so fucked up.
began piling on Twitter, pushing out-of-context clips, attempting to show lax security at the event, and calling for Twitch CEO Dan Clancy's resignation. Of course, most of these people actually don't give a shit about women's safety. They're just...
I know that, like, for me, let me just say this about Sean. I think Sean gets a lot of criticism from Hassan's community that isn't fair. Let me just say that about Sean. And I know it has nothing to do. I know that Sean is, you know, it's difficult to get blamed for things that are not your fault. So I really feel for Sean.
Opportunists, and we're going to get into all that. But why am I talking about all of this on Free Speech Friday? I think it's a good example of how more surveillance and security theater doesn't inherently keep people safe. And I think it shows the significant barriers women face as content creators and how relentless abuse and harassment silences women and prevents them from speaking out and expressing themselves. To discuss all of this, I have Kat Tenbarge here. Kat is one of the top journalists covering gender-based harassment and abuse, and today we're going to break down exactly what went down at TwitchCon, why you shouldn't listen to a lot of the loudest voices online, and what can actually be done to keep women safe on the internet and off. Kat, welcome.
Thanks so much for having me.
So you weren't at TwitchCon. I wish you were there. But I feel like just to start off, I want to give people a sense of what TwitchCon was like. And then I kind of want to compare it to other conventions that you and I have both been at. Because I feel like we both cover these large events and conventions a lot and attend this stuff. So I think a lot of people have seen a lot of misinformation going around. And I want to explain kind of the way things went down. So I would say this security at this convention was stricter than any other convention I've been to. And we'll get into why that doesn't make things safer. But it was very strict in the sense that, like, you had to have a wristband, you had to scan in to get to different areas. They were very strict about maintaining that. There was this video online that claimed to show someone bypassing the wrist scanning system. In fact, that's not what that video shows. I reached out to the company about how those machines work. That video actually shows the person scanning and it turning orange, which meant that that person was a credentialed +1. So it actually showed the system working, but it was really, it was pretty intense. I mean, I couldn't even get into the venue when I got there the first day initially because I hadn't passed a background check. And every single person that registered for the event had to go through this like background check security review, essentially to make sure that they weren't on a known stalker list or had sort of criminal records, things like that. So I do think that it was very quote unquote secure, even more so than any other convention that I've been to, where I think journalists and a lot of people have a lot more free roam. I was in the content creator space myself with Twitch comms down there, and like I saw people even getting stopped, featured creators being stopped and asked questions and things like that. I'm curious, like your perception from the outside. I'm sure you've seen a lot of the discourse online, but like how would you say it compared to other conventions from what you saw?
I think just from like a technological perspective alone, there were more measures in place at this convention than any other convention that I've ever been to. And
I don't think he's showing stuff. He's saying that's against us all. I just want to make sure that was clear. He's watching Sean's critique of the space and trying to tie it back to you for some reason. I don't think Gremlo has Gremlo watched my stream? 116 messages, and he followed me May 25th, 2022. Was that before or after he called me clout from PA? Hold on, let me check. Let me check. Let me see if I can find this. Vio, do you remember where it was at? Huh? Okay. Oh, that was after. I guess I was clout from PA until May. He changed his mind, chat. He must have changed his mind. Oh God, redacted rated in too. Fuck. Yeah, LOL, yeah, I saw clout from PA. I can't believe he gets the numbers he gets. Holy shit, his hair. I mean, Destiny gets higher numbers, so it's not surprising. God, fuck, he looks like a hippie now, which is ironic. I don't know. What were they trying to say? Fucking CTV gets higher numbers than me. LOL. CTV, the embodiment of Florida man. It's all right. One day we'll get there. Also, check out the drop off. 400 people over half the raid. Well, Frogan is a woman, so I guess 3 or 4 months later, he decided that clout from PA wasn't so bad after all. Hater since 2022, by the way. Jeez. What happened in those months between January and May that suddenly he became my friend? Frogan catching strays. Oh, don't even. There are so many. Wait, so all of this is not ideologically based, but rather jealousy about numbers? That's what I'm getting from him, I guess. And then he called Fro. He said Frogan is a woman, but Vio is hysterical. The fucking misogyny is from this guy is crazy. That's so fake. Holy shit. He was always so happy to see Central Committee chatters in his chat. Yeah, I mean, I was nice to him. He followed me in May, but he didn't decide to chat until July. Last time he was in my chat was yesterday, and then there was a whole year prior to that. So 1 year of never being in my chat. Damn. He was here during the election week. To be fair, he said he found you abrasive at first. Hassan is more abrasive than me. That's a fact.
That includes conventions for YouTube. It includes like...
Wait. Did I misread? Did he have a chat? Did he unfollow me? Oh my God, you were right, chat. He had unfollowed me and then he refollowed. He unfollowed me and then he refollowed. Because I've always had follower only chat. I've never not had unfollower chat. So he unfollowed me in 2020 or 2021. I guess when I fought with Vosh, maybe? I'm going to be honest with you. I've been listening to you for a long time. I can't remember a time where you mentioned these people at all, let alone in a negative manner. Yes, I know. But they like to throw a lot of shade my way. They like to throw a lot of shade my way. They like to say that I'm a white leftist. Meanwhile, he's white. He's a white, self-acknowledged former racist. And he's here to tell how white I am. The guy who was never racist. The guy who was never a Nazi. There was one time you mentioned Cinemarxism, and it was he came in here to shit on us for liking Zohran. Yeah. White leftist isn't an insult. And by the way, the reason why I call them former DGGers is redacted is a DGG meme. If you go to the DGG see, here it is. Here, hold on. Michael Byer, also known as Mike from PA or Mike from Redacted, that is a DGG meme. That's a DGG meme. So whenever someone calls me redacted or couch puncher or whatever, those are DGG memes. It originates from when they doxed you. Yeah, I didn't complain, but yeah, Destiny doxed me, and then Lance from the Surfs, yelled at Destiny about it, and so they started calling me Mike from Redacted because my name was Mike from PA, and they were saying, oh, he's complaining about being doxed, but he has the state he lives in his name. So that's why I was Mike from Redacted, because saying what state you live in is self-doxing, according to them. Cinemarxism's crusty anarchist ass has ruined the leftist space. Just a holier-than-thou woke scold who criticizes everyone who doesn't completely agree with him. Now, you're allowed to disagree with people, but they do it in a way where they try to make it about labeling you bigoted. They try to raise the stakes by saying you make the space unsafe. You're not allowed to disagree with them on rhetoric or on policy, because the moment you do, they start escalating it to you're a racist, you're an Islamophobe, you're an anti-Semite, you're a transphobe, you make the place unsafe. And so they're constantly creating the super, like every disagreement with them, they escalate to the highest possible degree. And then, they put you in a difficult position where you have to, you either capitulate or you deal with them smearing you. And then if you ban them, they say, they banned us for criticizing them about their racism. It is a bad faith way they make these spaces unsafe. And I've said this before. There's two types of safe places, chat. There are safe places for marginalized communities, and there are safe places to learn. And a safe place to learn is a place where you can come in and ask dumb fucking questions that might be microaggressive, or ask dumb fucking questions where you might be racist and not know it. And not so people don't sit there and expose you and call you racist and scream in your face, but rather give you the space so that you can grow. This is a safe place to learn. I don't tolerate bigotry. I don't tolerate anti-Semitism. I don't tolerate transphobia. But if some sort of inadvertent shit happens, I'm going to call it out so that you can learn in a constructive manner. So this is a safe place to learn. But a lot of people want to say like, oh my God, there's white people learning in this space. That means it's unsafe. I think that guy's a racist. He's centering white identity or whatever. And it's like, no, this is just a safe place to learn. And the country and Twitch is majority white. So there's going to be a lot of white ass people here. And I'm not going to let them get away with racism or bigotry of any kind. But I don't want to make this place unwelcoming because I'm trying to change their minds so we have more leftists who agree with me. That's my project. My project is not to go to people who already consider themselves leftists, yell at them about how they're secret racists. It's hilarious. It's not meant to be a thought terminating insult. It's not like calling someone a loser or a bitch. It's an actionable reflect on your whiteness and how it's informing your interactions. No, it's a way of it's a way of discrediting someone without talking about them, other than just saying, hey, they're white. And by the way, sometimes people are being white ass, they're making white ass takes. Like when they call Vio white when you're fucking white. When you're a white Cajun, former racist, and you call Vio white and a hysterical woman, that's called being a misogynist. Thing is called being a misogynist. That is called being a racist, okay? Somebody saying, hey, I want my space to be a space where people can learn. That's not, oh my God, white leftist centering whiteness. Casey Tron posted. Let me read what Casey Tron says. As someone who's seen the BTS hostility toward Mike and Vio over the past year, there's a reason why Mike and Vio are so frustrated finally speaking on it. My stance has always been, none of us have to like each other. Sure, we're going to rub each other the wrong way. The constant veiled harassment from some has just been too much, though. The downplaying of Emotegate and calling Vio hysterical is just, I mean, it's, by the way, Gremlo having all this hostility for me and Vio is not a sudden decision he made. It's the way he's always felt. That's the way he's always felt out from PA. He's always been fucking super fixated on numbers and making his numbers bigger. That's why he's spamming ads during this drama and calling Vio hysterical, because it's about money for him. It's all he cares about is money. That's why he says, don't sub to Hassan, sub to me. He only cares about your money. And that's fucked up. All right, let's get back to the being woman on the internet video. Did I close it by accident? Fuck. Fuck did it go? Cruelty Squad. The fuck? What the fuck? Did I close it? Oh wait, maybe it's when I was showing you that I apologized. Wait, where the fuck is it?
Inflation data just out, giving us another snapshot of how prices are trending, what direction they're headed for Americans. CNN's Matt Egan is with me now.
By the way, you're allowed to say, okay, first of all, I want you to understand, it's okay to be like, hey, there's some blind spots, right? It's some blind spots, but then there's also, you also have to be willing to accept that sometimes spaces are doing something different, right? And I think there is a tendency for people to try to center themselves in chat. And when Hassan is talking about something, and then you go, you know, if Hassan is talking about Gaza, and you're like, you never talk about Sudan, you white leftist. That is not constructive. That is somebody trying to use identity politics to derail the situation and create hostility and discredit Hassan, who's not white. I've been a longtime Grumble lurker as I am here, and at least 20 times a stream, he tells people to gift any person he responds to. Always rub me the wrong way. Ugh. If there are blind spots, pick out the specific blind spots. That's the other thing. Talking about blind spots, talking about how the community is not safe, but not showing actionable stuff is not constructive criticism. It is discrediting the space, right? If you just say Hassan's chat is unsafe for black chatters, that's fucked up. That's not true. Now, I can't speak on these issues from the position of experience, but I can speak from the perspective of how do we improve a community? And you need to give us actionable, specific things. You can't just claim that things are unsafe and then leave it like that. Okay, inflation is rising again.
Tell me what's coming in.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Kate, the snapshot is not a pretty one because we're back to 3% inflation in the United States for the first time since January. So these new numbers out show that prices were up by 0.3% between August and September. That's actually slightly better than expected. However, the annual inflation rate moved in the wrong direction from 2.9% to 3%. And as I mentioned, that is a new 8-month high for inflation. And when you look at the trend, what's important to remember is that inflation was going in the right direction, right? Earlier this year, back in April, inflation went down to 2.3%. That's the dip in the middle of that chart. So that goes back to September, back when then candidate Trump was on the campaign trail saying inflation was out of control. But you can see clearly we're in a worse spot now than we were last fall, when inflation was maybe the biggest issue, certainly the biggest economic issue on the minds of voters.
Absolutely.
So that's pretty telling. And when we dig into the categories to try to understand the why here. Okay.
So, chat, inflation is rising. What a surprise.
Gasoline prices did go up between August and September, right? So during the month of September, prices were up. In fact, gas prices increased by about 8% on a monthly basis. That was the biggest monthly increase in about 2 years. But this is not just about gas prices, which are, they're still relatively low, even if they went up. They're also, this is about the grocery store, which is another pain point for consumers, and which is also being driven in part by tariffs, because we did see significant increases for a number of different items. Canned vegetables, ham, other items of food went up. But then there's other tariff exposed items that have gotten more expensive. For example, apparel. Apparel went up by almost 1% on a monthly basis.
They warned this was coming. They warned that it was coming in the fall.
Because so much of the clothes they're imported, so they are exposed to those tariffs. Girls' apparel jumping by almost 4% on a monthly basis. And then two other things that are exposed to tariffs that I'll just call out. Appliances, they went up significantly by about 2%. And also some furniture increased significantly. And we know that furniture just got tariffed by the president.
Okay. Did they consider you a friend of theirs? I like Rise DMing you, and I think Mike said yesterday they invited you to that meeting at TwitchCon. I guess I'm just confused how you're tied to this from their perspective. Okay, Casey Tron. Inflation is rising, chat. I was more friendly with them, but when Rise reached out to me, I saw it as manipulative and trying to poison the well against Vio. They didn't invite me to anything at TwitchCon, which is fine. I don't care about that. I think they just thought they could pull me on their side, not realizing how close I am with Vio. I assume now that they're probably going to say I'm a clout chaser too or something. I heard they were already saying I was bad faith because of how I responded to Rhyzohm. I think what's really telling, and like ultimately, I don't care if they watch the video. The video is not about trying to get views. It's just Vio having the opportunity to put down her thoughts, And the fact that they refuse to engage with her thoughts while calling her hysterical says everything you need to know. They're doing a cover-up. And by the way, I want you to know that I will remember this. Like, I am going to remember the people that attacked Vio instead of looking at the facts, because this is what happens when women get harassed in these spaces. Women get harassed in these spaces, they speak out, and then they pay the price. They are the ones who are attacked, and they are the ones who are treated poorly.
I'm curious, your perception from the outside. I'm sure you've seen a lot of the discourse online, but how would you say it compared to other conventions from what you saw?
I think just from a technological perspective alone, there were more measures in place at this convention than any other convention that I've ever been to. And that includes conventions for YouTube. It includes VidCon and Playlist Live, as well as anime and Comic Cons and other types of conventions, even concerts and stuff. You have seen sort of this industry of security technology grow, and this to me is sort of looking at sort of what I was just seeing in viral videos. I'm they don't usually have this type of stuff.
Notably, Gremlo isn't talking about Rhyzohm, but refuses to watch the video. It says it's between them. I wish he would watch it because he would probably feel bad about it. He's not watching it because he knows how bad it is. He already watched it on Vio's stream. And one of the things that happened at their Airbnb meeting, where they raised their middle fingers and said, "Fuck Mike," is Rhyzohm was able to spread these misinformation and lies to random people that were hanging out. So it wasn't, Gremlo was happy to kind of orchestrate and support the harassment of Vio in person. But when he gets called out, you know what he did immediately? He went to try to look and find out who the leaker was. He went and interrogated everybody that was in the room. That's what he's been doing. He's been interrogating everybody's in the room. Who said this? Who leaked this to Mike? And then they came out with their strategy of, oh, they're just being hysterical. I have the DMs, man. I know you went around trying to find out who told me about what you were doing. Like, come on. Come on. And by the way, again, I don't really give a fuck. I don't like Gremlo. I don't like Marxism. I don't like Rhyzohm. These are not exactly the future of my career. Like, you know what I mean? Like, these guys are fucking nothing. Like, who gives a shit? Like, and they're toxic. And all they do is try to call other people how they're the whitest of the white, but they're the good one. They're the white savior, like white savior guys who spend their entire streams talking about how other white people are bad. Like, it's embarrassing. It's an embarrassment. Fuck them. They were watching my chat and permabanning people from their chats as well when I was talking about the harassment. Yeah, pretty gross.
Stuff at these types of venues.
Yeah, the whole energy was like very kind of tense around it. I mean, there were these big female streamers that chose not to go because of concerns around safety. It had the vibe to me of VidCon after the Christina Grimmie murder, where this YouTuber was murdered by a fan, and YouTube and VidCon really cracked down the next year, where they sort of started to realize, like, we really need to protect talent. It was significantly more secure than certainly Playlist Live, which we were both at a while ago. And I'm just...
You spent 3 days on this. You do care, and you should care because it affects your part. I mean, I care. No. I care about the way Vio is feeling. I don't personally care about Gremlo or, you know, hating me and Brett hating me. The Brett guy hopped on every stream where you were bad, calling you racist and demanded mass bans. Yeah, I know. Like, I don't give a shit that these guys have hated me and they use their opportunity to try to get me deplatformed to grow their own streams. The only thing they're really mad at is the fact that I'm telling my audience that what they've been doing. That's what they're mad about. They're mad that you guys now know and they can't use me as a pipeline anymore. And so they're going to lash out. They're not going to apologize because they can't admit fault ever.
Speaking purely from influencer events, because I think that those are that sort of engender a certain type of fandom. It was the most secure, quote unquote, influencer event that I've been at. When I toured Twitch's security center the day after the Emiru incident, I was struck by the surveillance of it all. First of all, not only did they have police officers.
Western Bing says, I care because this is our space and I'm a black chatter and my real grievances are being used to disrupt the space. I think there's thank you for saying that, Western Bing, and you are valued. You've been a long-time chatter. You've been part of my community since 2021, well before I was being called clout from PA by Gremlo. Narcissism is so self-destructive. How is it so prevalent in the human genome? The answer is that we're all narcissists when we're infants. Because that's what we need to get the resources so that we could survive, right? Like we all start out as little narcissists, little egomaniacs, so that we can get the milk, okay? And then capitalism breeds this kind of behavior. Now, all of us have narcissistic traits because of the way we were raised under capitalism. And I acknowledge that I have narcissistic traits and I try to keep myself in check. I try to avoid splitting. I try to avoid those things. You know, I am very self-confident and, you know, I am very assertive in my views. Okay. And so that can rub some people the wrong way. And I'm okay with that. Mike, can you explain why stagflation or deflation is bad? Okay. Stagflation is bad because it means that the economy is literally in a flat spin, meaning the economy is getting smaller and prices are going up, which means that fundamentally the structures of the financial system are in collapse and that trust in the economy has been broken and people are fleeing, like capital is fleeing the country and investment is going down and consumption is going down. So that reflects a net outpouring of wealth and capital out of a country while the economy is in free fall. That means that's profoundly bad. Deflation is bad because that means that the price of everything is going down, but all of us are in debt. And that means the value of our debts is going up, meaning it's going to be hard for us to pay back our debts because the value of everything is going down. That means that the value of the currency is going up, which means that it's going to be harder to pay back your debts. So that's why deflation is bad. Now, deflation is not necessarily always bad. It depends on what is deflating and when. Like right now in China, the price of cars is deflating. The price of solar panels is deflating. The price of consumer goods is deflating. The price of housing is deflating. The pricing of healthcare is deflating. So, you know, if you're trying to get a car while working a job, it's cheaper than ever. If you're trying to get a home, it's cheaper than ever. It's good for people that have a little bit of savings that are trying to buy their necessities.
Plainclothes officers like constantly, you know, throughout the venue, and security officers all over. But they had just this huge surveillance infrastructure. So they had 92 cameras set up in addition to all the security cameras in every.
Has Peden apologized or reached out? From what I understand, they had no reason to be involved, and I can't support. Okay, so I didn't know this, chat, and I'm crushed to find out. But when I was banned, basically, Peden and their partner were kind of like happy about it. I don't know why. I don't know why. I thought we were friendly. And I had been supporting them. And then they just stopped coming to my stream. They just point blank stopped coming to my stream.
Single corner of the convention hall. And then they had every single live streamer. If you went live from TwitchCon, they had your stream pulled up, basically like geofenced the whole area and like pulled in every single stream on these massive like 1984 style.
A lot of people you thought were friendly did a major heel turn during that ban. It was people that I've always been kind of like distant with, but that I'd been trying to build a bridge with. And this like kind of Gremlo circle, I didn't realize they were so hostile toward me. I didn't realize it until the ban. And then they started harassing VO. The ban kind of like knocked me back because I was surprised at how harsh they were on me. And then they didn't cover my apology at all when I came back. And then they started harassing VO. And that's when I was like, what the fuck? And then when I heard about the TwitchCon shit, I was like, oh, these people actually hate my guts. What the fuck? It was very weird.
Monitors where they had, I literally think it was probably thousands of streams. Every single stream had like the person's name, whether they were partnered or not, like some information, and then just like the videos.
I'm confused about one thing. I keep seeing Gremlo and other people complain about universal policies being adjacent only to the white struggle and not taking into account the marginalized people struggle that this country with the center-right and right-wing party. I'm not sure how you get the public to care about liberation of marginalized people on a niche gaming platform. First of all, that's not true. That's not true. Every single one of the programs, like when I say Medicare for all, it's an intersectional Medicare for all. I don't know if these guys are just uneducated on what the policies were, or they're just being bad faith. Because Medicare for all was written by, for Bernie Sanders, was written by Ilhan Omar. I mean, just instead of saying written Ilhan Omar, but basically Ilhan Omar and Bernie Sanders are the ones who did it. Let me see if I could find, God, I can't, Medicare for all, Bernie 2020. Like, it was an intersectional Medicare for all. It was not a Medicare for all that was, it was not something that was done just for white people. It was done to make up for, and it specifically targeted racial disparities in healthcare. It was going to spend extra money in black and brown communities. Not just provide Medicare for all and that be it. It was going to invest in black and brown communities to raise their standard so that they are risen up. It was basically going to spend more money in marginalized communities than white communities. But white people were also going to be covered because there's tens of millions of white people that are in poverty as well. But the focus was on making sure that every American had the same level by raising up marginalized communities. I'm trying to, there was something that I showed a few months ago when we talked about this back in July. Maybe it was on the first page. Maybe you guys could find it, but it was always like Medicare for all was never about ignoring marginalized communities. The Green New Deal was about centering intersectionality. It was written by Pramila. No, you're right. Maybe it was written by Pramila. But no, I remember it was for the campaign. It was for the campaign. Is it this? No, this is like actually the bill. I was looking for an article that we read a while ago. That was, I think it was Ilhan Omar, who was talking about how she had prepared it to be intersectional and care for disparities. It wasn't just like every white person gets it and we don't care that there's not enough medical facilities in black communities or whatever. It was like literally we're going to build billions of dollars of facilities in marginalized communities. Damn, I can't find it right now. And it's like, so why are you characterizing Medicare for all as something that it's not? Why are you characterizing Medicare for all as if it's something that doesn't care about disparities? That's crazy. That's just wrong. Oh, here it is. This is it. Medicare for all is a racial equity policy.
Too often, when we propose bold solutions to tackle the biggest racial disparities that exist, we are dismissed, smeared, and attacked by pundits and status quo politicians. There seems to be a disconnect between the policies that are going to create a positive impact on people's lives and what political leaders and pundits think communities need. So here's the truth. I believe Medicare for all is a racial equity policy. And I'll tell you why. 44% of minorities in my state of Minnesota are uninsured. Most people who are uninsured are low income and people of color, and they are uninsured twice as much as their white counterparts.
I want to say this. So do you understand how this attack on Medicare for all is just a lie? And a lie born of either bad faith or pure ignorance. And this isn't coming from me. This is Ilhan Omar, like a black leader of the left. Why are people saying this shit when it's just a lie? It's crazy. Well, the answer is it was started by liberals in 2016 as a way of attacking healthcare and undermining support for Medicare for all among black and brown communities because there's a certain cynicism about American policies not helping their communities. And they fed into that cynicism by lying about it. And to see that lie spread in 2024 is batshit crazy to me. I don't know what to say.
As I often say, Minnesota is the best state for everyone, unless you are a person. And the reason we continue to have these disparities is because we're invisible. We're often not heard and rendered voiceless. Our issues oftentimes are spoken about as silos. I was recently at a picket line for support staff.
But he has either Vio or Mike banned. Yeah, I know. Because the reality is he's never going to address it. He's just going to attack me as a racist. That's Greblo's plan, is to just attack me as a racist. That's it.
And there was a career school support who was there 30 years. She's never made more than, and her health premium said the same as her colleague, who are making $150,000 to $250,000. So our needs as members of marginalized communities should not continue to be invisible. The solution to this problem isn't to create more means-tested programs where working people of color to jump through loopholes just to get health, because we all know we've tried that before. We've tried that with the welfare, which led to an increase in poverty, in severe poverty. The solution to racial disparity is justice, a true justice. True justice does not discriminate against someone's ability or economic status. Medicare for all is what true justice. Medicare for all will fully guarantee healthcare as a human right. Medicare for all directs research and resources to improve health equity at state and national level for medically underserved populations.
So if you look at the people that were advocating for Medicare for all, it's 3 women of color. In February 2020, U.S. Rep. Ilhan Omar described Medicare for all as a racial equity policy. True justice does not discriminate based on their race, ability, or economic status. Medicare for all is what true justice looks like. Medicare for all directs research and resources to improve health equity at the state and national level for medically underserved populations. Racial justice organizations have been on the front lines on improving the healthcare system, and many organizations, including the NAACP, Black Women's Health Imperative, League of United Latin American Citizens, and United We Dream, strongly support Medicare for all. Many of these organizations have been fighting for healthcare justice for decades, including the National Medical Association, which itself was formed in part due to the racist policies of the AMA not allowing black doctors to join at the turn, playing a key role in the passage of the original Medicare and Medicaid programs. Communities of color need a healthcare system that rectifies these long-standing structural biases and challenges. Medicare for All is that system, the groups wrote in a letter to Congress. Medicare for All, universal health care would support the health and economic security of patients of color, including finally providing full health coverage for all reproductive health services alongside controlling the costs of prescription drugs, glaring affordability and access for low and moderate income patients of color. The Movement for Black Lives, a coalition of groups representing members of the black community, has explicitly called for universal health care through Medicare for All. Medicare for All is one step of the broader fight for racial justice. Okay, so now that you know this, now that you know that this is explicitly how it was campaigned on in 2020, that Bernie Sanders explicitly campaigned on Medicare for All, not just as providing everybody equal health insurance and then ending it and going, well, whatever, but rather a explicitly targeted racial equity policy. Does that change your mind on universal programs? Yes or no?
Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28, Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is, but there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28. We had longer odds in 16 and longer odds in 24 than we got in 28. And President Trump will be the president of the United States, and the country needs him to be president of the United States. We have to finish what we started. And the way we finish it through Trump. Trump is a vehicle. I know this will drive you guys crazy, but he's a vehicle of divine providence. He's an instrument. He's very imperfect. He's not churchy, not particularly religious, but he's an instrument of divine will. And you can tell this of how he's pulled this off. We need him for at least one more term, right? And he'll get that in 28.
You're not driving me crazy. I'm trying to understand coherence of the things you've just told me in the last few minutes. On the one hand, you've said the Constitution is fit for purpose. Secondly, you've said that President Trump needs another term, even though the 22nd Amendment makes pretty clear that he cannot have another term.
Why does it make that clear?
Because he's on his second term already.
At some point in time, we will make sure we go through, Zanny, and define all those terms.
But even if you find a way to undermine you will be undermining the spirit of that amendment, even if you find some way around it. And to those
Can the American people, if the American people, with the mechanisms we have, put Trump back in office, are the American people tearing up the Constitution? Would that be tearing up? Would the American people be going against the spirit of the Constitution?
Don't be reductive. Bernie needs to explain how to help marginalized people, but he doesn't do a good job of that. Oh, that's a different point. That's a different point. That's a good point, but it's a different point. But that's my job, right? That's my job. That's Gremlo's job. That's Hassan's job. Our job is not to spread the lies about the policy. Our job is to show you what the policy actually is. But that requires knowing what the policy is. That requires doing your homework. I don't think Gremlo likes to do that. That requires actually knowing what the policy is. That means reading what the policy is. That it means talking to AOC or Ilhan Omar and going, what is the policy? Oh, the policy is a racial justice policy. This is a propaganda lie, a smear being spread by liberals who are against socialism. Now, if you don't call yourself a socialist like Rhyzohm doesn't, then maybe you don't care. Look at his stream title. Embarrassing. So that's why it's important. And if you look at this, I mean, I have the 22nd Amendment pulled up. No person shall be elected to the office of president more than twice. And no person who has been held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. It's point blank fact. If you're elected twice, you can't go again. You can't go again. You know what they could do? I have an idea. Maybe they could have him run as VP and then have the other person resign. That seems like what they would try to do, right? The nope that has also been clarified as not being allowed. I'm just saying what the far-right Supreme Court might do, okay? The VP has to be eligible to be president. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's in the first Article 1. You're right about that. Trump will be 82, going on 83 by then. People live to 100 all the time. It's obvious they're gearing up for martial law. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And even Voidzilla from the centrist Void is speaking out about the unprecedented levels of corruption.
Trump just pardoned CZ, the founder of Binance.
The program is reparations, as good as it's ever going to get in American society. I don't think Sean is bad faith. I never said Sean is bad faith. I don't know why people keep saying Sean. I have never said Sean. I just say that if Gremlo is saying, a white man, that Medicare for All doesn't care about black people, that's just him not knowing what Medicare for All says. You know what I mean? Like, the white guy didn't do his homework again.
I am so cooked. My career is over. Worst time to be involved in fraud catching in the world, bro. There is just a pay to pardon going on here. Look, I got the whole timeline in front of me. I'm going to go through it. Let me just tell you my mindset. It's rough out here for a CoffeeZilla. Whether or not you're a stan of the Trump family, it doesn't matter. I mean, this is just straight up corruption, which we should be all against, right? Should not be a political issue. Unfortunately, increasingly, politicians are involved in these huge crypto self-dealing deals, but I am not injecting politics into this, okay? It just so happens that they happen to be in positions of power, but don't worry about that, right? Just look at the facts, please, for a moment. It all starts November 21st, 2023, okay? Binance and Changpeng Zhao both plead guilty in a historic $4 billion plea deal where basically they admitted they didn't really have anti-money laundering controls, and they kind of willfully looked the other way, specifically in regards to people they probably should have not allowed them to use their platform, such as, according to the charges, terrorists, cyber criminals, and child abusers, which, you probably should block those people from using your platform. Now, on April 30th, 2024, Zhao is officially sentenced to 4 months of prison. And of course, a few months later, Donald Trump takes office, wins the presidency, okay? And while he's winning the presidency, he also announces the launch of something called World Liberty Financial, which is kind of their big crypto project entry. And this will become important in a moment. But before we get to that, let's just talk about something that happens on March 12th, 2025. This is about a year after he gets sentenced to prison. All of a sudden, you have a big investor come in and put tons of money into Binance. It's a company called MGX, and they invest a $2 billion stake into Binance. And specifically, they say they're going to do it in crypto. What kind of crypto is not announced. Now, the next day, it's reported by the Wall Street Journal that Binance has been reaching out to allies of Trump since the year before in talks to strike a business deal with the family as part of a return of the exiled company to the U.S. It says the possibilities include the Trumps taking a stake in Binance or the deal going through World Liberty Financial. So already you're hearing little rumblings that, okay, maybe they're trying to do a special deal with Binance. And pretty soon we're going to hear talks of the pardon come up. But while that's happening, March 25th, 2025, World Liberty Financial announces a stablecoin. Now, if you don't know, stablecoins are like this incredible business because you just farm.
I clicked on Grem's stream to see the title, and he's talking about how you don't know about internalized white supremacy. Internalized? That motherfucker was a white supremacist. Gremlo was a white supremacist, a self-avowed white supremacist. That motherfucker, I think he might be talking about himself. And I do think that all white people should calm down. Like, when you were a white supremacist Nazi yourself, you should calm down when trying to act like you're better than other people. You should learn humility, narcissist freak.
A bunch of yield from treasury bills while people use your stablecoins. The major players are USDT and USDC. It's important to note it's incredibly hard to launch a stablecoin. People don't like using new stablecoins. And so when they launched, a lot of people thought, well, how are they going to get off the ground from nothing? I mean, yes, it's the president's stablecoin, but what are they going to do to really make a splash? Well, we got the answer on May 1st, 2025, because it turns out...
Mike, don't trust chat to accurately report what Gremlo is saying, not saying. Bro, I've seen enough of what Gremlo says. You know what I mean? I've seen enough of what Gremlo says, you know, on my own.
That Abu Dhabi investment into Binance, that $2 billion deal, it was all done through USD1. Now, there's no reason to do it in this currency. You could have done it in BNB. That would actually make a lot more sense. Put it in Binance's own crypto coin. No, the only reason you would do it in USD1 is to really help out one person or one player, which is World Liberty Financial, which is Trump's crypto project. Because, of course, as we said, these stablecoins are backed by treasuries. And unless you redeem the $2 billion, if you just hold it in USD1, what you're doing is de facto making the World Liberty Financial Group about $60 to $80 million a year, because they're just farming the yield from those treasuries at 3 to 4%, right? So it's $60 to $80 million in risk-free revenue for World Liberty Financial.
He already privated the VOD to cover up yelling at VO. Scumbag.
just due to the fact that this $2 billion deal was put in USD1. Very curious, right? Why would they do that except to maybe curry favor?
Why do streamers think it's Highlander? Like, if I destroy this person's channel, I'll get the views. I don't know, Mad Vinks. I don't know. It's never been true. In fact, me calling out Gremlo is just gonna, you know, cause me to lose a couple hundred people, right? Like, and he'll probably lose 1,000, you know, whatever. It is what it is. It's not good. Anybody, if you think me calling out a quote fellow leftist, although he's not much of one, is going to help my channel, you don't understand it, right? Like, it doesn't help you to have fights with other people that are nominally on your side. But I had to do it because I'm not going to let VO get harassed and these people to run around doing like subterfuge and whisper campaigns. I'm going to bring it out into the open. If you want to be a mic hater, be a mic hater openly. Don't do it behind the scenes like a little coward. You're definitely gaining some as well. People see how transparently we can bully like Greblo. I mean, he's only bullying me because it's through a computer and he's safely ensconced behind the keyboard. All right. In person, he doesn't fill a room. Let's just put it that way. Okay. He's not exactly dominating the space. So it's very funny to bully like a mean girl from the movie when you're safely ensconced behind a keyboard.
Well, a few days later, Binance CZ announces that
they really tried to deplatform me. Yeah, they did. But when bigger streamers didn't fuck with it, when like Hassan and Noah Samson were like, it's a bad clip. I know Mike, he's gonna come out and clarify. But other people defended it and defended me and was like, we've known Mike for years, he's a good guy. Then they were like, oh, and they went silent. And then when I did my apology video when I came back, they didn't say anything about it. They didn't watch it. They didn't evaluate it. They just went silent on it. He has good takes. He has surface level takes. If you like just repeating what I say, just repeating what Twitter is saying back at you is not a good stream.
Applied for a Trump pardon, right? Oh, interesting timing, right? Right as they're announcing that it was all done in USD1. The next month, World Liberty Financial announces they're partnering with PancakeSwap and they're doing a $1 million reward trading campaign to increase USD1 usage. Now, of course, this is all once again associated with Binance. Now, on September 15th, 2025, we all of a sudden hear that there may have been some favors being done, or at least the appearance of favors being done in that big deal where the $2 billion investment, as I said, part of it was MGX. Now, what was discovered by...
I do think he is the Regina George. He is the Regina George of Twitch. I should get a Regina George emote. DSA Gremlo.
By the New York Times is that right at the time that they were making this big investment into Binance, of course, which benefits World Liberty Financial immensely, they all of a sudden get access to a bunch of special AI chips. This is according to the New York Times. One of the Sheik's investment firms would deposit $2 billion into World Liberty Financial, a startup founded by the Witkoffs and Trumps. 2 weeks later, the White House agreed to allow the UAE access to hundreds of thousands of the world's most advanced and scarce computer chips, a crucial tool for the high-stakes race to dominate artificial intelligence. Many of the chips would go to G42, controlled by the same sheik. Interesting. So one side of that deal got a benefit, right? MGX. Now, of course, there are a bunch of disclaimers in this piece.
The fog machine and the red light. This is my whole aesthetic. I need to do this. What am I doing?
That everybody's saying that there was no conflict of interest. This just sort of happened to work out. The official quote is that the deal was totally unrelated to any government business. But now we know one side of the deal, MGX, got something. And now the question is, what does Binance get out of holding this USD1, right? Why don't they just redeem it for cash? Why don't they just put the money into stablecoins themselves, farm the yield themselves, that $60 to $80 million we were talking about, use it for something? Well, on October 11th, remember we had that hyper liquid whale that we were saying, maybe insider trading with the whole timing of the Trump.
All of crypto is a fucking scam and it serves no purpose. This is a thing that I think fundamentally needs to be accepted, is crypto itself is a fucking scam. It's just, it doesn't have a purpose. It's it's basically tulip bulbs. And it's valuable because other people think the value is going to go up. It's not used for anything. It's not a store of value. It's not used in financial transaction. It is just a scam.
of special AI chips. This is according to the New York Times. One of the Sheik's investment firms would deposit $2 billion into World Liberty Financial, a startup founded by the Witkoffs and Trumps. 2 weeks later, the White House agreed to allow the UAE access to hundreds of thousands of the world's most advanced and scarce computer chips, a crucial tool for the high-stakes race to dominate artificial intelligence. Many of the chips would go to G42, controlled by the same sheik. Interesting. So one side of that deal got a benefit, right? MGX. Now, of course, there are a bunch of disclaimers in this piece that, everybody's saying that there was no conflict of interest. This just sort of happened to work out. The official quote is that the deal was totally unrelated to any government business. But now we know one side of the deal, MGX, got something. And now the question is, what does Binance get out of holding this USD1, right? Why don't they just redeem it for cash? Why don't they just put the money into stablecoins themselves, farm the yield themselves, that $60 to $80 million we were talking about, use it for something? Well, on October 11th, remember we had that hyper liquid whale that we were saying, maybe insider trading with the whole timing of the Trump tweet. Well, interestingly, they are linked to a Polymarket account called Big Winner 01. And a couple weeks ago, they started betting on will Trump pardon Changpeng Zhao in 2025, which was a really kind of like wild bet at the time, like by the end of 2025, because there were only a couple months left, right? But then all of a sudden, of course, October 23rd, 2025, we get the last leg of this deal. Trump, of course, pardons convicted Binance founder. And it's important to note, once again, just like the MGX deal, the White House is, of course, denying that it had anything to do with some of these crypto deals. Instead, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says that Trump exercised his constitutional authority in issuing a pardon, who was prosecuted by the Biden administration and their war on cryptocurrency. The Biden administration's war on crypto is over. But again, what we saw is that the actual charges had nothing to do with politics. Instead, all of the charges were related to anti-money laundering and allowing money to go to basically criminals. They had chats from the chief compliance officer of Binance noting that they should probably not allow money to Iran, North Korea, Syria, Cuba, and Crimea. So, they kind of had him dead to rights. That is why it was such a big deal. And now, basically, that's being kind of wiped away here. The Wall Street Journal first reported on the pardon, says it will likely pave the way for Binance, the world's largest crypto exchange, to return to the U.S. after the company pled guilty. And really, my problem here is, okay, if you want to say, look, we're trying to do...
So, basically, the Trump administration wants to bomb random fishermen in the fucking ocean, and then it wants to let off the guys who did the money laundering for the cartels get off scot-free.
Less of the crypto enforcement stuff. We're just trying to loosen controls. That's one thing. But to make the president's family such an obvious beneficiary is so crazy to me. I mean, it's like, even if you're a supporter of Trump, and that's fine, you got to call balls and strikes here. This is insane. It's an insane, corrupt move where it clearly benefits the president, and it clearly is just to make them even more money. It's just gross. I don't know what to say. I didn't even want to cover it because, once again, it's politicians are involved, and I hate talking about that stuff, but it is one of the biggest pardons ever of one of the biggest cases against one of the most important crypto people. And it just seems so blatantly corrupt. It's not just that you're pardoning CZ, it's that leading up to it, you're having deals to make money off of that pardon. I mean, you literally can just look at the market cap of USD1 and see the effect this deal has had on this coin. Before they put the investment into this, there was no interest almost in USD1. And all of a sudden, this giant spike is when there was this inorganic investment into USD1, right, by the Binance deal. Almost all of the success of this coin, to the extent it has been successful, was because of this deal. It's just like a pay-to-play obvious thing that's right in front of everyone's face. So, that's basically it. I don't know what else to say. It's ridiculous.
Do people even care about corruption anymore? Sigman nuts. Does anyone even care about this anymore? Is anybody even incensed anymore? Does anyone even mad anymore? Are you planning to watch the new Second Thought video? Yes. But before we watch the new Second Thought video, I think now is a good time for us to just cover this Rhyzohm shit once and for all. And then I promise, chat, I'll try to get back to politics. It's only going to take us about 20 minutes, but I need to address it because I know there are some people in this community who watch Rhyzohm and Gremlo. And so I just want to show you what they've been. This is not a content nuke of their content. This is just an example of them harassing VO.
I want this space to be comfortable for people, and not just get demonized or like just feel uncomfortable to the point where they don't want to fucking be here. Wait, is VO copying my emotes? So she just reskinned my emotes? Oh, cool. Looks like 16 of my emotes got lifted. Like, oh, cool. There's a bounce. No, no, no. Me and Rare Flowers created. Shake is literally, why are they all mine? That's so fucked up. She stole them and made them ugly.
Everybody, the Pepe, do not make Pepes. You are stealing Rhizom's art.
That's true too. You can tell the new emotes are lazy copies too. Definitely not as much time and effort as you put into them. There was an intentional stealing of like 16 at least.
Okay, so these are the emotes that he claims VO stole.
Emotes.
If you look at the stolen emotes, every single one of them have been part of Twitch or one of VO's emotes for literally a decade. The Pepe with the wine glass, Yump, Blankies, Hyper Blankies, like Skip. This is a Pepe that is a trace of a SpongeBob meme. This is Smiling Friends traced by him. He traced it, whereas VO, they drew a different one. What the fuck are you talking? Like, this is one of the weirdest accusations I've ever seen. And the reason why, like, who gives a fuck? Who absolutely gives a shit about emotes? Like, it's almost embarrassing. We're adults here. But they've been using this as an excuse for attacking and harassing VO and calling her a thief and harassing her whenever she goes and chats. And it's all been encouraged by these people. And it's like, why? But why? It's fucking stupid. Like 3 days ago when you weren't naming names, I said, I have no idea who you're talking about. And you said, yeah, no, you do you. Come on. I'm fully vindicated. I still have no idea who any of these people are. You know who Gremlo or Rhyzohm is? Congratulations, you are intelligent.
From this channel in a rebranding for VO's channel. Name and shame publicly. Everyone knows it's VO.
Hey guys, I'm VO, and as some of you may have heard, I released 17 new emotes for my channel. A few days after releasing my emotes, I noticed people piling into my offline chat calling me a thief.
Not to attack you or anything, but why did you do reskins of Rhizome's emotes? To take a Pepe and use the like dumping tool in Paint to change the color to a slightly different blue, and then claim that you own the Pepes for all time and nobody, but by the way, VO, I don't know if you guys noticed, if you go back to the emote real quick, go back to the emotes, notice how they're her character, her own character. Now it's a riff off of Pepe, but it has horns, it has like, it's a different character. It's not an obvious Pepe. What the fuck?
Like 16 at least emotes from this channel in a rebranding for VO's channel. Name and shame publicly. Everyone knows it's VO.
Hey guys, I'm VO, and
name and shame publicly. Everybody knows it's VO. What the fuck? And by the way, these people are like, why did you guys speak on this on stream? Mike, you could have spoken to these guys privately. Well, it was fine for them to do it to bully VO, right? It was fine for them to do this to bully VO. But it's not, but when I wait months, by the way, and hope that they'll just be normal, and I finally speak out, and now it's, actually, Mike was a racist the whole time.
Some of you may have heard, I released 17 new emotes for my channel. A few days after releasing my emotes, I noticed people piling into my offline chat calling me a thief.
Stealing emote art from another leftist creator without credit, not cool. Stealing is wrong. I'm unfollowing nasty business stealing folks' emotes. Now think about the way that some creators are put off by one message in somebody else's chat and how painful that can be. Look at Rhyzohm and Gremlo's chatters brigading into VO's chat.
Upon further investigation, I was extremely shocked to find out that Rhyzohm had not only gone on a rant about how I maliciously debuted 16 of his emotes and stole his original work from his channel, but also has been encouraging his viewers to dogpile and say nasty comments not just about me, but about my artist Feed Me and his hard work as well. I'm sure you're dying to see what original emotes I have allegedly maliciously stolen and traced from Rhizohm's channel, so let's get into it.
I just saw the raw one today and I was honestly grossed out by how bad it looks. That's the thing about imitations too.
Here is the original emote that Rhyzohm stole from. Notice how every single one of his emotes are just somebody else's art that he recolored. And this motherfucker is going, and the reason why it's important to understand that this is also Gremlo, this is not just Rhyzohm, is that there's a concept called a cat's paw. A cat's paw is somebody that does your dirty work for you, and you step one step back for plausible deniability. But the way that Gremlo has bear hugged this guy as he's doing this harassment, and even to this day refuses to even acknowledge it, while he has a mod, Boiled Peanut TV, who has threatened and promised to harass VO wherever she goes. I'm sorry, but if I had a mod doing that to any other streamer, I would remove them from mod immediately. I would not say it's justified. I would be like, what the fuck are you doing? And enabling this shit, then going, oh, it's because he wants to be our friend and we're the cool kids. Gremlo, you guys were not at any of the cool shit. I was at all the cool shit. Like, you are, what are you talking about, man? No one gives a fuck about Gremlo. You are a who omega lol. Like, what are you talking about, man? What are you on? I just want you to stop harassing my partner.
Is they are always gonna look worse. Like, ours looks good because I tailor made them for the channel. That looks like it got punched in the fucking face. Like, it doesn't have any sense of like how to connote the emotion that it's even going for because it's unoriginal. You know, like, rot is an original emote. That's me.
Rot is an original emote. That's me. Traced it from Smiling Friends.
I had the thought, I was like, this is what it would look like. It's like a dude decaying in his.
This is what it would look like. Bro is like, he saw somebody else who's a talented artist make something, and then he made a slightly recolored version of it with a stain on his shirt, and he was like, I had the thought. I made this. Bro, what are you on? What are you on? I mean, by the way, this is emote culture. I'm not saying you can't take things you like and meme on it and make it. That is part of Twitch culture. You know what I mean? Like, it's just Twitch culture. And to go to VO and be like, oh my God, I can't believe you have a different take on an emote that I traced. You stole my art, you art thief. That's fucking crazy. That's Looney Tune. I have no problem with Sean. I've never said anything. Open present. I completely agree. I have no problem with Sean.
Rotting away, and that's why it looks good, because like I know
Sean
why
and
the
I
decisions.
Are good as far as I'm concerned, I don't think we've ever shared a crossword. When he first got partnered, I was like, and we went to I saw about the partner party, and I was like, Sean, if you don't mind, let me introduce you to as many people as I could, because I've always been excited for leftist streamers to grow. I've always been excited to promote leftist streamers, small leftist streamers. Now I don't hang off your ass. I don't become your best friend, but I try to be encouraging and giving like support and advice when asked. And if you guys, by the way, you don't have to fuck with me. You don't have to like me. It's okay. We could all do our own things and show solidarity for each other. But this right here is not okay.
To reskin it and be like, yeah, look at my new shit. It's crazy.
Spoiler alert, not one emote was stolen, traced, or directly lifted from his channel, but let's continue.
In no, like when it turns its head, there's the smear frames. So we learned that for that emote, and those were lifted.
1. Just because you learned a technique that existed since the 30s doesn't mean you can now gatekeep it. And 2, ours doesn't even really have smear frames anyways, and in fact needed an additional 7 frames because it is animated so differently.
Guys, they have 15 frames where he has 8, but they traced his emote by making an additional 7 frames. Is the guy bitching about this supposed to be a leftist? I don't think he calls himself a socialist or anything. I think he calls himself a leftist, but maybe not. Like they use the generic phrase leftist because they're not socialists. I think another big standout point of this is how you can't remain chill with people who are looking for things to cancel you over. They want to constantly keep you on edge while keeping up the facade that you are in the community that we're cool, so they aren't affected by it. Yeah, basically they want to. What Gremlo wants to do is hang out. You know, me be nice to him, my audience kind of hang out in his chat when I'm not live, but then any opportunity he can to stab me in the back or boost some sort of smear campaign, he uses it. And he goes, wow, that's a bad look. I don't know, Mike has some internalized racism and misogyny and anti-Semitism, I think. And then it's like, but not me. I am the good leftist guy. I am always, yeah, it's one of those kind of things. And it's like, you're such a fucking worm, dude. You're such a bitch. I don't need to degrade you to make my commentary valuable. I just make my commentary and I fight for what I believe in. This is political fundamentals. Yeah, there's nothing about the left. There's nothing about socialism. It's just this like melange of honestly DGG liberalism.
The inspiration comes from the Nopers emote, but also from a GIF from the anime Boki the Rock. There are many reiterations of this GIF as an emote, and many other streamers have their own versions of this emote as well.
But like skip itself is for this channel, because like we skip or we.
By the way, Chad, don't you find it odd how Gremlo is not acknowledging any of this? He's just ignoring this. These are on-stream comments that were being made by Rhyzohm, his close friend and buddy, that he was spreading this shit to random people in real life and say how it's Mike and Vio are after us and they hate us and they're stealing our emotes and smearing us as thieves, right? Like, isn't that fucking weird? And you know, doing that, we all hate Mike, fuck Mike, to random people. And he thinks like, you know, we're the cool kids club. It's not the cool kids club. That's the not invited to any other party club, okay? That's what that club is, all right? That's not the cool kids. But I still fucked with people. I don't need you to be cool. I don't care about you being cool or not. I want everybody to feel accepted and supported. Think I'm cooler than you just because I got to go to more parties, or just because I'm in the purple lounge, and just because I have more viewers or more subs or whatever. And that doesn't matter to me, okay? That doesn't matter to me. I am friends with people with 20 viewers. I'm friends with people that don't stream at all.
Fuck stuff.
The skip emote being unique to Rhyzohm's channel is just completely false. People skip has been around and been a meme in channels for as long as I can remember, and VO skip has been a meme in my channel in multiple ways for years now. As you can see, our emotes have clear stylistic and animation differences and use different references, colors, horns, proportions, and in every case, completely different characters.
The impression he got, he felt you were bragging by sharing stories from the Purple Lounge last year. Okay, chat, I'm going to say this and I'm going to say it loud. If you have a friend who doesn't want you to share your wins, who is not excited to cheer for you, if you have a friend who's not trying to boost you up, if you have a friend who's trying to yuck your yum, they ain't your friend, they your enemy. They are your enemy. That is not your friend.
People that's in your circle that's telling you that they're your friends and they talking against your future. There's some people that's in your circle that's telling you that they're your friends and they talking against your future.
They are talking, if they are in your circle and they're talking against your wins, get rid of them. The world is hard enough without enemies posing as friends.
So unique that each one has its own individualized horns. To call these emotes traced or stolen when they clearly weren't is not only wrong, but it's also harmful to both me and the artist who made them. Besides, emotes have always been derivative by nature, and this is literally how Twitch and emote culture work. They reflect a community's emotions, memes, and personality through art in the chat. And seeing as Rhyzohm himself uses blue pepes as his—
I mean, blue pepes, man. Blue pepes. The other thing that hasn't been mentioned, but I think is an important point, is that Vio has a lot more emotes. Okay, Vio has a lot more emotes because she's a more successful streamer as far as, you know, getting subscribers. Vio has more emotes, right? So she has more slots. So if you're cherry picking shit out of Vio's emotes just to the ones you also have, that's cherry picking to push a narrative. And that's weird. That's a hostile hostile act, right? Like, here's Rhyzohm, right? You look at Rhyzohm's emotes, the list isn't very long because he hasn't gotten that many subscribers over the years. But Vio has maxed out the number of emotes you get. See how much longer the list is? Because Vio has had really high subscriber events, you know, streamathons and things like that. So Vio has gotten so many more slots to fill. That's just a structural issue here. So it's weird to like cherry pick something you might have in common and be like, look how she's stealing all my emotes. And it's like, got a lot of slots to fill, my king.
His mascot and has made his own versions of Pepe emotes and memes that already exist. I thought he'd understand that better than anyone. At the end of the day, inspiration is not theft. My emotes are unique to my community.
Bib P, I've always just used emotes in any chat regardless of which streamer they came from. That's called being normal. That's what you're supposed to do. You are being normal. This is very much an embarrassing kind of Twitch streamer only thing, but I take care of the people that I love and I care for, right? I'm not going to let you be bullied and then be quiet about it. I'm going to have your back. And if that makes you guys not like me, I'm sorry, but that's my personality, is that I will defend people that are being bullied, even if they're being bullied about stupid shit. And I want you to understand that this is months long. This has been a months-long harassment campaign. And this video, don't worry, we're going to get to some of the examples. And there's a lot more. There's a lot more receipts about Rhyzohm and Gremlo that I have decided not to show, but they have decided to go on the attack instead of taking this moment as oh my God, I'm fighting with Mike now. Why am I doing this? Let me stop and just apologize to Vio and build the bridge and be normal. They decided to go on the attack. Think about that. Think about that. Why would you do that? It's because they have hostile intent and they've had it for a while. My door is still open. I'm still willing to listen to what is going on in their heads, and they're allowed to apologize. They're allowed to come and say, hey, we got in a little circle, we got into a bubble, we were all shitting on you because we were jealous or whatever. Or they don't even have to say that. Apologize. Just say, hey, I don't know what got over me. We blew this way out of proportion. The door is still open, but I'm not going to let you mistreat me and Vio and not say anything. Come on.
Community, just like his emotes are unique to his community. And while I thought this was clear as day, I wanted to lay out the facts so you can see the truth for yourself. By his own logic, my emotes clearly aren't stolen. So you can imagine my confusion when I watched Rhyzohm spend 2 days on stream maliciously ranting about me and Feed Me and spreading harmful lies. Now, it's important to me to go through the rest of the emotes that he accused me of maliciously stealing. However, if you've already seen enough and want to see Rhyzohm's horrendous behavior, feel free to skip ahead to this timestamp. Let's start with VioWow and Rhyzoom. As you can see,
we're just going to go over this real quick, just to go over every emote. Well, we'll watch some of this just so you could prove that these are not traced or whatever the fuck.
Mine has a more zoomed out face, a single fang, forked tongue, oval pupils, and white eye highlights. It also has horns, different colors, and no shading. This was clearly inspired and not traced. As for the reference, I've actually had different versions of this WoW emote for almost a decade now. Here's one I commissioned back in 2017, and here's the original reference, being the classic Pepe WoW emote that many people have a version of as well. Next, we have VioEw and Rhyzoom. The eye and face structure are completely different. Mine has horns, the colors don't match, there's no shading, and the line work is much thicker. And as for inspiration, it's literally just the Pepe cringe emote. Next, we have Vio Blankies and Rise Blankies. Mine has a different robe with a different hood, dotted details on the robe, a bigger head and face structure, horns, a different body shape, and they're completely different colors. And as for the reference, it's literally just the classic Blankies emote, which tons of streamers have their own versions of too. Next is Vio Hyper Blankies and Rise Hyper Blankies. Ours has a demonic style, an animated face with animated facial gestures.
By the way, look at this, how they have their own animated fire, where what they did on their lazy fucking theft is paint the face blue of an existing emote and put a shitty fire gif or gif behind it. Like, God, imagine acting like this over lazy shit like this.
Claws under the robe, horns on the shoulders, hand-drawn greenish-yellowish fire instead of just putting a gif of fire behind it, a different body shape, and different colors. For the reference, Chaos emotes have been a part of Twitch for as long as I can remember, and I've even commissioned different versions of this in the past. Next is Vio Yump and Rise Bounce. Ours has white highlights in the eyes, a slower animation, and when the body turns left, it jumps twice quickly instead of just once. It also has horns, a different body shape and colors, and yes,
I mean, I know how embarrassing this is, like cringe to even watch. It's cringe to even watch, but it's like, it has to be done.
It's true. Fat ass. For the reference, it's literally just another Pepe Yump emote, which a lot of other streamers have their own versions of as well, including ones where they jump left and right instead of just jumping in place. Next is Vio Pain and Rise Pain. Every frame in ours is uniquely drawn using a technique called jitter, where you redraw each frame slightly differently to make the face more animated and give it more expression. It's also given—
This is him stealing a frame, something from SpongeBob SquarePants, the My Eyes meme. Like, and hers is a completely specially drawn thing.
Suffering, not shivering. The tongue moves differently, the gum and palate twitch, there are red blurs in the eyes instead of veins, our emote has horns, a different body shape, and different colors. You get the gist. Here's the reference, a popular SpongeBob gif called My Eyes. So, as you can see, our emote was clearly inspired by the meme and wasn't traced. As for Rhizom's version, well...
And Rise Pain, I traced from My Eyes.
Next up is VO Flop and Rise Flop. As you can see, they're animated completely differently. Ours has a forked tongue, different eyes, mouth, body shape, colors, horns, and yes, once again, it is guilty of having a fat ass that it's bouncing on. The reference was my previous Humpers emotes that I've had for years, as well as the other popular emotes such as Omega Lol or Omega Lol Dying, which many other streamers have their own versions of as well. VO Glitch is literally just a glitched pink version of VO Flop that I made by mistake. Rise doesn't have an emote like this, so I'm not sure what he's referencing here. We have VO Vom and Rise Sick. Ours has more unique frames when turning back and forth. The whole body wobbles and not just the eyes. The pupils shrink, the back of the head twitches with the puke, and the puke is a rainbow. There's no green face, it has horns, a different body shape, different colors, no shading, thicker lines.
Imagine if Hassan came at Mike because the I sold DSAL or DSA rate. I know, it's very cringe. Again, it's cringe that we have to do this, but I feel like it's best to clear the air.
A single fang. While we were clearly inspired by how Rhizom's emote turns around to vomit, we also used many other emotes, gifs, and memes as reference. Next is VO Shook and Rise Shake. Ours is clunkier, has bigger jumps, isn't sweating, and is less smooth. It also has a cleft chin, horns, a different body shape, and different colors. The reference is the original Pepper Shake emote, which, once again, many streamers have their own versions of. Next is VO Wine and Rise Wine. In our emote, the wine doesn't move when the glass swings, the smile is bigger, and the animation is slower. It also has white eye highlights, a blue body color referencing the German phrase Blau sein, which means to be blue or meaning drunk, and a pink face to emphasize being tipsy. It also has horns and different colors. The reference is the original People Wine emote, which, again, many streamers have their own versions of. Next is VO Wub and Rise Wobble. Our emote has a different body shape. It also has a gigantic ass that it's bouncing on, different sunglasses with unique reflections, horns that also look like a hairstyle, and it has different colors. The reference is the classic Rare Parrot emote, which, you guessed it, tons of streamers have their own versions of as well. The difference is that Feed Me animated mine to bounce on its ass cheeks instead of sliding side to side. Speaking of slide, next is VO Jamji Slide and Rise Slide. Mine is just our existing Jamji emote animated to slide. Tons of emotes use this sliding animation. It's nothing unique, original, or exclusive. We have VO Fwend and Rise Cat. For one, ours has a fat ass again. It's also animated completely differently. It goes forwards and backwards and not...
The fact that Gremlo is defending this is so disappointing because he refused to watch this. Well, actually, he watched it on VO's stream and he knew he couldn't. So now he's just changed it to attacking me, right? He just came out with every bad faith attack he can make against me because he doesn't want to deal with the fact that he's been encouraging this behavior.
Side to side. Our emote smile gets bigger as the face moves back, and the little gremlin it's holding is inspired by a labubu, not a cat. Also, unlike the cat, my gremlin is not meowing, it just stares at you menacingly. The arms move differently and they don't fully close. Plus, both gremlins have horns, the body shapes are different, and the colors are different as well. As for the reference, I've had a penguin hugging a cat emote for years, and a Pepe hugging something and going side to side has been around for a long time too. Once again, there are many versions of this emote, and it's not something original or unique. Honestly, I would have preferred to have had this conversation in private and resolved it in 20 minutes, but on the other hand, this whole thing led me to find out what kind of person Rhyzohm really is.
I mean, I can't watch VO stream anymore because whenever my service dog hears Mike's voice, he leaves the fucking room, so I haven't been in there in a while. That's so fucking funny.
And it's like, what the fuck? If I would never say anything about Gremlo or Rhyzohm like that on my stream. That's crazy. And it's like, where does this hate come from? And it's like, oh, he was a DGGer.
All right, well, good luck.
Just, you know, yeah. Hooking up with all the leftists, you know, trying to break out of the DGG Twitch ball.
Yeah. All right. Trying to break out of DGG. That is all relevant right there. That's who is with him. That is Chud Logic, and right off the screen here is IRI. So where's this like hate for Mike come from? Well, the Gremlo Rhyzohm axis is full of ex-DGGers. and they're hanging off Hassan's ass trying to get clout because that's all they care about. That's all they care about. So they were fake to my face, but when they had but when they think they can get away with it, you know what I mean? They were eager to jump on and trash me. Isn't that fucking weird?
Hilarious. Anyways, you're probably wondering, how did Rhyzohm approach the situation? Well, after seeing a non-sub in his chat posting a single emote of mine, this is how he reacted.
Wait, is VO copying my emotes?
Instead of reaching out to me to get some clarity, Rhyzohm immediately starts a parasocial witch hunt. He then frames me as a malicious thief, encouraging his chatters to dogpile both me and feed me, which hasn't stopped to this day. After sicking his community on me by validating countless comments like these,
I hate to be the one that says it, but it seems very intentional. Oh, I agree. Oh, I don't think it's a coincidence at all. It's so obvious.
He also makes no attempt.
All these same people are now going, oh, I can't believe Mike didn't reach out to us. Well, he brought it onto stream.
To de-escalate the situation he created. In fact, when one of his mods attempts to de-escalate the situation by suggesting that it would be worth it to reach out, this is how he responded.
Maybe worth reaching out. Why was I not reached out to?
During his rant, his viewers also decided to pile into my offline chat to call me a thief and even showed up to harass me during my own live streams. To my surprise, Rhyzohm refused to call out the chatters who were dogpiling me and feed me and openly discussing brigading and harassing us. Not only did his hateful rant embolden chatters to harass us in my own chat, but they also went out of
Gremlos are stolen art from the movie Gremlins. How dare he steal the art?
Of their way to target both me and feed me in other leftist spaces. For example, here's how some Rhyzohm chatters reacted in Mari's chat after she complimented my emotes, along with more of them harassing me in Caroline's and Jason's chats. Even one of Gremlo's mods, who goes by the username Boy.
Yeah, no, I feel that. Phoebe Don't Kill Me is a Grem chatter, and I mod for Grem, so whenever they come in, I'm posting these stupid emotes. I reply to them with Keck W.
Peanuts is actively harassing my artist Feed Me. Not only have they been spreading an incredibly harmful and slanderous lie.
My friend has a theory that their emotes were made with AI because they're so bad. I don't want to say anything outside of this Discord so as to not start drama, but the whole thing just irks me whenever I see the emotes being used. Gremlo's mod going around smearing them as using AI and saying they stole the by the way, Gremlo supports this. We didn't think he did. We were like, oh, there's no way Gremlo would be okay with this. But now it's since come out that he's fine with it. He likes this. He likes this behavior. And that's why we're doing this. This is why I'm speaking out and saying, hey, if you watch Gremlo, you're probably saying you don't care about me. And that's fucked up.
That my artist used AI to create the emotes. They even gleefully bring up how they are a mod in Gremlo's channel and that they plan to continue to harass my artist Feed Me whenever they get the chance. Now, I assume Gremlo isn't aware of this because I know he wouldn't allow his own mods to harass creators. However, it is still concerning that this is happening in leftist spaces. On top of that, Rhyzohm deliberately framed this as a parasocial issue by claiming that I stole not just from him, but from his entire community.
Like, I had you guys choose the emotes. They're all ideas like that we create together, I feel. You and I are like, okay, yeah, this could work.
This was especially shocking since Rhyzohm...
They have the Vosh mentality of burn the left until they're the only one standing. Yeah, the former DGG, former Voshite people, they believe that the best way to grow is by taking me and Hassan down. That's why every single time there's a Hassan or Mike scandal, they're maximum boosting it, and they're trying to give it a leftist sheen. Because they think the more they can knock us down and show themselves as the only safe place for marginalized chatters, they'll grow. And they don't want, you know, we don't want to have marginalized voices silenced. I don't want marginalized people to feel unsafe. But at the same time, I have a white guy leading the charge to call me who was used to be a Nazi. It's like, what the fuck is this?
Has been very vocal about leftist creators treating personal conflicts delicately and taking accountability for their chat if they start dogpiling other creators.
And I want this space to be comfortable for people to contribute to the conversation in whatever way they can.
And it's important to say, okay, hold on, let him finish his point.
And not just get
and taking accountability for their chat if they start dogpiling other creators.
And I want this space to be comfortable for people to contribute to the conversation in whatever way they can and not just get demonized or like just feel uncomfortable to the point where they don't want to fucking be here.
He constantly claims to understand just how harmful parasocial dynamics with chatters can be, yet fails to uphold any of his own standards even when confronted on it. This ongoing witch hunt has made me feel so anxious and unsafe that I haven't been able to stream and can't even type in other people's chats without worrying I'll be harassed again. This includes chats of people I'm friends with. I can't even imagine how FeedMe feels as a marginalized freelance artist who found a home in these communities. What happened next shocked me beyond belief. The next day, I was hoping that things settled down and I was prepared to reach out to Rhyzohm to clear the air. But just as I was about to message him, I discovered that he had permanently banned me from his chats at 10:28 a.m. At that point, I assumed he had already made up his mind that I was nothing more than a malicious, backstabbing thief and that he had no interest in speaking with me or hearing me out. So I decided to move on. Just a couple of hours after I had been permanently banned from his channel, Rhyzohm reaches out to one of my closest friends, Casey Tron, to, quote, get her opinion. Considering the malicious rant he went on the day before and the fact that I was permanently banned from his channel, this didn't feel like he was reaching out in good faith. And my suspicions were confirmed when I saw the rest of the conversation. As ridiculous as it is, the next segment will be told through Casey Tron's DMs since this coward refused to speak to me directly. I'll be summarizing the key points, but feel free to pause the video if you want to read through everything yourself. He immediately begins with a lie, claiming that his chat had brought something to his attention, when in reality, no one had mentioned my emotes in the context of copying him. In reality, a single emote had been posted by a non-sub who was merely reacting to the video and participating in chat, and Rhyzohm saw that as an opportunity to bring it up himself. He then asks her for advice on how to handle it and says how he is fucked up and wronged by it in an attempt to paint himself as a victim and emotionally manipulate Casey. Casey mentions that I was thrown off guard and hurt by Rhyzohm. She brings up how there are many reiterations of the Pepe memes and also mentions that she saw my emotes and disagrees with Rhyzohm on them being reskins. At this point, it was starting to become clear that this had never been about simply getting an opinion or getting clarity. He acknowledges Casey mentioning that nothing malicious was—
Chubbs, you understand that I have to watch the video too, right? On my channel. I can't just let the harassment go. And the reason why I have to watch it is because they justified their harassment of Vio by saying it's because Vio is Mike's partner.
Happening, but then
so
immediately—
I cannot respond to it, you know? Also, which it's an open secret, but it was still a secret. And they were happy to use that secret from the trust. I gave them trust by inviting them to my home 2 years ago. And they abused that because they knew Vio was my partner to go after Vio, knowing it would hurt me. So it's not just one betrayal, it's two.
He dismisses it because he feels like the new emotes are stolen. He doesn't provide any images, references, or proof whatsoever with this claim and frames the whole thing as a grand act of personal betrayal, insisting that it had to be malicious. He then tries to claim that me asking Casey, who's been a close friend of mine for years, for help with the harassment I've been facing was evidence that I must be acting maliciously. Casey reiterates and confirms that there was no malice behind anything I'm doing, including me reaching out to her. She then asks if there's anything she can pass along. Rhyzohm completely ignores everything Casey said, and instead he tells Casey to tell me that 1, he feels like this was deliberate thievery, 2, that I should have asked for his permission and even his advice before making emotes, which is just weird, and because we're quote-unquote friends, which really he's just exaggerating a connection that's really casual at best. 3, that I should credit him, and 4, that I should reach out to him. At this point, it's clear Rhyzohm isn't interested in resolving anything, but instead is fixated on damaging mine and FeedMe's reputation by pushing this baseless claim that we stole 16 of his emotes without a shred of proof. Casey tells him she'll pass along his message and once again emphasizes that there was no malice involved. Rhyzohm responds that he really hopes she's right, as if he couldn't just message me directly.
By the way, chat, I want you to know something. The context that's missing here. Casey Tron was doing a hype train, a subathon to fundraise for the lawsuit she's facing from Ethan Klein. Vio herself was banned for 30 days because of Ethan Klein's harassment. These motherfuckers are calling us Ethan Klein after they exposed our relationship, they harassed Vio, and they trashed us to a bunch of people in person. And they're trying to act like it's because we're mad that they're not our friends or something. I don't give a shit if you're not my friend. Fremlo, at no point in my life was I like, oh God, Grandma's not my friend. No! the 5'3" former Nazi is not my friend. Ah! That never happened, okay? But I did find it weird that somebody who occupies the same space as me is trashing me to a bunch of other random people. That's fucking weird.
From the start and resolved everything in 20 minutes. Instead, he went out of his way to reach out to the people around me and accuse me of theft. Casey tries to wrap up the conversation with a supportive message, but then Rhyzohm takes a chance to lie again. He claims he didn't jump on the attack, which everyone clearly saw he did. Then he inflates our friendship over and over again and reiterates that I betrayed him. Keep in mind, our entire quote-unquote friendship consists of 3 DMs back in 2023 and hanging out 2 separate times for a couple of hours at TwitchCon 2023 and TwitchCon 2024. If we are as close as he claims, how come he never reached out to me when I was unfairly banned for 30 days back in October to check in on me? Being this parasocial and delulu with a streamer that you spoke to a couple of times is one thing, but acting on it to try and drama farm, that's just a whole new level of disgusting and pathetic. Casey pushes back, reminding Rhyzohm that the way he handled this has hurt both me
too,
and
Luffy.
Feed Me, and she emphasizes—
Luffy Loves Lo-Fi says, though lots of us saw through Rhyzohm and Narcissism's BS months ago, but Gremlo was a saddening surprise. Yeah, I didn't want to believe it. But then I kept seeing Gremlo promoting like some of the most unhinged Mike haters, like James from the internet. And there's another creator I don't even want to mention because he's so psychotic. Like James from the internet threatened to erase me from the internet and from the world. I was going to be kidnapped by Bo of the 5th column for criticizing him. I always thought that maybe Gremlo just didn't know, but actually I've now found out that he's always known, and he was just boosting people that were hateful of me. He didn't want to do it directly because he wanted plausible deniability, but he wanted his audience to slowly start hating my guts, and he kept putting them in like some of the worst, most toxic streams on the platform, who do nothing but just trash me and Hassan and other people nonstop. And that's the Vosh mentality of, I'm going to grow by taking down Mike and Hassan.
once again that nothing was done behind his back. She also calls out the nasty comments he made about Feed Me's art, urging him to apologize since his behavior was completely uncalled for and utterly disgusting. Rhyzohm responds by, once again, you guessed it, lying. He downplays his reaction and says he isn't sure if he even brought it out on stream. He mentions telling his chat not to attack anyone on his behalf. Meanwhile,
the vibe I've gotten, it hasn't been Mike needs to be better. It's been the space would be better without Mike in it. That's exactly what they've been trying to spread. That's exactly what they've been trying to spread. Now they say, well, Hassan is redeemable, but Mike needs to be gotten rid of. Because obviously, if they said Hassan was irredeemable, you all would recognize what they're doing. But it's not slick. It's not slick.
he claimed I should be named and shamed and spent nearly an hour relentlessly slandering and attacking both me and Feed Me, egging his chat on to dogpile both of us. And even then, it was only mentioned after an hour of ranting because one of his viewers forced a poll onto the screen asking whether they should let those involved handle it on their own. Instead of recognizing how fucked up it was of him to go after Feed Me and insult his hard work and art, calling it sloppy, lazy, ugly, and traced, he excuses it and justifies it by calling it an emotional reaction. The next part is so fucking bizarre, I don't even know where to start. For the first time, he finally admits this could have just been innocent, but then flips it, saying it's on me to reach out to him. Bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? In what world does a grown-ass adult go out of their way to bully and harass someone, then expect that same person to reach out and apologize for their unwarranted, self-fabricated emotional meltdown over some fucking emotes? Especially when
Grandma started calling Vio hysterical and a racist. They called her white, even though she's an immigrant, which is part of the reasons why I've been trying to protect Vio from all this stuff and insulate her. It isn't Destiny that brought her out. It wasn't Ethan Klein that brought her out. It wasn't Asmongold that's exposed it. It's the leftists I trusted that have brought out our relationship. And the only reason they knew that is because I invited them to my home 2 years ago. And now they're maliciously calling her white. They're calling her a white colonizer. They're saying she's white passing. They're saying she's got white privilege. She's racist. I mean, this is absolutely unbelievable.
All of it could have been avoided with a single quick message, especially if, as he claims, we're supposedly so close. He went out of his way to create and uphold this narrative both publicly and privately that I maliciously stole 16 of his emotes and that my artist just traced—
Saying she stole Rhyzom's emotes on your behalf, yeah.
his original art, and then permabans me from his chat, yet somehow expects me to reach out to him? And when Casey reiterates again that there was no malicious intent and urges him to apologize for his hateful behavior, here's what he says. This so-called apology is hard to take seriously when everything he's apologizing for are things he's still actively encouraging. Not only was his chat openly discussing brigading me, but none of it was called out or timed out either. If anything, it was encouraged.
Yeah,
so no,
comrade,
he
I know.
absolutely did not step in the moment he saw it. This non-apology is just riddled with lies. He ends his apology by saying that Feed Me and I don't put in the time and energy to create and curate our emotes and that we don't make them in-house and that they aren't tailor-made for our communities. He admits to using the Peepo character but then flat out lies by claiming there are animations and concepts that don't exist outside of his channel and that they were blatantly copied just to prop up his narrative that we're maliciously stealing directly from him. The credit angle is also just laughable considering how much credit and support I have been giving him over the years. For example, whenever I've seen one of his new emotes that was clearly inspired by one of ours, such as VO Shake and Rice Cheeks, I've reacted excitedly and told my chatters to go sub to him so we could have matching emotes. And if I had ever felt weird about something being inspired by me, I would never in a million years drag it onto stream the way he did and would have handled it privately. That's how I've always operated. I'm gonna be real. This is hands down the most insane non-apology I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. And honestly, it doesn't even feel like Rhyzohm is talking to me in his pass along message. At best, he's talking at Casey rather than having a conversation with her, and at worst, he's still trying to convince her that I maliciously stole his—
The B video shows James threatening you. When? Can you do the timestamp instead of just giving me the full fucking video in the middle of me watching another video?
Emotes. This passed along message just comes off as manipulative and honestly it's just fucking weird. You're a grown-ass adult. What the fuck are you doing? To dump the task of figuring out his emote drama on Casey while she's literally dealing with non-stop harassment, a lawsuit that's trying to bankrupt her, and taking care of her disabled parents, dragging Casey into this bullshit of all people is beyond shameless and just straight up fucking despicable. Rhyzohm continues to make this Casey's problem and has no issue following up with her to make sure there is a back and forth happening, yet still can't reach out to me himself. Instead of apologizing and admitting he handled things atrociously, he tells Casey he plans to keep pushing the narrative. Shortly after that message to Casey, Rhyzohm goes live and pretty much immediately starts lying about the situation.
Because like, as a lot of you guys know, VO debuted 16 new emotes this week, each of which was like ripped and reskinned from my channel, and I still have not heard from them about it. So like, I don't know their side of the story. They know that I want to talk. My sentiments have been communicated. All I know is 16 of our designs ended up on VO's stream. Each new emote that was debuted came from this channel. The thought of taking 16 of my emotes was had between VO and her artist. No credit was given to me. So that's where things stand right now. That's all I know right now. There's been no response. As of now, I have banned VO and Feed Me Don't Kill Me from this chat. That was a decision that I made because I was just like, if I can't hear from you and if you're just using access to my channel to steal work for me, I'm not gonna allow you in here. I don't want to have you in here. You don't have access to my community then. I'm willing to change that, but like, I haven't heard, like, if this was a mistake, if this was unintended, if this was, I just haven't heard that. I haven't heard any of that. I haven't heard anything at all. It's tough to deal with stuff when you're online, having an emotional reaction, because it's like, I said mean things at the time of, but it's like, I'm pissed and I'm hurt.
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
Then, despite saying that he wants to move on, he cherry picks this comment, even though it's completely unrelated to the current content.
Do you think the VO stealing emotes is connected to calling out Mike at Rhyzohm?
You think VO stealing emotes is connected to you calling out Mike? Bro, listen, I don't know. I don't know their side of the story. I told them I want to reach out. That's such a weird, if that is the case, that's a really, really weird thing to do.
I've noticed Rhyzohm pushing this narrative that I'm doing this to avenge Mike, which is just blatantly sexist. It's incredibly frustrating to constantly be seen as an extension of the man in your life instead of your own person, especially coming from another leftist space.
Yeah, the other thing that I don't like is we know that both Vio and Mike look at things very personally. At no
The projection is insane. The projection is insane.
point was I trying to do personal attacks or get on a personal level with this. I do not want to make that personal whatsoever. I just don't want my emote designs lifted with no credit at all given or no communication at all whatsoever. Them released as like their own thing.
This whole thing was framed as personal to Rhyzohm to begin with, and all he has done is make personal attacks on me, Feed Me, and now Mike too. To claim he didn't want to make it personal after all the slanderous shit he said is ludicrous and just astronomical levels of projection.
Like Ethan was on screen and I typed Rise sick and it wouldn't post. So you can't put my emotes in Mike's chat right now. See, this is what I mean by they make things really personal.
Some of Rhyzohm's emotes were temporarily disabled because his chatters go out of their way to harass not just me and my artist, but anyone using my emotes as well, and Rhyzohm was well aware of this. Instead of addressing his viewers on their harassment, he tries to spin it like it's some kind of personal attack on him. The crybo—
Look at all these. Agent Goober has a very important point that everyone needs to see. We need Rhyzohm to get investigating all these people's blankie emotes. Look at all these Rhyzohm emote thieves with all their blankies emotes. Look at these emote thieves. We need a Rhyzohm rant about them.
Doesn't stop there.
This is why I didn't want to stream today. I'm just trying to have my space and do my thing. That's how it's been. My designs have been stolen. I've ended up on somebody else's channel. I didn't ask for that. I'm trying to like figure out what happened there. I can't figure that out. Like it's just being treated like this weird drama team battle kind of thing. Like why can't
What team? That's what I'm finding out about. Apparently there was an anti-Mike team. I didn't know about it. Apparently it exists, and they figured out, well, we can't really bother Mike, but we can harass his partner.
Figure out why those were lifted in this way.
Anyways, his own mod then jumps in to try to get Rhyzohm to move on, and Rhyzohm pushes back.
Well, let's put it on the back burner. It's none of our business. It's going to be tough because people are going to come in and ask about it. Like, when things happen publicly, it's tough to keep it not public. If 16 designs are released publicly, people are going to see it.
Tried to blame you for Peacefire Now's choice to leave Twitch after he claimed he was bullied and attacked in your unsafe room. Who?
And that's why it was brought to my attention. The reason I wanted to like hear from them is because it would be like, at least I have something to tell you guys other than I'm just upset about it.
We all saw what happened. Rhyzohm was the only person who brought it up in this context. Rhyzohm made this a public issue. Rhyzohm escalated this. Rhyzohm incited harassment towards myself and my artist. Rhyzohm was told that none of it was malicious, but completely ignores that. Rhyzohm continues to push this harmful narrative, but then tries to act like the victim. I thought this is where it would end and that this dipshit would finally move on like he said he would, but days later, he reaches back out to Casey again with some crazy shit. He claims that I was only reaching out to Casey to do damage control. Now, I know having real friends might be a foreign concept to Rhyzohm, but typically when you are actually close to someone, you feel like you can reach out to them with things that are going on in your life. This is clearly just projection. He then starts confirming his suspicions with Casey, trying to convince her that I'm actually this malicious person who stole his emotes and betrayed his friendship. I love how he mentions that the situation he created is now making him feel at risk with other creators. A, it seems like this is exactly what he was trying to do with me, which is put my friendship with other creators at risk. And B, he did this to himself by trying to drag other people into it and showing his crazy drama farming ass behavior over some fucking emotes. Casey's response is just, mwah, chef's kiss. In conclusion, instead of de-escalating or clarifying the situation with me, he kept pushing a harmful narrative despite being told that there was no malice involved. He incited harassment, lied, cry-bullied, and shown zero real interest in resolution. This isn't someone who wanted the truth, and this most certainly isn't someone who is trying to hold themselves by their own standards. This whole thing has been incredibly painful for both me and my artist, and I hope that we are able to safely exist in this space again and move on from this situation situation. To Rhyzohm, if you are watching this, I hope you are able to reflect on your horrendous behavior. An apology is the least you can do for both me and my artist, as well as giving your community the real update. I hope I was able to clarify everything, and thank you for listening. Bye!
I know exactly what I choose to talk about and exactly what I choose not to talk about.
And, you know, the reason why Gremlo's involved in this is he's been using these people as cat's paws, and he continues to push the narrative that I'm racist, that Hassan is racist, that we don't care about these people. And meanwhile, he elevates streamers like this.
A rat's dick. This guy thinks so fucking highly of himself. This guy, he supports human trafficking. That's the only possible reason why he would do this. I don't give a rat's dick. This guy thinks so fucking highly of himself. My God, look at him. He looks like
Mike from PA basically said he's a human trafficker on stream.
Fucking porn stars host.
Also, Bo can disappear your ass, so watch your fucking tone.
There you go. This guy thinks he's so fucking cool. It's unbelievable.
People fucking around with shit they don't know about.
Oh, I know about it. Bo is a human trafficker and you defended him. So yeah, there's the clip.
So isn't it funny because Grem is one of those people who's like, fuck Graham Plattner for being a PMC. Meanwhile, this guy's a fucking VIP recommended streamer of his. He likes to recommend people like this who are really hateful toward me and Hassan. And this is psychotic. This is actually a death threat. He could have done, oh, I'm sorry. It's not a death threat. It's a implication.
There is the clip. Now, if this makes you angry, I'd like to show you what you can do about it. You can go to twitch.tv/JamesFromTheInternet, and on his channel, if you think that this is way out of line for a verified Twitch streamer to be saying to another verified Twitch streamer, especially in defense of human trafficking, there's a little thing down here called report channel that you can click, and then you can report him, and you can link this video with a timestamp to that clip to show that he actually did it. And make sure to emphasize, if you do this, you know, totally of your own volition.
The other day. Yeah, he knows about this. This isn't a secret. Jay's from the internet, and then by the way, it wasn't a one-off. James from the internet made anti-Mike streams for years and years and years and years and years and years. Years. Almost every single stream was about me. And this is who Gremlo supports. This is like the least threatening of my stalkers. And I haven't mentioned these people before because they're irrelevant. And me even talking about them is like gonna double their viewership. And look at this, chat. James for the internet viewers also watch Gremlo when he was back at 265 viewers. These guys have been viciously anti me and Hassan for years. They have bad intent, and it is what it is. I didn't know about it until they started harassing VO a couple months ago, and I started looking into it, and the more I looked into it, the worse it looked. And there's other streamers, and I don't, there's more receipts, and I'm not sure if I should bring it out because I don't want to involve more streamers in this drama without their consent. But let's just say they've been shit talking a lot of your other favorite streamers, like Denims, for example. They've been viciously vicious against Denims as well. And I'm sorry, Denims, for bringing your name up, but it's also true. And I don't want to show some of the other receipts because I don't want to get people, I don't want to do, there's even more names than that. So it is what it is. I hope now that I know this shit, I don't even know how I can build this bridge. Games from the internet viewers also watch Gremlo, and he continues that connection to this day. This guy threatened to kill me, and he just raided him the other day.
If this happens to enrage you,
no, Denims is being attacked by them, and she has no idea. Like she's not involved in this at all. So don't bother Denims, or I'll ban you from here. But it's just there's other receipts where they shit talk her as well, and it's fucking gross.
He was threatening a fellow verified Twitch streamer in the name of defending human trafficking. So aside from that, I'd just like to note that absolutely everyone at the time pretty much came out in defense of the human trafficker below the fifth column, like people like Xander Hall, Mike from PS.
Let's watch the whole video. I'll be right back.
Hello everyone. So the other day I had the displeasure of introducing you all to a streamer known as the Funko Pop Soy Jack, also lesser known by his official name, James from the Internet. That's the name of his Twitch channel, all one word. Funko Pop Soy Jack was going on an impassioned defense of Beau of the Fifth Column, noted human trafficker, and unable to actually grapple with the evidence on the case, but still wanting nonetheless to mount a defense of this human trafficker, Funko Pop Soy Jack decided to throw out some threats directed at Mike from PA, someone who was actually going through the evidence and demonstrating the fact that Beau of the Fifth Column was actually a human trafficker who had lied incessantly about what he had done in his past. Now, the full extent of what Funko Pop Soy Jack, aka James from the internet, had said to Mike from PA in Beau's defense was unfortunately scrubbed from the internet. Or at least Funko Pop Soy Jack thought that. He thought that he'd gotten away with it. He thought that no one had these clips anymore. But, you know, no one can escape my grasp. Ha ha ha, that's a joke, by the way. But yeah, we have the clips, and let's just say they're not very good, and they're a lot more explicit than what he said in the one that I showed in the previous video. So here is a clear video of the Funko Pop Soy Jack, James from the internet, outright threatening Mike from Pennsylvania, a fellow verified streamer on Twitch with forced disappearance, for daring to reveal human trafficking, actual human trafficking. Like, this guy, he supports human trafficking. That's the only possible reason why he would do this.
I don't give a rat's dick.
This guy thinks so fucking highly of himself. My God, look at him. He looks like a fucking porn star host.
Also, Beau can disappear your ass, so watch your fucking tone.
There you go. This guy thinks he's so fucking cool. It's unbelievable.
People fucking around with shit they don't know about.
Oh, I know about it. Beau is a human trafficker and you defended him. So yeah, there's the clip. There is the clip. Now, if this makes you angry, I'd like to show you what you can do about it. You can go to twitch.tv/human trafficking. Now, so aside from that, I'd just like to note that absolutely everyone at the time pretty much came out in defense.
He was trashing Vio at the beginning of his stream, Con Abyss. He was calling her hysterical. And he was trying to be like, no, Mike is just mad because you could tell who's mad in a breakup or whatever. And I was like, I'm not mad because I'm not your friend. I never was. I'm mad because you and your friends are harassing my partner, you fucking worm.
Of the human trafficker Beau of the Fifth Column, like people like Xander Hall. Mike from PA's attack on Beau of the Fifth Column is downright malicious. Buddy, the evidence blatantly shows that he's a human trafficker. What? It's malicious. It's absolutely true. How dare you defend human trafficking, you fucking piece of shit. Probably the worst of them, though, was the Serfs, who not only defended the human trafficker, Beau of the Fifth Column, but brought on this James from the internet, Soy Jack, Funko Pop man, and agreed with him the entire time. Look, and just look at the thumbnail. You can see, haha, look, Mike from PA, he's a cop for outing someone as a literal human trafficker who exploited more than 200 young Eastern European women. And you can clearly see in the thumbnail, he's framing it as like a double team of him and the fucking Funko Pop Soy Jack guy who threatened to forcibly disappear Mike from PA for denouncing human trafficking on the other side with Mike in between them. Haha, aren't we just destroying him together? And I mean, everyone knows that the Serfs is not exactly very politically gifted, given that he loses debates like fucking far-right fascists every single time he tries one and makes them look good somehow, which is just fucking embarrassing. But defending a human trafficker and teaming up with someone who threatened forced disappearance of someone who outed that human trafficker for clout is pretty much par for the course, isn't it? But yeah, this is utterly disgusting. It's so fucking utterly disgusting the way that these streamers coalesce around someone for whom there is massive insurmountable evidence of them literally doing human trafficking and attack the person who dared to reveal simple, clear, publicly available evidence of it. Utterly disgusting. These people will do anything to defend their own. That's all it is. They don't have beliefs, they don't have principles, they don't have standards. All they have is in-groups and out-groups. And usually the out-group is anyone who attacks them or the people within that in-group, who they always have to attack and delegitimize, no matter how clearly wrong the evidence shows them to be. It is disgusting. But yeah, anyway, so just to remind you, Funko Pop Soy Jack, this is his channel. Just to remind you, in case you wanted to know who the Funko Pop Soy Jack, this is the Funko Pop Soy Jack who again said this in defense of human trafficking.
Also, Beau can disappear your ass, so watch your fucking tone.
Watch your fucking tone. Deadpool Funko Pop, Boba Fett Funko Pop, a million different volumes of Star Trek and Star Wars defending human trafficking. Well, we know why someone like this would defend human trafficking. We know why. Just look at him and you can tell why. This whole Bo thing and finding out about how these people all defended him, or they all coalesced around him to defend him when the evidence for him being a human trafficker is fucking crystal clear. It's disgusting. And by the way, human trafficking by default means that there is forced labor involved. If it's not human trafficking, it would be alien smuggling or people smuggling. That's the difference. So he did human trafficking because he brought people over in order to make them work for him. Not the same thing as people smuggling, which these people like to muddy the waters about because they want to frame what Bo did as somehow noble, even though, as I've gone over, the evidence shows it very much was not. This guy is a disgusting defender of human trafficking who clearly has a massively inflated opinion of himself, which is not absolutely not warranted to have either way. But really, the worst thing about him is this.
Apply to them, and I don't give a rat's dick. Also, Bo can disappear your ass, so watch your fucking tone.
I'm not going to watch my tone. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show everyone what you said here, this video that you thought you'd gotten rid of, you thought that no one would ever find again, and I'm going to publicize it, and I'm going to disseminate it, and I'm going to spread it. Maybe you should have watched your tone when you were defending human trafficking. Human trafficker defender. Anyway, yeah, so fucking disgusting. This whole situation just makes it clear to me that the correct move if you're a
friend, by the way. This is Gremlo's friend. This is the friend group of Gremlo. So fundamentally, that's your decision. You know, I think I've said my piece. This is who Gremlo associates with. DGGers who harass my partner. People, you know, recommending people that say they want to disappear me to defend a human trafficker. Calling Hassan racist and that you better not subscribe to him. You know, somebody who tries to posture as the most woke and safe white leftist while every other white leftist is a problematic person. Do you know how evil that is? You know how anti-solidarity that is? He's trying to drive a wedge between all of us. Well, if you want to drive a wedge, the wedge is driven. And when I said, hey, all you have to do is call me up and apologize to me and Vio and let's have a conversation, he was like, let's do it on stream, because he wanted clout from it. If none of this bothers you, if this is okay to you, if you would watch Gremlo anyway, if you would watch Rhyzohm, I doubt many of you are followers of Rhyzohm, but you should hit that unfollow button if you are. It is what it is. And that's going to be it that's it for the drama for today. I'm sorry. I didn't know what else to do. Politics stream, but I decided to air it all out, let everybody see. If you decide that you value Gremlo anyway, personally, I would like you to leave. Personally, I would like you said you were going to bring more receipts. I did. How many more fucking receipts do you need? How many fucking more do you need? Well, I have a lot more. I incorrectly assumed a lot of these leftist streamers have praxis outside of Twitch. Doesn't seem to be the case for many. I mean, their praxis is like, by the way, if you do praxis outside of Twitch, but you use that in order to degrade other people, that's not praxis. That is exploiting the movement for opportunistic reasons. That's opportunism. When I go to the No Kings protest, oftentimes I don't even take a photo while I'm there for OPSEC reasons. I don't use the No Kings protest as an excuse of why I'm better than other people. That's fucking performative and crazy. New second thought video chat. The secret plan to tank Zohran. There's a lot of secret plans happening. And I understand that there's going to be a bit of a, you know, listen, people don't like when people fight. There's a lot of fence sitters out there, chat. As you're probably learning with Ludwig, there's a lot of fence sitters, a lot of people that are like, well, I just want to go to the content. I don't care about what happens to you as a person.
Always win. Recently in New York, though, a charismatic young socialist, supported by both DSA
It is really funny, though. Before we move on, it is really funny that when he's looking at the clip of when he goes to James from the Internet's account, it's recommended Gremlo. How the fuck did Gremlo grow? Crazy to me. James from the Internet also watched Gremlo. He puts on the news earlier than you do. Yeah. Fuck that guy. Oh, shoot. I am just closing videos today. Okay.
Working families, running on a platform of affordable housing, publicly owned grocery stores, and more mental health responders instead of cops, actually won the Democratic primary. In a firmly blue city, in a firmly blue state, that's usually the end of the story. But then, in November, India Walton lost the general election. Back in 2021, Buffalo, New York re-elected centrist Democrat Byron Brown as the mayor. After losing the primary to a DSA
Struggle
candidate,
for? Hell yeah.
Buffalo's establishment freaked out.
See, I know them as left flank vets.
Millionaires, real estate
And I know that they got harassed a lot because they were left-wing veterans. And I think they got harassed for defending me at some other cancellation attempt. Can't remember which one. So they started going off on their own.
moguls, Republican donors, all terrified by the prospect of a politician they hadn't completely bought and paid for running a major city, formed a united front basically overnight and swept Brown into office on a write-in campaign and a mountain of establishment
It was
money.
the Bow thing? Oh,
Despite
yeah, that's right. They backed me during the Bow thing.
Losing the
That's what it was. They said I was right about the human trafficking and they got harassed by all those people. I forgot about that. That's what it was, the Bow thing. You're right.
Democratic nomination, Brown won the general. And there are a lot of reasons this upset happened. For starters, while Brown quickly got to work outspending India Walton and pretending he suddenly wasn't a Democrat after 30 years with the party, the top party brass like Chuck Schumer took their sweet time endorsing the candidate actually running on their ticket. Some, like Kathy Hochul, the governor of the state, never even did. There was no vote blue no matter who mass mobilizing like we see every 4 years for the presidency. The party left Walton out to dry, and that meant that even though Brown was notoriously corrupt to the point the FBI was looking into his entourage, that poverty in Buffalo was going up, and that the racial wealth and homeownership gap was one of the worst in the country after 15 years of Brown being mayor, or even just the fact that he simply filed too late and couldn't legally be on the ballot, and so he needed help from the district judge, the brother of one of his top donors, none of that ultimately mattered. Buffalo got bombarded with Brown ads and door knockers and mailers. Meanwhile, Walton's life got put under the microscope. And the best the media could come up with, by the way, was that she did $300 worth of food stamp fraud at 21, 18 years before the election, didn't show up to court one time because her summons was sent to the wrong address, and at one point posted a, frankly, really good Facebook comment. Compared to a corrupt pro-oligarchy guy making life more expensive for regular Buffalonians and doing nothing about inequality and city water being a glorified lead distribution network, come on. But the Buffalo elite wanted Brown, and Brown is what they got. On December 31st, he was sworn in and got an extra 3 years as mayor of New York's second largest city, until he resigned to be CEO of a horse betting company or something. But if it wasn't obvious already, this isn't a video about Buffalo. We're talking about Zohran. Zohran Mamdani is not running to be mayor of the second biggest city in New York. He is a candidate in the race for the biggest city in the country. The rich came for Walton's head in Buffalo, but Zohran's in the financial and cultural capital of the world. That's not gonna cut it. They're gonna need him to be obliterated. Before we get to the rest of the video, I want to take a quick second to do a shameless plug for our Patreon. If you're not interested or you're unable to support the channel, feel free to skip ahead to this timestamp. I'll get straight to the point. Content like ours is not rewarded by the YouTube algorithm. This is a corporate platform. We're outspokenly anti-corporate. Because of this, YouTube ad revenue represents a tiny and shrinking sliver of our channel's income. The vast majority comes from grassroots support on Patreon, from people who believe in our cause and are willing to directly fund Second Thought and keep us afloat. Because of the generosity of people like you, YouTube could completely demonetize our channel and we'd be able to keep producing these videos. That being said, people's financial situations change, and with how the economy is looking right now for the average person, the Patreon has definitely taken a hit. If you're in a position to chip in a few dollars a month to support the channel, we would greatly appreciate it. As a little show of that appreciation, every patron, regardless of pledge amount, gets early access to every video, plus access to our patrons-only Discord server. We've got everything from a book club to a recommended reading list to educated users ready to answer whatever questions you have about socialism. I even try to do a live Q&A every now and then. It's a really great place to hang out, and I hope you'll come check it out. So, if you'd like to support the channel, join the Discord, and get early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought. Your support really does make a huge difference. Okay, back to the video. There is, I think, a real fear among the rich and powerful that a whisper of socialist success here could be a warning shot for their way of life everywhere. Just look at them freaking out. Our goal is anybody but Mamdani. Fighting Mamdani is expensive, but allowing him to win will cost you more. This tragedy is not just a moment of mourning, it's a call to reject policies that would make our city even more vulnerable. Every single one of his plans will hurt the very people that he thinks it will help. If he's the cure to what ails the party, then cyanide is the cure for a headache.
Look, it's blatantly obvious that the field needs to narrow or Mamdani will win. And I think that's a disaster for this city because we are
Open Presents, thanks for the 25 gifted. Appreciate you, brother.
The capital of capitalism, and we need to remain that way.
Next week in New York, there's a chance that socialism could actually finally win big electorally and make daily life for some 8 million working class people actually bearable. This is exciting, but there's just this little voice in the back of my head that's scared because this story is looking just a little too similar to what we've seen before. A shock upset in the primary, a centrist with the worst track record still fighting after losing badly, top Democrats taking forever to endorse the winner or mobilize voters. Meanwhile, random dirt about petty bullshit like stolen tables and college applications makes the rounds in the media. They are trying to run back the Walton strategy, but it's not going to work. And I think they know that, and I think that's making them more desperate. As of writing, just about every poll is showing a Zohran win. This one even shows what could happen if everyone but Sliwa, everyone but Adams, and everyone but Cuomo drops out and they all unite behind one guy. In every single hypothetical, Zohran comes out on top, no matter what everyone
Zohran's gonna win.
else does. We're editing this script after Adams dropped out for real, and still Zohran is in the lead. And then there's clips like these.
I was a bit hesitant actually to take this interview because I didn't want to be seen wearing this shirt because I don't particularly support Cuomo. I don't think he's a righteous guy. I think he's a bit of a morally reprehensible person. But for me, I think, you know, even though he's a bad guy, he's paying $200 a day. And even if it is like blood money from like billionaires and super PACs and, you know, not righteous causes, a guy's gotta get money. I'm sorry.
So who do you support instead?
Personally, I kind of stand behind Zohran Mamdani.
We saw this video when it first dropped, chat. We saw this video when it first dropped, and would you look at that? Jeffries to endorse Mamdani. The powerful Brooklyn Democrat plans to endorse the Democratic Socialist Friday afternoon. The reason why is because the race is over and the polling is clear. Mamdani's gonna win. And so instead of oh, by the way, chat, fuck. I forgot to link you guys the Rhyzohm video. I forgot to link you guys the Rhyzohm video. There you go. Make sure you check that out. Although I don't even think Veal posts on this account. But Jeffries is endorsing Mamdani, and he's endorsing him right when it's clear who's going to win. Jeffries will join Governor Kathy Hochul and other senior New York Democrats who've announced their support for the Democratic Socialists after keeping him at arm's length. That the announcement will come Friday afternoon in the form of a statement rather than an event. What a fucking worm. A long-awaited nod from Jeffries is certain to prove divisive in the fractured party as it seeks to path out of political wilderness ahead of the next year's midterms. Jeffries' decision leaves Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer as the last key person in the state Democratic leadership to withhold support from Mamdani. Jeffries faced relentless questioning from reporters and has offered the coy guidance, "Stay tuned." On multiple occasions, the minority leader has said he remains focused on steering Democrats back to a House majority in 2026. Some of his moderate battleground members see progressive Mamdani as a liability. Total bullshit. Total fucking bullshit.
Mamdani's opponents want you to believe he's an inexperienced radical whose policies will make New York City more dangerous. But what do his actual supporters think?
What the fuck?
Mamdani isn't crazy. He's just trying to even the playing field.
You know, give everyone a fair shot. Sure, he said multiple times we need to defund the police, but that was just a metaphor.
And yes, he did say crime is a social construct. But that was also a metaphor.
His main backer, the Democratic Socialists' ideas are common sense, such as
decriminalizing misdemeanors, like shoplifting,
third-degree assault,
trespassing,
prostitution,
and drunk driving.
With plans to decriminalize all drugs, Mamdani will be a job creator for drug dealers.
Instead of helping us homeless get off the streets and into the mental health facilities we need, he wants to give us safe injection sites to do crack and let us sleep in subway carts.
These are actual policies Mamdani
and the DSA want to implement on day one.
When a woman's being domestically abused, she finally won't have to deal with some pesky cop to arrest the abuser, but now a social worker to help, kumbaya the situation.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Mom Donnie is finally lowering jail sentences. Guilty! But Mom Donnie says you're free to go.
Who cares if legalizing prostitution statistically leads to an increase for sex trafficking of women and young?
It really does feel like everybody's getting dumber, doesn't it? This is the worst dystopia I've ever seen. I feel like if you wrote a book about the dystopia we were in, no one would buy it because it would be so bland and like off-putting, but not in an entertaining way. Like you couldn't make a dramatic story about this world because it's so fucking lame.
Girls by 70%.
You can't have safety without equality.
For unlawful abiding citizens like us, globalize the intifada.
I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal.
I'm a criminal.
Yep. I'm a criminal.
For Zohran.
For Zohran Mamdani.
I didn't have a real job until I was 30, but sure, give me the keys to the city. What's the worst that can happen?
Paid for by Cuomo for NYC.
This is like every racist boomer right-wing shit that I've ever seen. It's like the most racist boomer shit. Like the new Plattner poll, this time by a right-wing pollster conducted yesterday. Oh, Plattner's gonna win. I don't think that the white people from Maine are giving much of a shit about the tattoo. I honestly, I think it makes him seem to them more normal that he made a mistake. Like I don't think they give a fuck. I think they're like, this guy seems normal, like he wants to help out a guy like me. Yeah, he made a mistake. You know, the tattoo is kind of stupid, but fuck the Democratic Party. That kind of seems what it is to me. I think one of the things that's really difficult to understand is that regular people believe all sorts of random ass shit. They believe a bunch of random ass shit that is not very coherent. And you could never truly predict what scandal is going to affect the popular support. Now, for me, there's some red flags in Plattner. But when I compare Plattner to so many other people, my main response is like, okay, he's kind of a weird guy. I'm not as excited about him. I'm going to pay attention to some other candidates. Like, I notice a lot of people talking about Plattner and raging about Plattner every single fucking day. But I don't see them pushing Francesca Hong in Wisconsin. You know, isn't that odd? People will hyperfixate on whatever the fucking story of the day is, but they're not pushing the actually good leftist candidates that are out there. You know, we're hyper fixated on every micro decision that Zohran makes, but nobody's out there pushing Francesca Hong but me. The tattoo thing only boosted his name recognition. Yeah, it's too early. I think Plattner's got this in the bag, to be honest. Graham had Francesca Hong on 2 weeks after I did. I'm glad I was able to bring the Wisconsin socialist to Twitch so that people could parasite off of me and then spend their time calling me a racist on their stream. But the more important thing is that Francesca, I'm sure he raised her a couple $100. Do you think Plattner is going to be a useful idiot for the pivot to China? He gives the vibes of free Taiwan type leftist. Yeah, it worries me. It worries me. Like, anti-China leftism is a huge red flag for me. That's my main problem with Plattner is I'm not sure I worry his foreign policy is kind of shit. Last month, Hakeem Jeffries pledged to publicly weigh in on the mayor's race well before the start of early voting, and now he's going to endorse Mamdani hours before early voting begins. And the answer is, chat, they hung back because they were trying to help Cuomo. But Cuomo doesn't have it. Cuomo is defeated. So instead of like they don't want to ride the Cuomo ship because then they look like fucking losers. So in order to steal some of in order for Hakeem Jeffries to steal some of Zohran's clout, he's endorsing him now. But he hung back because he was trying to boost Cuomo. So you should look at this endorsement as is not a sign that Hakeem Jeffries has changed his mind on anything, but rather that he feels like such a fucking loser and there's no way that Cuomo is going to win. You should consider this to be a sign that Zohran's pretty much got it in the bag. The Plattner stuff is crazy. I haven't really talked about the cutie Cinderella Ludwig shit, huh? I really haven't talked about the Ludwig shit. The Ludwig shit is kind of crazy. This makes me feel bad, dude. Leader Jeffries, he is your party's nominee for mayor in the largest city in the country where you live and represent as that party's ostensible leader of the U.S. House of Representatives. This week, self-defeating, and why I'm no on Jeffries for Democratic leader. Hell yeah.
Themes of criticism that came up from the other two candidates were he's inexperienced and his comments on the Middle East are problematic. Are those likewise the same issues that you want to talk to him more about? What's left unsaid between the two of you?
I've certainly already publicly communicated and privately communicated some of my concerns with respect to some of the views that he's expressed in terms of foreign policy, in terms of the mayor's race in advance of early voting.
Thoughts of them trying to take guns away from cannabis users? Incredible.
So I did watch the debate, and the themes of criticism that came up from the other two candidates were he's inexperienced and his comments on the Middle East are problematic. Are those likewise the same?
Inexperienced. Barack Obama had been a senator for less than 2 years when he announced his run for president. Was Barack Obama, would you have voted no on Barack Obama? Would you have been an anti-Barack Obama from lack of experience? As for China, I feel like more and more Americans are having their minds changed on China. So quiet.
Job. I thought it was going to be like polluted and very busy, and my heart, my gut, this job like really landed on, and I gave up everything. They're adults. I left my home, family. You know what? I'm going to go try.
That's fucking wild. Although I will say this, I think it is, I miss the days. One of the things that people used to be able to do is they used to be able to blow up their fucking life. You used to be able to be like, you know what? Fuck this place. I'm going to Australia or some shit. You know what I mean? It used to be like, fuck this. I'm moving across the country. But now you're dragging along a digital file. Doesn't matter where you go. There is no restarting your life.
I can't even full and quite understand, but I'm figuring here I am making good money. I get to travel. I meet for the world and parents and everyone was creative. Kind of what I wanted to hear your guy. And
I mean, obviously China is, it's just less expensive to live out there. Like if you could get a job, you are going to be able to afford your life a lot easier than you will in the US. And the US, full-time work is no guarantee of anything. All right. Zohran went on to Andrew Schultz's fucking podcast, which I don't care to watch the whole thing. But this clip from Majority Report is actually pretty nifty.
Let's play this clip, which I think is Mamdani on Schultz.
Yep, we got it.
Like, I also think this idea that like New Yorkers are going to flee because of a 2% increase. It's like, I've been everywhere else. You're not going anywhere. Bill Ackman's not going nowhere. He's going to be in the Hamptons all fucking
There's only
summer.
one place to write those tweets.
That's it.
New York City.
Exactly.
Every character you want.
AC goes out in July in Miami. You sweating writing tweets? There's
He's
no way.
spending more money against me than I would even tax him. Every day it's like $1 million. It's like $1 million. I'm like, I don't even want that. You're going above and beyond.
Okay, but so I don't think anybody's moving, and I honestly feel that way. And like I'm in the tax bracket. We're going to tax more. Like, dude, if you're going to deliver all this shit for 2%, give it. I'm 100% supportive. It makes life easier for New Yorkers. This is my one identity in my entire life is a New Yorker. It's the thing I care the most about. But what I will say is that I think that there are going to be people in government that are going to try to restrict you from doing that. And I know that you're aware of that. So I'm like, how? And there are people that might disagree on economic policy. We can have like a philosophical discussion about like what economic policy works. But I don't even know if, I think that's like a waste of time. What the fuck do you do when special interest groups are going to be lobbying like crazy? They're going to say, I want to build 200,000 units. And then the second you try, they're going to be like, well, not in my neighborhood, I don't.
Yeah. I mean, you have
How do you do that?
You have to be ready to take on these fights. You cannot be naive to the
right
fact.
now.
Special interest groups are. But I mean, it's I appreciate the point because there is a reason why we haven't had progress. Right? If you look, for example, at the Department of Education, this is the agency we spend the most amount of money on in any agency in New York City.
Yep.
Of the $40 billion we spend about $10 billion on contracts and consultants.
Yeah.
Those are a lot of people who are looking forward to the renewal of their contract.
No, it's to educate you nerds at Bronx Science. Some of us dumb kids that went to regular public school, we don't need all that money.
Look,
Where'd you go to high school?
Baruch College.
He goes in to call out McKinsey,
yeah.
Where, like how they brought in McKinsey to consult on how to design a trash can, and he's like, of course they're going to fight me when we tell them they're no longer needed.
I mean, he's just so personable. Yeah.
Honestly, chat, like, This is attacking the heart of the Democratic Party elite. The heart of the Democratic Party elite are a bunch of these private consultants being paid for no-show jobs. Zohran is talking about fucking up the grift that ruins every blue state. This is the real waste, fraud, and abuse that people think. They think these people are government employees. They are not government employees. They are the true grifters.
And good at this, but he also is able to go into any room, and he has the courage of his convictions and doesn't treat voters like people that need to be manipulated and changing everything he's saying based on who the audience is, or throwing one issue over one group of people under the bus to create some sort of like perfect message for what's perceived as like a right-wing podcast, or it leans right or whatever. He just goes in there, and he was like joking about bench pressing and making these guys laugh so hard. He's very talented, but it's also just like, make your argument. And these guys will follow. People are looking for something in terms of just like a strength of vision right now.
Here's the Mackenzie bit, if we want to just play this real quick.
Yeah. There are people making money off the status quo. And so there will be a lot of interest in retaining that status quo. Yeah. Right now, the city of New York will pay McKinsey a few $1 million to design a trash can. McKinsey's not going to be happy when I say we don't need you to design that anymore. Right, we can actually design that ourselves. The Second Avenue subway, which is the most recent extension.
Okay, but still.
What does he say about the Second Avenue subway?
Schultz completely derails him because,
of course.
Yeah, they get into some locality argument about how I guess people from Manhattan don't like the Second Avenue subway.
Okay, well, regardless, like it's just, I mean,
I wonder why that might be.
Right. That first
where does
line,
the Second Avenue subway go?
Harlem. But that, I mean, that Zohran's been making that point, and good for him for not backing off of it. But like that first line about how he's spending more against me than I would tax him, I hope other Democrats are listening to that line. It's a very, very potent one, I think.
Yeah, he's given a playbook.
Yep. He should.
By the way, that just tells me we should be taxing them even more than Zohran proposes, because if they've got the extra cash, here's what I propose. The campaign finance tax. If your net worth is greater than $10 million, for every dollar you could spend in campaign contributions or super PAC spending, you must pay $2 in additional income tax. And that money will go into campaign small dollar donor matches. So if you have a campaign that pledges not to take more than $500 or $1,000, whatever, from any individual, you get a 9-to-1 donor match. Let's level the fucking playing field and have the rich pay for it. And anything left over, we spend it on education.
Of capital flight from New York City because of a 2% tax is completely absurd.
I just got a gifty sub and it showed up in my email. Thanks whoever it came from. You're welcome. And yes, our community is that generous.
Completely absurd. First of all, they instituted a millionaire tax in all of Massachusetts. And the only thing that has happened, there was two things that happened. One is it raised billions of dollars, billions of extra dollars for the state. And the other thing that happened is they got something like, 200 more millionaires in the state from after implementation. I'm not saying it's because of that, that they got 200 more millionaires.
That circumvents Citizens United too. Why? Of course, you could do taxes. You could put taxes on spending. You could put taxes on campaign spending. Why the fuck not?
But it clearly, they didn't lose any millionaires in the state. And 200 is 200.
Mike doesn't need your money. Sub to Grevlo has said. Who make a lol? Oh man, one of my favorite things about being myself is that a lot of people do ask my opinions about people. They do actually, and I'm an opinionated man. You know.
More is plenty. Don't say like, well, there could have been 10 that left. Good riddance.
They're threatened because people want
Thanks for scrubbing. Thanks for the 10 tier ones. Do you think people who ask for your opinion seek to validate themselves more than hear your perspective? I know. I sincerely mean this. I take my own opinion with a grain of salt. And when I share advice, I always tell people exactly why I think what I think. I don't believe in just stating conclusions and giving orders. I like to show where my thinking is and give the supporting evidence. I don't like to just say, do this because I said so. I will say, I think you should do this, and this is why I think that, and then I'll explain it. That's the way that I believe advice should be given.
Live in New York City. That's why they're freaking out. It's because they have no intention to move because it's New York City and they don't want their taxes to go up. So the threat is it's the most abusive partner logic possible. And I was curious about how the Schultz fans were reacting to this. First of all the comments are glowing. And then it was just recommended to me on Reddit. I saw his like Reddit page and people responding there. And it's like, the way these fans of the show think, they say he's like the Democrats' Trump. You know, he basically, it's about how he's authentic and he speaks directly. And I knew that might upset you when I saw that, but like that's where it's this perceived authenticity. Obviously, Zohran has actual authenticity, but isn't that crazy that the Democrats allowed that to happen?
By accident, yes. In fact, they're still attempting to not allow that to happen. But I meant about Trump allowing him to present himself as outside of the party establishment and somehow more authentic in that way. Like that perception still exists, and he's been in politics for over a decade. But I think the thing with the bro podcasts, why they respond and their fans respond to both Trump and Mamdani goes back to like if the fundamental sort of aspect of conservatism that has been sold over the past several decades is this notion of do not doubt yourself. Mm-hmm. Any doubt that creeps into your ideology, into your worldview is problematic. That was like Rush Limbaugh hit this over and over again. It was almost like, divorce from politics. And what are those creeping doubts that can come into the minds of people during the past 40 years? Hey, should women have the same rights as us? Is like maybe a gender is not as defined as I thought it was, or maybe what's the big deal if two people get married, or there's no other system other than capitalism. I mean, the whole thing was do not doubt, right? And so if you think about it as confidence. Trump gets on these shows and is in these situations with an immense amount of confidence. That's why also Sanders does very well in those situations because he's so sort of single-minded that it comes off as he's completely confident in what he's saying. Mamdani has that same thing. And this is why he resonates with these sort of bro podcasts. And I'm not, I'm agnostic as to whether that's, it's a good thing because he should resonate with everybody. But the reason why he's able to do that in these contexts, and the reason why their fans respond that way is that it's only confidence. They have no other ideology other than I'm here and I have confidence and that I'm right. And if somebody walks in there and sells them something 180 degrees different than they did yesterday, but they do it with confidence, they'll buy it. And they'll completely buy it because they have
would they buy Gavin Newsom? I don't know.
Does Gavin Newsom come off as confident though?
I mean yeah, but not.
I don't know. The Gavin Newsom stuff, I can tell someone is an internet lib if they like Gavin Newsom. If they're worried about Gavin Newsom, I can tell they're an internet lib. It's very much MSNBC internet lib coded. The guy has no fucking juice. And you'll see, he only looks good. He only appeals to Californians and internet libs.
In what he's selling, I mean, the confidence that emanates from Zohran is the courage of his convictions and his belief.
Voices media.
I agree.
Tier 3. Appreciate you.
I think to me, Newsom comes off as having swagger, but not necessarily confidence.
I think he reads as disingenuous by everybody.
I just think if AOC were to go on there, it would be a very different situation.
I think the commenters, but I have a feeling that AOC would also put them in
the. I'm just trying to make a point that the perception of authenticity too is gendered in that specific context as well.
I think that's probably true as well because one of the things that they don't want to have to contemplate if you're a 17-year-old boy is
Anna. Wait. TYT had a blow up over Graham Plattner. God damn it. Graham Platter is such a fucking cringe lord, but he's such a cringe lord, dude. He's such a millennial, man. I I feel like there's a lot of Gen Z millennial division over Plattner. I think that's actually a lot of what it is. I think a lot of millennials look at Graham Plattner and go, yeah, I used to be cringe. He is the most millennial coded politician of all time, including being kind of a dumbass. I have a few lib normie friends who already donated to Newsom. Pathetic.
Can women be, am I competing against women too? Like, I mean, that's sort of feeds into that. But I'd be curious. You know, I feel like if there was someone who could go into that situation and exude that level of confidence, I think they might be afraid to have her on, to be quite frank, because
it's a lose-lose.
She might say, let's actually, it's a lose-lose.
Yeah.
It's a lose-lose.
But it is, I mean, it just shows that you have to make your argument. This is a more ancillary conversation, really, because I think it's more than just this podcast space. It's about what wins people over, and that is having a confident and clear and coherent message. And that being
I've seen a lot of black leftist TikTok basically say Plattner is a dipshit, but let's be honest and don't be the libs. Okay, here's kind of the situation that I'm in with Plattner. Plattner has so many red flags, and I am a massive anti-imperialist. My number one vote is, will this person destroy AIPAC? That's kind of my number one priority, is destroying AIPAC. That being said, I also want to boost champions of the left. And right now, he kind of grabbed a lot of the left-wing champion energy when he just doesn't fit, right? He doesn't fit as a champion of the left because of so many things that he's done and said over the years. That being said, he would be significantly better than Janet Mills. And I think he would go along with a lot of the policies that we want. So my general feeling is this guy's got a lot of work to do. But if it turns out that he's good on policy and he apologizes and he's working on it, I'll keep an eye out. I'll keep I'll keep open to the idea. That being said, I want to find someone else to pour my energy into. And I think that that's really the real choice. I think constantly harping on him and obsessing over him. There's 33 fucking Senate races. Okay. There are 435 congressional races. We need to find our champions. And, people like Plattner, that's a good sign. That means dummies are becoming left-wing. Dummies who did a lot of dumb shit are becoming left-wing. That's a good sign. That means we're winning. It means our messaging and our beliefs are spreading out there. I think fixating on Plattner at a certain point becomes counterproductive because we don't have an alternative. If I was in Maine, what's the alternative? Fucking AIPAC Janet Mills who supports the filibuster? Rest in power, Michael Brooks. He was a huge part of my politics, moving further left and revolutionary. I'm feeling a serious sense of loss right now. I'm not even sure what to say. I'm just so thankful for his intellect and knowledge. We are stronger because of him, but we have lost something with his passing. That was back in 2020. That's a long time ago. And I'm sure he says he's said and done a lot of shit that's stupid. But I just feel like we should want people to change. I am just so fucking torn on exactly what to do on Plattner. It doesn't happen to me often, but I've been mulling on Plattner a lot, and I don't know. There's just so much cringe. There's so much embarrassing shit.
Saying don't ignore the red flags, and more importantly, how does the left not see this? Maybe they don't see it because they didn't go through what I went through. But how do you ruin someone's life? How does Majority Report do 5 videos on me saying I don't like calling women birthing people? And that's worthy of full cancellation. You are irredeemable. You are a TERF. You are a transphobe. You are garbage, right? How does that happen? But suddenly we find ourselves in a situation where the very same people are defending a guy who got a freaking Nazi tattoo, and he claimed he didn't know it was a Nazi symbol when he got it. Okay. Maybe I will give him that. I find it dubious, but okay, even if I took that for face value, he was drunk, he was in the Marines, he didn't know it was a Nazi symbol, he got it. Then he keeps it on his body and doesn't cover it up for 20 years?
I think that proves the opposite. But to your point, look.
And that's not cancelable, right?
No.
Okay, this is probably the worst type of person you can be. Chat, I want to tell you something. I'm not even taking a position of Plattner on this in this statement. I just want you to know this is the worst type of person you can be. The worst type of person you could be is something unfair, what you perceive as unfair happened to you, and therefore more unfair shit should happen to other people. This happened to me and it was unfair, therefore I want to make sure it happens to other people. That's nasty. That is depraved. That is, ladies and gentlemen, to not put too fine a point on it, evil. That is legitimately evil. I had something bad happen to me, so I want a bad thing to happen to someone else, or else it's not fair. That is that's an evil motivation. That is an evil motivation. And it actually is, you are a bad person if you're motivated for shit like that. That's fucking evil, dude. Yes, it's immature. Yes, it is childish. Yes, it's all these other things. But that is not to put a point on it, as I said, fucking evil, man. You're wanting bad things to happen, more bad things to happen because something bad happened to you. That's the definition of evil. That's fucked up. The second thing I would say is that's not why you got canceled and why people are giving Graham Plattner the benefit of the doubt. The reason why people are giving Graham Plattner the benefit of the doubt is because he renounced the bad takes. He renounces the tattoo. He renounces the shit. He's changed his mind on it. And he's saying, I don't believe that anymore. And I'm not a Nazi. The reason why people are trying to give him the benefit of the doubt is because he's in an election and he might win. And he's saying he supports left-wing ideas, especially on things like Israel. They're giving him the bad ideas because he renounces the bad ideas he used to have. He renounces the tattoo. Okay? You were actively pushing the transphobic turf shit. You were holding that as your position. And so you were attacked for political reasons. Okay? He is being defended for political reasons. It's the same shit, just reversed. Now, whether or not you... I mean, I think the Nazi tattoo is insane. But he removed it immediately, which... good gesture, should have been done a long time ago. But at least he removed it. He did an apology. There's a lot of sussy posts in his Reddit. You know, there's a lot of sussy shit in his Reddit that gives me pause. I don't know how I feel about it yet. And I've got a lot of time to think about it. The election is until next summer, so I get to fucking chill and think about it and see how things go. But I could say that I feel pretty distant from Plattner right now. And I see a lot of red flags. And if it turns out the red flags reveal that he sucks even more, then I'll move even further away.
But you're getting angry at the wrong side of it, Anna.
I'm getting angry at the exact same people. Right?
I know, but at the wrong side of it. The correct answer isn't they should also cancel Graham Plattner. The correct answer is instead of
exactly. If she feels like she was unfairly canceled, why the fuck are you arguing for other people to be unfairly canceled? That's so fucking evil.
Being greedy douches who are like, oh, we're gonna get another left winger. We're gonna grab their audience. Yeah, I said it, Emma and Sam. Okay. Oh, let's cancel them. They said something slightly wrong, right? So, okay, yeah. So you should hate them for that.
Guys, we tried to warn you that your takes were harmful and bad, and people left you because your takes, you've doubled and tripled down. Nobody was doing a plan to steal your viewers, man. At least I wasn't. You just had a bad take. We disagreed on the take. And then you guys made it about, then you guys have had a crash out for years since. How about this? Just say, hey, I was tricked by a right-wing fucking Twitter post. Like, why are they like this?
Hold on.
Go and cancel Graham Plattner to make it equal.
Listen, I don't care about my relationship or lack thereof with Emma and Sam. That doesn't matter to me at all. What matters to me, though, is how you actually accomplish the policies you want. And if, in their minds, it's okay, we're gonna overlook all of this stuff that we would like totally destroy your life over or my life over. Well, it's okay because we wanna build power, progressive power, in Congress. I would maybe believe that, except I have come to learn, and hopefully everyone else who's been paying attention has come to learn, that if you're gonna rely simply on electoralism to accomplish any of this stuff, you will be disappointed time and time again. AOC, disappointment. How is she being outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene on the topic of healthcare right now? It's insane. So you need to build coalitions outside of Congress, organize people to actually apply.
They bum me out so much, dude. All right, let's get back to the Zohran video that I stopped in the middle of.
I don't think any poll is going to explain how cooked everyone else is better than this. Actually, you don't even need a long explanation, just these 3 seconds.
Even Cuomo's paid canvassers are voting for Zohran.
I think these clips, these polls, this primary, they prove something. Zohran showed Democrats that there is a path to victory, and that path is real working class politics. From a guy that's actually invested and doesn't just talk about vague stuff like rising together.
ADHD chat.
So let's rise together.
Right after Trump's victory, Zohran showed us that he's ready to give average people real consideration and power. Going to places in New York that flipped red. He didn't stick to some consultant's script. He didn't appeal to vague positivity. He gave people the mic to talk about the stuff that actually matters to them. Rent, groceries, childcare, Gaza. But he didn't stop there. Instead of carrying a message of hope without substance, like so many Democrats do, Zohran's policies actually materially address people's problem. Childcare is expensive, rent is too high, immigrant and LGBT rights are being stripped away. Here are the solutions. Easy to find, easier to understand, and all under a simple slogan. New York is too expensive. Zohran will fix that. With over 50,000 volunteers, 1.6 million doors knocked, and more votes than any other primary candidate ever, all this, it works. But for all that positivity, that voice in my head is still there because I sort of skipped over the biggest parallel with Buffalo. It's not the lack of party endorsements or the hit pieces that killed Walton's bid. The key to Brown's victory was the money. In just 4 months, Brown went from not really running a campaign to raising $850 grand, mostly from the rich and powerful. And when the general election came around, his sudden vote boost didn't come from working class neighborhoods, it came from the rich. And in New York, the anti-Zohran money isn't what's missing. It's coming from the same crowd we saw in Buffalo. Democratic cowards, Republican staples, and most predictably, the ultra-wealthy. Sometimes all at once. But the scale is just different. If 850 grand in 4 months in Buffalo sounds insane, New York's a whole different ballgame. You might have already seen the campaign finance
Do I have a Blue
statistics.
Sky account? I do. What is it again? Links in the chat. Hold on. Yes. Mike from PA, Blue Sky Social. But I don't really tweet on it or skeet on it. When Zohran wins, do you think the DSA will capitalize on the momentum like the Working Family Party seems to do? Of course they will. Aren't they called skeets over there?
Cuomo got about 5.3 million in donations. Adams nearly 7, and Mamdani almost 4. Big gaps and huge sums of money, but public matching has sort of evened things out. The difference, though, is that Zohran's campaign got to almost 4 million with 54,000 people donating. The other two can't even get to 10,000 donations. Their average contribution is in the hundreds of dollars and 10 times more than Mamdani's, meaning it's coming from people with a lot more money to spend. But that's not the freakout money. The freakout money isn't out in the open like this. It's in the new super PACs that keep popping up as the rich scramble for ways to shoot Mamdani down. You probably know this already, but super PACs are groups that can legally spend unlimited amounts of money on elections as long as they're not making direct contributions to a candidate and they aren't explicitly coordinating with the campaign.
Super PACs are a disaster, they're a scam, they cause dishonesty, and you better get rid of them.
The reason super PACs can spend unlimited money is because they can get unlimited money in donations, including from completely anonymous donors like 501c4s and 501c6s, what you might have heard called dark money nonprofits. These amounts aren't limited the way campaign donations are, with caps on individual donations and spending, which is why when you look at what a candidate gets, you see a lot of $2,100 donations. But when you look at what their super PAC gets, suddenly it's a wall of multi-million-dollar receipts. And that's a different scale.
That's
For the
crazy.
primary alone, for example, Cuomo spent $22 million through his super PAC, Fix the City. This is an insane amount of money to have spent and still lose. But he's not done, and they're up to $27 million as of writing. Just to give you an idea.
Speaking of Mike was right, I know that they were mad that I said Mike was right because I said that I think that it won't even be close and that I called that Zohran was probably ahead like months before everybody else. That was another fun Mike was right moment.
In the 2021 election, the most a super PAC had spent on the primary was $6.5 million. Already you have an idea of just how scared the rich are. The thing is, Fix the City is just one player in a sea of new PACs that are all attacking from different angles and courting the same donors. Take a random one. This guy, Jeffrey Gurl, a real estate investor. If you look at his donation record, you can see he gave Cuomo like a couple $100. Nothing crazy. That is, until you look at his donations to super PACs. This one guy gave 25 grand to Cuomo's PAC in the spring, and then another 25 grand to Adams in the fall. That's just one guy, and 25 grand is nothing. Cuomo got like $8 million from Michael Bloomberg alone, another $1 million from DoorDash, and then just pages of $500K to $50K, $100K donations. Let's zoom back out. Right now,
it was so obvious if you looked at the crosstabs, they were estimating like 20% youth turnout. Yes. And I knew that they were underestimating youth turnout because of the voter registrations being massively spiked, which is indicative of more interest. You haven't praised China in a bit? I thought I did. Elon Musk. Okay, hold on. Let's finish this video, then we'll go to the China glaze.
There's at least 7 big super PACs on the anti-Mamdani train. For Cuomo, we've mentioned them already. You have Fix the City, but also Local Economies Forward NY, which is basically just DoorDash's separate PAC, and Housing for All, a super PAC that's just for landlords. Before he dropped out, Adams had Empower NYC and Protect the Protectors. Both of them are expected to have raised millions. Empower specifically has said they're hoping for 15. And then on top of that, there's the general anti-Zohran super PACs not affiliated with a single candidate, like Affordable New York, which is Airbnb's super PAC, and New Yorkers for a Better Future, who said they'll spend an extra
Affordable New York is Airbnb.
$20 million against Zohran and are already raking in $500,000 donation pledges. I'm explaining campaign donations to Americans right now, and literally the rich guy is called Mr. Burger. I want to kill myself. But don't worry, hey, Mamdani has his own super PACs too. One has yet to report raising any funds, and the other has gotten a whole $700K since the primary. Not rigged at all. It's bad, but at the end of the day, I don't actually think that all this anti-Zohran money is going to be enough. He's popular. His policies are...
The thing about money in politics is it's very useful when people don't have an opinion about someone, right? If the first you ever hear about someone is a negative message, that's going to anchor your bias against them. But if they have managed to break out and speak to you first, you getting some ad isn't going to color you as much, unless the ad really hits with something that you're concerned about or is really embarrassing or something. Money is less effective the more high profile the race is. The lower the profile of the race, the more effective the money is in controlling the outcome.
Are popular, and that shouldn't be surprising. The most popular politicians in the country are socialists. I don't think he's got this in the bag.
It's not what Andrew Cuomo is saying, it's who's funding him. The single largest donor to pro-Cuomo super PAC is Airbnb co-founder, board member Joe Gebbia? Joe Gebbia? I'm trying. Who promotes vile and racist messages about immigrants. Don't let the left gaslight you. Voting to deport migrants is a vote to protect women. Mass migration kills culture. Imagine being a hotel company who hates people traveling. Jesus Christ.
But it's not like this money's doing much. And that is scary in a different way. If Cuomo loses at the polls, after the rich threw everything they could at the wall, he could go for the nuclear option.
Zohran Mamdani, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zohran Mamdani?
Well, then we'll have to arrest him.
Communist Zohran Mamdani. Listen to this fucking... Look at this propaganda shit.
We don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation.
All semblance of democracy is gone anyway. Trump said he'd get involved in the race if it looks like Mamdani will win. He's already threatened to arrest, deport, and denaturalize him. He wanted Cuomo or Adams. Either. I don't think he cares. They're both getting money from his donors anyway. He personally stepped in to get Adams cleared of federal corruption charges and is taking calls with Cuomo, who he's had a long-standing relationship with for decades. They're tight. While neither of them wanted his endorsement in a city of Democrats, they both get that this is a transactional relationship. They're representing the people scared of Zohran and telling Trump what he wants to hear to get rid of him. That they want to work together, and they wouldn't really get in the way of ICE taking over the city. They're not saying that to us, of course. Voters are getting a centrist-friendly message, that Trump is going just a little too far. But at business meetings and in these private calls, they're making sure that Trump knows they won't put up a fight. With Adams gone, Cuomo is playing his part in the fascist takeover. Capitalists want to stay in power. They're spending like their life depends on it. And until recently, they had 2 guys willing to let Trump run wild on a city of 3 million immigrants. That doesn't matter to them. It just means they keep their taxes low and city rents up. I don't know how this election will go, and I don't know if Zohran's going to be able to get all this great stuff, all these things that he's promised, done if he wins. I do know that there's still a strong candidate for head fascist lackey in the race. A guy who is more than ready to make New York yet another hellscape for immigrants, for working class people, and for everyone else whose rights are being stripped away. A guy cozying up to landlords and Wall Street and Trump, and ready to completely fold while more and more people are thrown in the back of a van and shipped off to some black site on the other side of the world. This is cheesy, but if you live in New York and you haven't voted early, make sure you get out there. Winning the primary was a great symbolic victory, but we are tired of settling for that. It's time for socialists to get shit done.
I think it's a really good sign that people like JT are behind Zohran, and I am too. You know, there's always things that I hear about politicians that are, you know, concerning. I'm concerned about, you know, I think Zohran is trying to avoid blue flu. He's trying to avoid a mutiny of the cops, you know, and that's always a concern for a left-wing politician, is you've got to get in there and you have to establish yourself and get the cops under control. And I think a lot of people on the left, they have a disdain for actually winning. They just want you to say radical shit and posture at each other. Like, they think that is the difference between achieving things. Germany's foreign minister canceled his China trip because nobody wanted to meet him. China has a new reusable rocket. Design and fucking Kerbal Space Program. Mars, the first thing they're going to do is set an American flag on fire. Well, first, nothing can burn in Mars because there's no oxygen. So fire is something that requires life. I don't think people understand that. I think people don't understand that, but that is something. If for there to be fire, there had to first be life, because life creates oxygen, and free oxygen is required for the combustion of carbon. Now, you could add an oxidizer to something, but nothing burns on Mars unless you add oxygen into it. You'd have to make a special American flag that was designed to have, like, had internal oxidizer. I tried to steelman pro Zohran. Ho Chi Minh had to moderate his message about creating a socialist Vietnam when the outcome of the Chinese Civil War between the KMT and CPC was yet to be determined, and Ho didn't want his rear guard to threaten him while he's fighting the French. I mean, listen, it's much easier, you know, comparing yourself to revolutionary communists is fucking narcissistic as hell. But I do think the main lesson I would say is pragmatism is not a dirty word. And if you think it is, you're probably an ultra. And I'm not going to micromanage my politicians on every fucking point. That's just weird. If you try to do that, then you're going to hate everyone, including your spouse. Like, you can't micromanage every single point. Elon Musk says they have added aspects of Starship, such as the use of stainless steel and methalox to Falcon 9 architecture, which would enable it to beat the Falcon 9. But Starship is in another league. Multiple reusable rocket models in China are ready for launch. Models expect to complete their first commercial launch missions within this year. 20 more rocket companies are building launch sites in China. See, the thing is about the communists is they know how to manage capitalism better than capitalist countries. Because in capitalist countries, individual capitalists structure the systems for their own profit. Whereas in communist China, they're forced into ruinous competition. The communists are like, compete or die. They don't give a fuck. And America just cannot compete with that because our capitalists are fucking grifters. What's going to happen in 10 years when China is ahead of us? It's been 10 years. They already are. China right now has a space station, which is better than America has ever built. Like right now, China has already put in a space station by themselves that's better than anything America ever built. China just landed on the dark side of the moon, the first country to ever do so. They're already there. They're already fucking there. This is a snapshot in time where people really can't handle it. Like China's economy is already $10 trillion larger than ours and growing.
Road trips in China. Let me show you.
下单成功，前面还有邻人，为避免挂号，请尽快到达换电站。
So this little chatbot is guiding me through the whole thing. 点击开始换电流程。
请手动停进换电起始区域，然后踩住刹车。很棒，可以点击开始拨入换电站了。
From this moment on, a ghost driver has taken over my car. You can see the steering wheel turning by itself. The car is driving itself into the battery swap station that has no one working there.
停好了，交给你了。
So as you can see, we've just parked it in this battery station automatically. And the next thing we're gonna do is just to push this button. So let's do it.
换电就要开始了，会有一点点噪音和车身起伏，不过别紧张，有我在。
I think the whole vehicle is lifted up a little bit. And you can hear the schooling. If this is your first time experiencing the battery swap, it might feel a little unsettling. Yeah. My car system is back online.
电池换好了，开出去请小心。
Okay, it's done. And the whole thing lasts for like 3 minutes. Yes, literally 3 minutes because there's no one lining up here. So now we can take over the vehicle and drive out of the station. You can always charge your car because there are a lot of charging posts just like 10 meters away from the charging station. And I forgot to mention, this whole battery swapping service cost me nothing because it was included in the package when I bought the car 5 years ago.
What can you even say? China has now 58 satellite makers and 30 rocket companies and more than 60 humanoid robot manufacturers. Chinese companies that survive grueling involution emerge hardened. They learn to scale rapidly, slash costs relentlessly, and survive on razor-thin margins. Cutthroat price wars at home only sharpen their hunger to capture overseas markets. China's intent to compete in the space race will lead to their ultimate bankruptcy. Space is an expensive game, and they cannot just copycat their way to excellence. USSR fell unconscious in a similar manner. What? The USSR had better rockets than we do. The USSR had better rockets than we do. What are they talking about? The only good rockets we had were on Apollo, and they were simple. But the Soviet Union had way better rockets than we do. Way better engines than we did. That's why we keep using the Soyuz to this fucking day. Pentagon to use $130 million donation from anonymous Trump friend to pay military members. So they're just printing money and then handing it out to the military. Oh my God. China is dominating in another energy class. The construction cost of nuclear reactors. The Soviets were really good at upper stage engines. We still can't match what they were doing in the 80s. Yes, I know. That's my whole point. When you don't give a crap about your environment and dump any waste products into the sea, you save a lot of money. This is actually why America's fucked. This is why America's fucked. America is fucked because this energy, this kind of delusional bullshit where, oh no, they're just copying us and oh, they just pollute the environment. Where we in America, see, we care about the environment here in America and we don't just pollute and, it's just cope. It's going to be amusing when there's a wave of meltdowns due to lax oversight and fraudulently identified materials. The last major meltdown was in an American-built reactor. They used forced labor, cheap materials, and zero nuclear security, so no wonder it's far cheaper. I just make stuff up. How China raced ahead of the US on nuclear power. In 2013, construction began at the first 2 new atomic U.S. nuclear reactors in a generation. Atomic energy was back, or was it? That was fucking 12 years ago. Did they not finish it? 7 years late at $17 billion over budget, the reactors became 2 of the costliest ever built. Once again, nuclear power seemed hopeless, at least in the U.S. Oh my God. Yet over the same period, China built 13 similar reactors with 33 more underway. And Beijing's nuclear ambitions are global. You know, I never thought I was going to be living in a declining superpower. I never thought I was going to witness my country just fall apart and become weak and pathetic. I never thought I would see this day. China is quickly becoming the global leader in nuclear power with nearly as many reactors under construction as the rest of the world combined. While its dominance of solar panels and electric vehicles is well known, China is also building nuclear plants at an extraordinary pace. By 2030, China's nuclear capacity is set to surpass that of the United States, the first country to split atoms to make electricity. Now, chat, did I not talk to you about this months and months ago? I'm glad the New York Times is finally caught up to the Mike from PA stream. Did I not show you about the nuclear financing and the atomic energy and the fusion technology and research? Here we are. Thanks, New York Times. You're catching up. Meanwhile, we're crowdfunding our military with the government shutdown. Many of China's reactors are derived from American and French designs, yet China has overcome the construction delays and cost overruns that have bogged down Western efforts to expand nuclear power. This isn't even true. I mean, it is true, but it's like a half-truth. China is developing their own indigenous designs. They also have American and French designs, but those are the older ones. They're developing their own indigenous designs that are better. But of course, we have to spin this to feed into the propaganda maw of the average American that has to believe that the Chinese, oh, they just steal stuff. I was going to say Mike was right, but I don't want to be called a racist. I wouldn't worry about that. And if a 5'3" Cajun tries to call you racist because you said Mike was right, just hold him back with one arm. Put it on his forehead and just hold him back and go, that's not very nice. But be careful, he'll kick you in the shin. Careful. At the same time, China is pushing the envelope, making breakthroughs in next-generation nuclear technologies that have eluded the West. The country is also investing heavily in fusion, a potentially limitless source of clean power, if anyone can figure out how to tame it. Mike is white, so true. Beijing's ultimate objective is to become a supplier of nuclear power to the world, joining the rare few nations, including the United States, Russia, France, and South Korea, that can design and export some of the most sophisticated machines ever invented. And do you see how this is a containment dome, chat? This is how they prevent meltdowns. I watched Central Committee to be at least 2 years ahead of mainstream news. Well, thank you for saying that. But be careful. If you say that to other people, it's mean to other streamers to compare my previous takes to facts. Okay, it's mean to them because, you know, they've got tweets to read or whatever the fuck they're doing. The US will ban other countries to buy from China, even this. I don't think that's going to work. I think a lot of countries are going to change. They're going to start changing their mind and becoming more neutral. Because of you, I called basic everything in the past year, and some of my family think I'm psychic now. Happy to help. Happy to help. What are the YouTube channels you always play to look at China progress? I play a bunch of different random ones. Not sure if you've been tracking, but a new major hurricane is gearing up to devastate the Caribbean over the weekend. Oh, boy.
One of the strongest hurricanes of the year is blowing up right now in the Caribbean. Tropical storm Melissa is about to explode. Check this out. Right now, it's only got 45-mile-per-hour winds, but the National Hurricane Center is forecasting.
Oh, it seems like it's going out into the Gulf, huh?
Rapid intensification starting tomorrow. We're talking about going from a tropical storm to a category 4, almost category 5 in just 3 or 4 days. And here's the big problem. This thing is barely moving. It's been sitting in the same spot for hours, and when it does start moving, it's going to crawl westward at a snail's pace. Jamaica is in serious trouble. They could see hurricane conditions starting as early as tomorrow, and that won't stop for days. And in southwest Haiti, we could be looking at catastrophic flooding coming this weekend. The storm's path has it going dangerously close to Jamaica, kind of just dancing right around it, dumping all that rain and heavy wind in the same area for an extended period of time, and then it starts going up towards Cuba. And while the work...
It's amazing. Looking at the facts and making the simplest conclusions makes you seem like you have a superpower in a world filled with propaganda, which ignores most facts. Not saying you aren't uniquely good at this, but having a scientific socialist understanding of the world means you too could be as right as often as Mike is. That's the whole point of my stream! The whole point of my stream is that you could be right. That's the point. I've tried to teach you my methods of how I analyze the world so that you all could go out into your own communities and apply them. And then we could come back together once every morning and we talk about the news, we talk about what's going on, and then we go back and out and into our lives. That's the whole point of my stream. The entire point of my stream is exactly that.
First of this storm is almost certainly going to be in Jamaica and Cuba and places like that. Folks in the Bahamas and even in the southern part of Florida should be paying attention to this forecast. That recurve at the end is going to start to bring this thing northward next week. But if you're in Jamaica, you've got to start your preparations now. I'm going to have more updates every day as we go forward.
So they think it's going to do like a fish hook. Interesting. The Chinese are moving very, very fast, said Mark Hibbs, a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for Peace. Wait, why is the Carnegie Endowment for Peace talking about nuclear energy development? That's odd. That's odd. They are very keen to show the world that their program is unstoppable. As the United States and China compete for global supremacy, energy has become a geopolitical battleground. The United States, particularly under President Trump, has positioned itself as the leading supplier of fossil fuels like oil, gas, and coal. Why are we evil on every point? Why are we evil on every single fucking point? China, by contrast, dominates the manufacturing of solar panels, wind turbines, and batteries, seeing renewable power as the multi-trillion-dollar market of the future. I remember when Barack Obama was running for office in 2008, and he said we would have a green economy and we would have green jobs. And he just said, nah, fuck that. Let's do fracking. And he said, oh, I'm going to end the wars in the Middle East and I'm going to close Guantanamo Bay. And then he was like, actually, let's do more drones and expand Guantanamo Bay. That's why America's broken. Barack Obama breaking all his fucking promises and doing nothing he said he was going to do and becoming more of a warmonger. That broke people's brains and made them all think politics is meaningless. And people still like that guy. That drives me nuts. It drives me nuts that people still like Barack Obama, even after he did nothing to help the American people. Nuclear power is enjoying a resurgence of global interest, especially as concerns about climate change mount. That's because nuclear reactors don't spew planet-warming emissions unlike coal and gas, and can produce electricity around the clock, unlike wind and solar panel power. The reality is you probably need a little bit of nuclear mixed in, but you can do a lot of your power generation with batteries and renewables. You just need a mix of carbon-free energy. It's not that hard. A broken DC is failing Pennsylvania families. John Fetterman will make things better. Dr. Oz will only make things worse. As an ad maker and political strategist, Mr. Katz has long said he was skeptical of Mr. Mamdani's long shot campaign when they first met last summer, but he quickly became indispensable to the assemblyman's political rise. Oh, okay. I mean, there were a lot of left-wing people who helped John Fetterman who left. I would love to know among Zohran's advisors who has been pushing to keeping Jessica Tisch. You think it's Morris Katz? I mean, that's definitely a possibility. I'm against that for sure. The Tisch shit is very odd. My friends are always shocked when I say I don't like Obama and he is the reason we have Trump today. Okay. Speaking about Barack Obama and the normal human beings is probably one of the most difficult, I would call that S-tier difficulty for normies. If a person hates Barack Obama, they're almost certainly just an unrepentant chud. But even people who are relatively good on politics, they have a parasocial fixation on the man. And it's a combination of a few different factors, right? There is this their age, just like nostalgia. Like Barack Obama left office in 2016. That was 10 years ago. I was 32 or 31. You know what I mean? Like that. I miss being 31. Okay. The second thing is the cost of living was a lot cheaper, especially to buy a house or rent an apartment. Things have absolutely exploded in cost since then. So just making ends meet is a lot harder now than it was back then. So people are just nostalgic about times in their life when they were younger and things seemed to work better. The Trump administration wants to quadruple U.S. nuclear power capacity by 2050, even as it ignores global warming, and it hopes to develop a new generation of reactor technology to power data centers at home and sell to energy-hungry countries overseas. Officials fear that if China dominates the nuclear export market, it could expand its global influence, since building nuclear plants abroad creates deep, decades-long relationships between countries. Yet in the race for atomic energy, China has one clear advantage. It has figured out how to produce reactors quickly and cheaply. The country now assembles reactors in just 5 to 6 years, twice as fast as Western nations. While U.S. nuclear construction costs skyrocketed after the 60s, they fell by half in China during the 2000s and have since stabilized. According to a data published recently in Nature, the only 2 U.S. reactors built this century, the Vogtle nuclear plant in Waynesboro, Georgia, took 11 years and cost $35 billion. Look how cheap these reactors are. These are 1,250 megawatt reactors, and these are the same size reactors being built in China for a tenth or less. When we first got this data and saw the declining trend in China, it surprised me. The big questions, Mr. Liu said, was how China got so good at nuclear power and whether the United States can catch up. A modern nuclear power plant is one of the most complex construction projects on Earth. The reactor vessel, where atoms are split, is made of a specialized steel 10 inches thick that must withstand bombardment by radiation for decades. That vessel, in turn, is housed in a massive containment dome, often 3 stories high and about as wide as the U.S. Capitol dome, made of steel-reinforced concrete to prevent dangerous leaks. Thousands of miles of piping and wiring must meet exacting safety standards. Financing these multi-billion-dollar projects is staggeringly difficult. Even minor problems like needing regulator approval to modify a component midway through can lead to long delays and can cause borrowing costs to skyrocket. Over time, China has conquered this process. Wow, guys, one of the major issues is financing costs. The fucking bankers are ruining everything again. And China conquered the bankers? Wow. Wow, it's almost like bankers and capitalists ruin everything. Who fucking knew? It starts with heavy government support. 3 state-owned nuclear developers received cheap government-backed loans to build new reactors. Yeah, that's not fair. Wall Street should be taking those loans. Goldman Sachs should be making money on those loans. Bank of America should be making money on those loans. JP Morgan should be getting rich. What the fuck? This is fucked up. What do you mean the government is giving the loans and making the interest low so they actually get shit built instead of, enriching worthless capitalist scum? Which is valuable since financing can be 1/3 of cost. The Chinese government requires electricity grid operators to buy some of the power from nuclear plants at favorable rates. Just as importantly, China's nuclear companies build only a handful of reactor types, and they do so over and over again. So in other words, they find a reactor type that is safe, that they're experienced in, and they build it, and that's that. And then they get better at it. This allows developers to perfect the construction process that is essential for scaling efficiently. It means you can streamline licensing and simplify your supply chain. The fact that the Chinese government has a national mandate to expand nuclear power means that companies can confidently invest in domestic factories and dedicated engineering workforce. Oh no, is socialist planning beating capitalism again? I was told that was impossible. I was told that is impossible. I was told that central planning is bad. That's cheating. In a sprawling complex near Shanghai, giant reactor pressure vessels are being continuously forged, ready to be shipped to new projects without delay. Teams of specialized welders move seamlessly from one construction site to the next. It's been different in the West. U.S. nuclear construction slowed to a trickle in the 80s and 70s as interest rates rose and regulators frequently tightened safety rules, causing delays. Worries about the disposal of nuclear waste and fears after the meltdown at 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania didn't help. At the same time, private developers kept experimenting with new reactor designs that required different components and introduced fresh complications. U.S. nuclear power died from a lack of predictability. The contrast became glaring in the late 2000s when U.S. utilities tried to revive nuclear power with a new reactor model called the AP1000, which improved safety features. Developers struggled with the novel technology, leading to repeated delays and soaring costs. By the time the 2 reactors in Georgia were finished last year, most utilities were hesitant to try again. As it happened, China built AP1000s at the same time too. It faced severe challenges such as difficulties in obtaining coolant pumps and unpredictable cost spikes. But instead of giving up, Chinese officials studied what went wrong and concluded they needed to tweak the design and develop domestic supply chains. What the Chinese did was really smart, says James Prielstein, the chief executive. They said, we're going to pause for a few years and incorporate every lesson learned. China is now building 9 more copies of that reactor known as CAP1000. All on pace to be completed within 5 years at drastically lower cost. Nuclear proponents in the United States sometimes argue that overly strict safety requirements drive up costs, but China's safety requirements are similar. But in China, the approval process is more predictable and opponents have fewer ways to challenge a project. Most reactors in China break ground weeks after receiving final approval from the safety regulator, according to research by Ms. Zhang. In the United States, by contract, projects often need additional permits from state governments that can take months or years. China is practiced at building really big things, everything from dams to highways to high-speed rail, and those project management skills are transferable. As China, the world's biggest emitter of greenhouse gases, seeks to curb pollution, it is counting on nuclear power to play an important role. Solar and wind are growing fast and account for most of China's clean energy, but the country also burns enormous amounts of coal to supply power when the sun isn't shining. More nuclear power could help backstop renewables and displace coal. One of China's plants suffered a small radioactive leak in 2021, and a bigger accident could trigger a public backlash. The country is still figuring out where to bury nuclear waste, and some cities have seen impassioned protests over plans for waste reprocessing plants. Beijing has also blocked new reactors in much of China's interior over concerns about water use. Yet the U.S. is pursuing a starkly different path to nuclear expansion, one that leans more heavily on private innovation than government backing. Like, if you ever played the board game Daybreak, it's a co-op about curbing climate change as every player plays a major country. No, I haven't. Sounds interesting. Dozens of startups are looking on a new generation of smaller reactors meant to be cheaper than the hulking plants of old. Tech companies like Google, Amazon, and OpenAI are pouring billions into nuclear startups. Oh, we are beyond fucked. We are beyond toasted. Early projects are underway in Wyoming, Texas, and Tennessee, though few, if any, new reactors are expected before the 2030s. Bro, it's 2025! The Trump administration wants to accelerate this work by reducing regulations at the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, which certifies the safety of reactors before they're built. Energy Secretary Chris Wright said that the administration is betting that private capital flowing to nuclear projects will spark American ingenuity and catapult the U.S. out of China. It's fucking over. Entrepreneurial capitalist innovation entrepreneurial capitalist competition is where the U.S. thrives, and I think it's an advantage over China. Bro, China is way more competitive than the U.S. This honestly feels like the Soviet Union collapse. This, honest to God, feels like the Soviet Union collapse because they're so ideologically hidebound. And ironically, the Communist Party of China is more pragmatic. They're like, we're going to use competition to develop our country, but we're also going to have state-owned enterprise and the Communist Party controlling the banks. And we're going to make sure that there isn't bubbles. And we're going to, we're going to let competition happen and be cutthroat, but as long as the rules of the game are defined. In the US, they're like, capitalism fixes everything. No fucking thought at all. That's ideology, man. Some worry that the United States is betting too heavily on technological breakthroughs instead of focusing on financing skills and infrastructure needed to build plants as China has. The United States has lost all heavy forging capacity to make large reactor components. The new generation of advanced reactors could take years to perfect, leaving America behind. You look at the number of designs, particularly in the US, you think, oh God, help us, said Philip Andrew Speed, a senior research fellow at the Oxford Institute for Energy Studies. I would think narrowing down is the sensible thing to do. The Western expert is saying, God help us. While the Trump administration has moved to speed up nuclear permitting and increase domestic supplies of nuclear fuel, some important government tools for advancing new reactors, such as the Energy Department's loan office, have been hampered by staffing cuts. Efforts to slash safety regulations could be contentious. There is also a risk that interest by tech giants could fizzle if the AI boom slows. Honestly, this is the geopolitical equivalent of saying they stole our emotes. The geopolitical equivalent. They're stealing our emotes, guys. There's no reason the United States couldn't expand nuclear power. But we're going to just see a few small reactors power a few data centers, or are we going to see serious whole government approach to bring back nuclear power as an essential source of electricity? You mean socialism? You mean government planning? You mean state-owned enterprises? You mean left-wing shit? You little bitch-ass loser. I thought the market would provide. What happened? Why isn't the market providing? Why isn't the invisible hand guiding us? What happened? Why isn't the market fixing our energy grid? What happened? See how there's an actual module being transported and it's in China? A core module of the ACP-100 multi-purpose small modular pressure water reactor, also called the Linglong-1, a new nuclear power prototype rolling out a facility in China. They're even beating us on the modular reactors. Mike, do you think Trump and his benefactors actually know the U.S. has already lost to China? If so, is a method to their madness to grab explicitly authoritarian control over the levers of the U.S. state? An aggressive and irrational nuclear power that even without economic power dominance can be walled off or protected for elites capitalists because of the threat of mutual nuclear annihilation. Oh, God damn it. God damn it. Stop being right. China's fast-paced nuclear program is a prelude to a larger goal. Dominating the global market, Chinese companies have already built 6 reactors in Pakistan and plan to export many more. At the same time, China is working to surpass the United States in technological innovation. China has built what it calls the world's first 4th-generation reactor, a gas-cooled model that can provide heat and steam for heavy industry in addition to electricity. The Chinese are also pursuing technologies that use less uranium, such as thorium reactors, or recycle spent nuclear fuel. It's a recognition that China doesn't have enough domestic uranium for a massive build-out of traditional reactors. Even if U.S. companies and labs remain at the forefront of innovation, one recent report warned that China was 10 to 15 years ahead of the U.S. in its ability to deploy next-generation reactors widely. It's a familiar story. The United States invented solar panels and batteries only to watch as China scaled those technologies and now controls global markets. Maybe we can convince some of our allies not to buy Chinese reactors, but there are going to be plenty of other countries out there with growing energy demands, says Paul Saunders, president of the Center for National Interest, a conservative-leaning think tank. And if America isn't ready, we won't be able to compete. Wait, but I thought the free market. What happened? The free market. What happened? Actually, the United States is the global leader in the construction of cheap, safe, powerful nuclear reactors. They just happen to be all owned and operated by the United States Navy. If the Navy and China can build reactors, but U.S. power companies can't, we should probably look at why that is. John Smith. I don't know if you noticed, but the U.S. is having trouble building its nuclear-powered aircraft carriers as well. And they are tens of billions of dollars over budget. I don't know if you noticed, but we're suck shit at that too. One obvious reason that it seems to be that neither the U.S. Navy nor the Chinese nuclear program need to satisfy shareholders. Since they don't have to cut costs to drive up the stock price, they can instead focus on good design and safe operation. It's unrestrained capitalism that causes the problem, not the technology. They're saying the C word in the fucking New York Times comments. Capitalism bad. Oh, the reporter is replying to everything. The elephant in the room is coal and gas producers. Everyone likes to blame activists, but the deep pockets that derail nuclear projects are the corporations that have most to lose from not only nuclear, but also renewables. It's a good point, and ideally I could have squeezed in a few more words, though I've mentioned it in past stories. Another big reason why the nuclear renaissance of the 2000s fizzled out is, besides story costs, was that gas became super cheap, enough to compete on price alone. Yes, within the Chinese-controlled economy, China is able to finance and build reactors. Do we want to copy them? I don't think so. Oh, Majority Reporters! Hey, it's the Majority Report. Long time no see, guys. How are you doing, MR Raiders? We are talking about China destroying the United States on nuclear energy development and how China is building 33 new reactors, and they're planning to build 150 more. And they're going to be next generation nuclear energy. And surprise, surprise, the reason why they're able to do it is, in a nutshell, they don't have bankers fucking it up. The government set up banks that would give low interest loans to the nuclear power companies and utilities instead of forcing them to rely on private financing from Wall Street that charges like 3 times as much interest. Now they still have to pay interest. It's not a zero interest loan. It's just that the loan is like closer to inflation. And so that allows China to just not worry that they're going to go broke. Also, it's not because China has lower safety standards. According to the New York Times, they say nuclear proponents in the United States sometimes argue that overly strict safety regulations drive up costs, but China's safety requirements are similar. So in other words, it's not excessive regulation. It's literally only the bankers. So we've just been like, oh God, we're all gonna die. They can't do anything right. So anyway, Majority Reporters, welcome. I am Mike from PA. This is the far leftist stream. We are continuing the tradition of Jamie Peck and Michael Brooks. That is the tradition that I am struggling to continue. So if that sounds like something you fuck with, come on by, hit that follow button, stick around, and I will tell you. The one thing you may have also noticed is that I'm a white man, and I have specific expertise on the state of Pennsylvania politics. And shout out to based Matt Leck. So hell yeah, brother. Matt Leck is part of that grand tradition. I don't know. Some people were confused when I say I'm white. It's surprising, but anyway, how is everybody doing today? It's just so frustrating, man. It's so frustrating that we live in a country that is just completely going in the opposite direction of what it should be doing. Oh my God. This just happened. Trump administration, Hegseth orders warships and planes to Latin America. Oh my God. These dumb fucking morons are going to start a stupid war with Venezuela. Oh my God. Oh God. And I'm not going to say Hegseth. I'm going to say what it is. Pentagon. Oh my God. They're so fucking stupid. Jesus Christ. Everybody knows fentanyl doesn't come from Venezuela, right? Everybody understands that fentanyl does not come from Venezuela, right? Like, it does not come from Venezuela. It comes from India. It comes from India and Mexico now because they've set up like chemical facilities in Mexico. It doesn't come from China. It doesn't come from Venezuela. They just make it up. The U.S. is repositioning warships, including an aircraft carrier and planes, to waters off Latin America. They've done 10 attacks on boats in the Caribbean. They're just murdering random people. This is fucking disgusting.
This is Democracy Now!,
right,
democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. A group of United Nations experts say U.S. strikes targeting boats in the Caribbean off the coast of Venezuela amount to extrajudicial executions. In recent weeks, the U.S. has struck 7 boats claiming they were being used to traffic drugs. But the U.S. has offered no proof to back up its claim. The UN experts said, quote, these moves are an extremely dangerous escalation with grave implications for peace and security in the Caribbean region, unquote. This comes as President Trump's authorized the CIA to carry out lethal covert operations inside Venezuela. The CIA has also reportedly played a central role in the boat attacks as well. Tensions are also escalating between the U.S. and Colombia after the Colombian president, Gustavo Petro, accused the U.S. of committing murder for killing a Colombian fisherman in one attack in mid-September. President Trump responded by calling Petro a lunatic and a, quote, illegal drug leader, unquote. Trump also threatened to cut off foreign aid to Colombia and raise tariffs on Colombian goods. Petro then responded by writing, trying to promote peace in Colombia is not being a drug trafficker, unquote. This is Petro speaking Tuesday.
I am making no mistake by speaking to the world from Colombia, because what I am demonstrating is that Colombia is the heart of the world, and aggression against Colombia is aggression against the heart of the world. I call on the world to help us. Before, I called on the world to help Palestine. Now, us. Because they want to attack us, and they are mafia members, and Trump is believing them.
We're joined right now by 3 guests. Guillaume Long is former Minister of Foreign Affairs for Ecuador. He's a senior research fellow at the Center for Economic and Policy Research. Earlier this year, he wrote a piece in The Nation headlined, "The Trump Administration Unabashedly Embraces the Monroe Doctrine." He'll talk about an Ecuadorian survivor of one of the bombings. We're also joined by Manuel Rosenthal, a Colombian physician and activist with more than 40 years of involvement in grassroots political organizing with youth, indigenous communities, and urban and rural social movements. He's been exiled several times for his political activities. Manuel is part of the group Pueblos en Camino, or People on the Path. But we begin with Daniel Garcia Peña, Colombia's ambassador to the United States, who was just recalled to Bogota as tensions rise with the U.S. He previously served as Colombia's High Commissioner for Peace from 1995 to 98. Garcia Peña also taught political science at the National University in Bogota, Colombia. We welcome you all to Democracy Now! Ambassador, let's begin with you. Why don't you lay out why President Petro has recalled you from the United States?
First of all, good morning, and it's great to be here with you all. No, it has to do with the statements on the part of President Trump this weekend that, first of all, accused President Petro of being the head of a drug cartel, threatened that if Colombia did not stop the flow of cocaine, that he would do it himself. Statements that are completely unacceptable. President Petro was recalled me because that's a mechanism that exists in diplomacy when situations like this arise, so that I can sit with the president, as I have done in these days with him, to analyze what is happening in Washington and how we can navigate these turbulent waters. Because, well, first of all, these statements on the part of President Trump are simply unacceptable. But secondly, they ignore the fact that there is no country in the world, and I say that unequivocally, in the world that has done more to fight drugs than Colombia under the leadership of President Petro. So that is why I'm here in Bogota, and will continue to seek ways that we can send that message to Washington, so that these kinds of false statements can be corrected.
And Ambassador Garcia Peña, Colombia has long been one of the major recipients of foreign aid from the United States, and the United States is his main trading partner. What do you think is behind this this now Trump administration hostility toward your country?
Well, it's hard to know to know for sure or to speculate, but I think that without a doubt it has to do with these latest actions on the part of the Trump administration to use the military force in its supposed attempts to fight drugs, the bombing of these boats that are supposedly transporting cocaine, violate international law that is completely counterproductive, because if you were able to identify a boat that's supposedly transporting cocaine, what we do, and we have done, and we continue doing that on a daily basis with the United States, is to intercept it, to first of all verify that that they are truly smuggling drugs, and to capture those that are on those boats, to see if you can get information about who the higher ups are, because the people that are on those boats are not the drug traffickers; they're employees of the drug traffickers, and so it is completely ineffective to simply bomb them. So we have been very adamant, and President Petro has stood up to say that these are violations of international law, and that they go against the logic of how law enforcement should deal with these situations. So it appears that the position of our president, President Petro,
like, what really blows my mind about this is the literal Colombian ambassador to the U.S. We are such a lawless fucking country.
States on these actions. I think that is part of the reason why President Trump is upset.
And could you comment on how U.S. policy has changed toward Latin America, especially with Secretary of State Marco Rubio being so much in charge of of U.S. policy in that region?
Yes, well, without a doubt, there's the new administration has, and Secretary Rubio has identified Latin America as a key area for what they call the America First policy.
Trump mocks Congress' indifference to his Venezuela threats, and he is correct to do so, because it is weeks of build-up killings and authorizing the CIA to regime change jobs. The two most powerful Democrats haven't issued a single statement about it, because they're not leaders. They're fucking puppets of the same people that support Trump. And this is what people need to realize. Schumer and Jeffries are puppets of the same, oh my God, I can't type, the same billionaires that control Trump. That, instead of control, support Trump. We only have one party when it comes to warmongering. Like, this is fucking gross, man. These are people's lives. This is like, we are murdering people on this, and whether or not they are, even if they are transporting drugs, that's not the punishment is not murder everyone on a boat. We don't know the context of everybody there. That's not an attack. Smuggling is a crime. And I worry for the people of Venezuela and for the people of Latin America, because the amount of money and warmongering that we have done and we are capable of is insane.
And it has been seen in several ways. First of all, the issue of immigration and how they are dealing with the flows, the presence of what are called illegal immigrants in the United States. It is now seen with this new emphasis on the use of the military in the war on drugs. We're also seeing it not only with Latin America and Colombia, but with the world, with the threats of the tariffs on the trade issue. So it's been in many fronts in which the policies of this administration mark a great difference from previous administrations. In fact, even from the first Trump administration, where some of these things did appear, but not with the emphasis and not with the intensity that we're seeing now.
I can see a lot of people are trying to reach you, but I'm glad we are able to speak to you. You have, I mean, in the last days, I've been listening to a lot of officers, former officers with the CIA saying, if they are using CIA intelligence, this is not evidence. Trump has admitted to both the CIA covert actions in Venezuela, but also that the CIA is being used in tracking boats. I also, you also have people like the Republican Kentucky Senator Rand Paul, who is raising a red flag, saying these are straightforward extrajudicial killings. And I wanted to ask you about Alejandro Carranza. He's the fisherman whose loved ones say he left home on Colombia's Caribbean coast to fish in open waters. Days later, and I'm reading from CBS, he was dead. One of at least 32 alleged drug traffickers killed in U.S. military strikes. From Santa Marta, northern Colombia, Carranza's family is questioning White House claims that he was carrying narcotics aboard a small vessel that was targeted last month. Can you tell us about Carranza and what exactly this attack was? And then the next one, this submersible that killed 2 people, and there are 2 survivors that were repatriated to Ecuador and to Colombia.
You know, that's a great question, because it indicates how when you blow the boats up with the evidence or to find out exactly what was on the boat or what they were doing, well, it disappears along with the boat in the middle of the ocean. So what we have been demanding is information as to, and then not only Colombia, Senator Rand Paul is right on the money to demand from the administration these kinds of explanations, because even if they were, in fact, carrying drugs, the procedure is to capture them, to seize them, to arrest them, and to find information about who was behind them and not blowing them up. So what we are seeing here is something that is really going beyond what has been the normal procedure and what.
Like, calling someone a narco terrorist because they have illegal drugs is fucking batshit crazy. Even if an organization is committing violence, a person smuggling something is not the same thing as a person who committed violence or even terroristic violence. Just killing everybody in the, like, it's just nonsense. You don't know. They could easily coerce people to run the boats, and the boats weren't even headed toward American shores. So it's just crazy.
The case of the 2 of the Colombian and the Ecuadorian that were repatriated is very indicative of the fact that there's a great legal doubt about how these operations can actually be carried out. The Colombian and the Ecuadorian that survived the attack were on a Navy ship, and they were in a quandary. They had no, they didn't know what to do with them, because even though the Trump administration claims that this is an act of war and that they should be treated as enemy combatants, there's absolutely no substance to that claim, and so they were had to be repatriated because they were simply unable to find legal way of maintaining them, or as enemy combatants as they originally said, or just as drug traffickers if they were accused, but there was no legal basis for this. So that's, I think, a clear indication how there are questions, and very severe questions, about what is happening. There's the speculation. I don't want to go into them, but there's a speculation about the resignation of Admiral Halsey, the head of Southcom. This was all in the U.S. media, that supposedly his withdrawal also has to do with the U.S. military, and the U.S. Navy has also have questions about the legality of all of this. So I think that the matter goes beyond simply a situation specific of these individuals that you mentioned. It's a broader question about how the use of force, the elimination of these boats, of these people that are supposedly carrying drugs, is really walking a very fine line between what is legal by international standards, but also by U.S. standards.
Thank you. About what's happened with Uribe, the appeals court overturning the conviction of the former Colombian president. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter.
Sorry, chat. VO feels real sad about this whole fight, you know? And they're nervous about streaming because of all the hate they got from Gremlo, you know what I mean? Gremlo calling her hysterical and a liar. And I'm trying to, you know, and you guys saw the video, you know, there was no doubt that these guys, I mean, like the weird insulting shit, and there's so much more. And I'm trying to encourage Via to just get back to her regular streams, you know? So I don't know if you guys would be willing to hang out with VO for a while and his toxic DGG community. I mean, it is fucking gross, man. He's such a, ugh. You know, when you find out like another streamer's just only about clout, it always bothers you, and you're like, there's no way they have this much hostility and they're this numbers obsessed. It always shocks me how common it is with like streamers where they'll be like and it's like, even me, I'm big, but I'm not that big, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not pulling out 10K. Like, what is the obsession? What is the toxicity? There are thousands and thousands of people that you could attract on your stream on your own. Don't call them DGG, you bitch. I mean, I don't know what else to say, but like, if you want, I can like show you the clips again. I can show you the clip of Rhyzohm saying he's DGG and he's trying to interact with the lefties. That's Rhyzohm. Rhyzohm is DGG. Like, I'm not claiming anyone else is DGG. I'm saying Rhyzohm is DGG. Maybe he's not anymore, but he was until at least 2022 when he hung out with Chud Lodge. I don't know when he broke away from DGG. Maybe you guys could give me the lore. But like, I don't think that Destiny is the guy that we should be getting our leftist streamers from. It's like Destiny.gg. It's like the website he created so he could get more money from his subs. He wanted to create a tier 4 sub where people could pay him more money. So he created a website with a chat so that he could like charge people more money. So that's why he has Destiny.gg, and that's his chat. In the offline chat, a lot of his fans hang out in there. So it's a Pestiny thing. So people call them DGGers because it means they're such a Destiny simp that they hang out in his Discord and his chat 24/7. That's why Vosh has one as well, because he copied Destiny. That's not why. I remember why. He made the site more than 10 years ago before sub tiers and subs were a thing on Twitch. Oh, is that right? Did he make it so he could avoid bans? Why did he make it then? That dude Zoot says, I'm a Micus Denimsist. What's wrong with that? That's not cringe. That's fine. Denims is fine. I watch Denims all the time. Denims is one of the few streamers that I could watch that is actually entertaining. And I also know she's not going to be a fucking freak towards her chat, like so many of the male streamers are. I have so much more to say about these people that I've left out because it's uncomfortable, but I will go there if I have to. Chud Logic, yeah, he is a Destiny guy, yeah. It's how they act after the exit. Well, they still have the same DGG strategies of like discrediting everybody that Destiny doesn't like. Notice who they call white. There were people in those chats calling all sorts of streamers white. I'm not even going to mention who they are because I'm not trying to draw them into this drama. It's just gross. Denims does drama the right way. Yes, ethically. All right, everybody. It is Friday, which means we are done for the week. But I do have... I'm sending you guys, gals, non-binary pals over to VO. Please give VO your love because they're feeling really sad because they've been bullied and trashed and, you know, people wouldn't even look at their side of the story. You know, this is what really frustrated me about Gremlo. He called her a liar without ever seeing her side of the story. He supported the harassment by his mod without ever hearing her side of the story. And that to me tells me everything I need to know about that man and his character. He's going to allow a immigrant, a person of color, an MB to be trashed without even listening to their side of the story and then call them misogynistically hysterical and conspiratorial while at the same time admitting everything we said was true. Anyway, tonight we are watching Nosferatu in the Discord. We do that at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Every Friday we get together, we do a movie night. This week we are, thank you for the gifties, Marks and me. You are the best. I really appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the 50 big ones. You're the best. There's my Discord. We have over 10,000 actual leftists in it. You know what we don't do? Trash other streamers in there. You know who we do? We don't do leftist infighting and backbiting. We don't do this shit. We don't slander other leftists there. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I'm sending you over to VO. Is it not working or is it working?